Can they hear you? Okay. Oh,
Yep.
yep.
Hello, everybody.
I'm just doing a promotional tweet. Hello, everyone, and welcome to NZD's Magic Stream. We're going to be watching some Paper Modern today. Sorry for the rough start, as there were some technical difficulties and needing to set up things, but we are going to be tuning in to some modern gameplay. Paper Modern, I believe, is going to be Amulet Titan versus
Uh,
Four Color. Oh,
yeah,
no, it's
yeah.
not going to be. It's going to be Four Color Creativity versus something. But I'm joined by Philip Skura. Do you know what matchup we're watching here?
No idea. It's creativity versus something.
I think I see a Saga on the other side. Might be Emmet Titan on the.
It's Hallowed Fountain. This is like secret lair or Infinity Fountain.
Oh, with the nice planet. That's an Esper Sentinel. This must be Hammer Time because I did see a Saga in their hand with a fetch on the end step here by Brandon. What land are we gonna get?
And they've got Prismari Command in hand, so it will really come in handy later. Kill a creature, kill an artifact. And I think it's a non-persist version, so more control issues like the Fairy Ren. Do you happen to know what that land is?
That's
It's
a
like
good
a
question. It's a Triumph. It
something
has to be
triumph.
a
Yeah.
Triumph. We're in Las Vegas. They're gonna be balling out. Let's be real.
Yeah, we've got like an Alter Triumph versus like Sketch Sentinel, Infinity Foil Shock. So if they're tapping out for Ren, the Hammer player is losing the Sentinel, but at least they're drawing a card in the process. So there is that. Okay, Steam Vents Shock. So I assume it's a green Triumph, right?
Yeah, it must be. So I think a lot of people might question, why would you want to play Ren and 6 if a card's going to be drawn easy? You're playing a card, they're drawing a card, and you're killing their card without losing the Ren and 6. You know it's Hammer Time. They don't really have haste creatures apart from Ginger Brute. Get that 1/1 off the table, make your life less annoying.
Yep. And they would probably draw a card at some point anyways. Like you've got Fable, which is 3 mana. There's no way you're paying 4 for it.
That's a ping. Sentinel goes to the graveyard, passing back the turn with the card being drawn. Big grip of cards here for the Hammer Time player. Can easily be explosive. While the board is empty, easily, one Ornithopter and a Sigarda's Aid can make things very awkward.
A lot of very versatile answers for the creativity player. We've got Prismari Command, Leyline Binding. He's going to die soon anyways. Sentinel can get pinged down. Unless there is like Blacksmith skill, maybe? Because otherwise they're just deploying it to get it killed.
I think I kind of am surprised by this line because we know they have Saga in the hand. So why wouldn't you give her Saga? Unless I saw incorrectly. There's another ping. Sentinel goes to the graveyard. Is he a fetch from Brandon? Very awkward. I mean, you could also make the logic look, they're playing creativity. They need to hit every land drop. I'm going to hope that they need to plus their run in 6 or they're going to miss their land. But it does not seem to be the case.
And it's very easy to contain Hammer's board, right? Like you pinged down 2 creatures, you still have the Ren. Okay, so this doesn't get killed. So that's one opening for Thomas to do anything meaningful, really. Hopefully kill Ren. Although Brandon is at 13, so the mana base is quite painful.
That's the 2/2 Goblin token that makes a treasure when it attacks. Fable hit the table. Hammer time player draws a card. I'm very interested to see what they do here because I want to know why they wanted their Sentinel or were okay with their Sentinel being pinged, right? I mean, they have a huge grip of cards. Let's see what they do.
Okay.
There's
That
the
doesn't
Urza
add
Saga
much.
we were expecting.
First Sentinel, yep.
Okay.
Oh, and pass. Doesn't look good.
That's a fetch off the top. Don't even need to plus the Ren again. Triple
There's
ping.
there's
Giver of
another
Runes
Ren.
does have the activated ability up.
Yeah, but then they can respond with Prismary command, right? To damage to the giver, kill of like an Ornithopter or kill of that Sentinel.
Well, this
Oh,
is a
that
mistake because you wanted to play your land. Oh, they let the protection go through.
yeah, that pause makes me think that they missed it. I think they had this pause, like, wait, what? They've got another Ren, but they cannot follow it up with follow up with it and ping because it has the protection already. And if they named red, Prismary command won't do anything either.
They missed the trigger off of Fable of the Mirror Breaker as well.
Uh,
Yeah, this is an awkward start.
yeah,
I was wondering. I was trying to think. I was like, why are they pinging now? Then I realized, okay. But yeah, Ren and 6
okay, that's
ping,
awkward. Yeah,
Giver. Now I think because Fable trigger is a mandatory trigger, you have to put it on the stack now. Or they can rewind. Maybe they will rewind. I don't think you can though, because the information of activating Giver has been done. So, down to the judge here. They do have the best judges in the world here in Vegas, so
I've seen
wonder
a
what will happen.
case that a player ticked up their saga but forgot to do the effect of the saga, and that effect can be missed. But I'm not sure if ticking up the chapter is missable, but the effect is missable. So I'm curious if the ruling is like, tick up the saga, and the opponent has got the say whether you put the trigger on the stack of rummaging cards, which they probably wouldn't. Now, to be fair, Brandon is still in a pretty, fairly good spot. He's got another Ren. He's got a Prismary command, a blocker. So the judges are sorting out the situation.
This is not a rerun from yesterday. This is a live tournament. This is a modern
Yep.
event happening right now in Vegas at the Magic 30 event. It's a modern event where the top eight seed will be playing tomorrow in a special Magic 30 event. So essentially, you're looking to top eight this event, so then you can play the single elimination event tomorrow for a lot of cash. We're just trying to work out this judge call. There was a Fable of the Mirror Breaker trigger missed. The Ren and 6 ping the Esper Sentinel. Giver Runes activated. Then they realized, wait a second, my Fable hasn't triggered yet, and I've already done the activation of a Planeswalker. Judges are sorting that out right now. Judge apparently is explaining the counter cannot be missed. So we're gonna see if the trigger is gonna be put on the stack. This is because of the way sagas are worded, and it's different to something like a planeswalker, for example. Saga has to happen.
Yeah, I would suspect that the trigger of the second chapter may or may not be put on the stack, and that will be up to the hammer player.
It'd be really sucky here if the ping has to be rewinded, but it happens. Wow, they're rewinding the ping. Okay, so our four-color creativity player can now rewind their mistake, get
Yep.
to
Yep.
loot 2 first, and then have even more information before they activate the Renin 6. Interesting start here. So now the Fable trigger is going to go on the stack. We're going to be looting away 2 cards, and we get to make a new decision on this Renin 6.
Yes. So the mistake is that they can now play another land and respond with Prismary Command, for example, and pay the Sentinel tax, which the way they played it, they couldn't have.
Honestly, here, I would just discard the land and get it back. You got Leyline's Binding and Prismari Command. Yeah. Draw 1. That's a Teferi Time Raveler. I'm plussing this Ren. You, it, yeah, I think I would definitely plus the Ren. You even have the treasure. Yeah, okay, make a treasure. Well, I definitely disagree with the fact that this creativity players refuse to make their land drop. Wait, what? Before blockers, we have the Sentinel getting protection, so now we can respond with Prismari command, or
Yeah,
did they
but
block and shortcut this? I'm not sure. It doesn't.
yeah, and
I
they can
still
respond
would respond with
Prismary
Prismari.
Command, right?
Did they block? I I assume they said I'm gonna block, and this is just not for the camp.
Wait,
Wait, what?
what?
What's happening?
So I think it's second main phase now, post blocks,
Oh, okay.
I guess. Okay. So Sentinel does in fact have protection from red until the end of turn.
So now Teferi Time Raveler's coming down?
But like you don't really want to bounce this one drop, I guess.
Okay,
You'll be
so
bouncing the giver, right?
okay, Esper Sentinel trigger
Or
was missed.
Saga. Yeah. Oh my
E-
god.
Esper Sentinel trigger was missed. Teferi's on. Oh wait, no. Now is it put on the stack? What's happening? What? So
Oh,
they
they just said
minus the
yes.
Teferi, or
Okay.
what?
So
This is an
so
interesting start
the
to the day.
so the hammer played Drake card of Sentinel. So Brandon opted out of paying, even though they've got 2 mana up potentially to pay. So they want to spend this mana on Leyline Binding. Okay, bouncing the
Bounce versus
Saga.
okay.
Okay,
No, I
Bosei
have
should
to
drawn.
besiege you. Yeah.
That's good.
Very stressful game to start off the day.
Yeah.
That's a passing of the turn to hammer.
I assume Saga is going to be redeployed or not.
No redeploy the saga. That's a flooded strand. Now, don't forget, Teferi Time Raveler's on the table, so Sigarda's 8 is now sorcery speed. That's another Giver of
Yeah.
Runes. Don't forget, Giver of Runes can only target itself, so having 2 actually, potentially, you're working with Mother of Runes at that point. But
You cannot respond with Blacksmith skill with Teferi, so you could technically give it protection or just attack into Teferi, and they're probably doing that just to kill it off.
mm-hmm. So
They
you
could,
can't Besage you.
yeah, technically they could, yeah,
You can
and you don't
Besage
have
you,
to
but
pay
Besage you is colorless, and Giver of Runes gives protection from colorless, so you can't Besage you. You
unless
can get Dwarven Mine.
unless they give protection from green, and that will
True.
be, and then yeah, they will be disappointed with the end result.
Wait, is that a basic mountain?
Yep. I
Aren't
have
you
no idea
100%
what's
to fetch
happening.
Dwarven Mine there, unless that triome isn't,
No, it is. It is.
or is
Oh,
that a
leyline
basic
binding.
plains to cast?
But really, they're playing binding on Sentinel? No way.
No, they're gonna besiege you. Give her runes, please. Okay, you have to give protection from colorless. Besiege you is a
Yep.
colorless, colorless card,
And
even
you
though
could
it
also
taps for Greek.
you could always ask a judge if you're not sure if it's colorless or not. Like,
Yeah.
is it green? Okay, so they're reading it. So maybe there is a chance they do give the protection. And if they do, Teferi gets killed off, but then Ren can still ping the Sentinel off next turn.
Here we go. Give her protection
Okay.
from colorless. Oh, they're reading the giver. They're reading the giver. Give my Esper Sentinel protection from colorless. Does Teferi go to the graveyard? It does. Wow.
Okay. Woof.
Some crucial mistakes here from the creativity player. Also, what's funny is if they fetched Dwarven Mine, that play wouldn't have mattered because you can block with the Dwarven token after giving pro colorless. So I don't know why they fetched Basic Mountain. That's the Fable of the Mirrorbreaker flipping into the Kiki Jiki. And we did have a fresh draw step.
Now, the longer the
Chat, you
game
do not get
goes,
the basic land. They gave protection from colorless. Beseiju is colorless, meaning the trigger does not resolve, so you do not get the land. It does not give indestructible, it gives protection, meaning the ability can't resolve. No land. It's going to be attack with the goblin
oh,
token. It's not. Whoa, main deck
path to
Path to
exile.
Exile from Hammer. This
Woof.
is an interesting magic.
And
Wait,
you,
on the goblin. Wait, what? On the Fable? The Summoning Sick Fable. What
yup.
is happening? Why would you do on the Summoning Sick Fable in the beginning of combat?
And they're not fetching like
And they
basic.
didn't get a basic land. Wait, so this actually should be stopped because Thomas has to remind Brandon that he needs to fetch a basic land.
They may have, I guess, but yeah, probably not.
Okay,
Is it
yeah,
possible
maybe
they
they
only
only have
play a
one
mountain?
basic mountain.
Right. So
Okay.
now using that path will feel awful in the face of an Archon coming down, probably like in a turn or two. That's a white human goblin token.
So I don't understand why Thomas didn't replay the Urza Saga because they didn't use the Flooded Strand for any relevant mana.
Yep.
So now they're one turn behind on Saga. They've got two Givers and an Ornithopter.
Yeah, nothing's happening. Yeah.
And we got an untap and a draw step here from Thomas on the Hammer Time player's side. That's a basic planes off the top. You should replay this Saga. There it is.
Okay.
Get your counter. Now you can attempt to kill the red and 6 by giving the other giver protection
Yep.
from
That's
red,
true.
but I don't know. Okay, that's what they're gonna do. Pro red and attack. They're
Oh,
shortcutting it.
yep.
But this is quite a dirty. Yeah, you shouldn't be short. No. This shortcut doesn't work because the Giver of Runes is meant to be untapped. So the Giver of Runes doesn't attack. So you can now give the
Yep.
other Giver of Runes protection from red. Oh my gosh. So what are they doing now? So. Oh wait. Okay. No, I understand now. The shortcut does work because the other. Okay.
So they're doing it in response to the activation, right?
Yes. Okay.
And they're
Fine. This
killing the
does
one
work.
that would attack.
This is getting sloppy though. Please apologize for the players. Apologies for this play by the players.
I mean, they technically could have just attacked with both, right? Because the token is 1/1
Yes,
and
yes,
they are
that's
1/2.
also a good
So
point.
just attack with both. Because the end result is that both are tapped anyways, right?
Yeah. So I guess they have blacksmith skill is what they're thinking about. Okay, so it's deal 2, loot 2. There's a creativity. So you're gonna discard land Ren and 6, I guess, because your Ren stays around. Okay, they make that play.
Now, technically, you've got this sweet play that you could target the opposing permanent with blacksmith skill in response to creativity. so they do not surge. If they have one. And I would assume they do, because they had this flooded strand play, right? They held up the strand. So I guess they've got planes and I think another card. So if I had to bet, I would say that's a blacksmith skill. Okay, that goblin's coming in.
Well, there's going to be 2 Archon of Creativities here, but the way Blacksmith skill is worded is it gives a permanent protection. You can give you indestructible. Sorry. The way creativity is worded is it says if it is destroyed. So Blacksmith skill can actually counter 1 Archon that's coming into play, but I don't necessarily think that that will do anything. Because you can stop creativity with blacksmith skill by giving whatever indestructible, then it's not destroyed, so creativity is quote unquote countered.
But they've got so much mana they can just X equals 2 and get at least 1 count, Archon and
Yeah. Or maybe even 3, 4. Maybe even do X is 3. Because you can sack a treasure, you got a treasure and 2 goblins.
yeah, a tapped goblin as well.
Yeah.
So I guess they're doing the
So
mental arithmetics.
they're
Yep.
doing it for 2? For 2. Oh, and they have transmogrify as well. Okay. So they're gonna do both
Yeah, they
dwarves.
hand gestured too.
So this actually insanely. Wait, what's the
So that
spell
spell
pierce
appears, but the opponent remembers to pay,
pays?
thankfully.
And then they say, okay. So now you
Okay,
get
so
2 Archons, and it's game over. There's 1.
yeah, they can just scoop up and go to the next one. Yep.
So I think the Hammer player actually could have won this game because they had spell pierce somehow, but they had the path to exile and the blacksmith skill. Oh, I guess maybe they had spell pierce instead of blacksmith skill. I'm not too sure, but I wonder if the hammer time player could have navigated a bit better. But I also think the creativity players had it 100% locked up. They accidentally killed their own Teferi, the Ren and 6 abilities. So I think this shows in Magic, both players can make mistakes, and in actuality, if you tighten up, you can beat your opponent in most cases. Now, going into boarding, how do you think the creativity deck is going to change?
Yeah, I think they're going to be like playing like a control deck basically, and that's probably enough to beat Hammer. Like a bit of Ren, a bit of Teferi, Prismari Command, Bolt here or there, Leyline Binding tags anything really. And Hammer play will probably side in more spell pieces, blacksmith skills, and that's probably it. Now, actually, I'm thinking that Thomas redeployed another Sentinel in the face of a Renan 6, where they could have held up that spell piece, which would have countered the Fable, and the game would have
Yes.
looked completely different.
I mean, I
Right?
think the game would have also been different if they just played the Saga turn 2. Because they went turn 1 Sentinel, we saw the Saga in hand, and then they went Sentinel Giver. I think they should have gone Saga Giver. And then the next turn, you can make, I think they should have had Constructs bashing in for time. I don't know. I feel like the game would have played out differently if I was the Hammer Time pilot, and I think the game would have played it differently if I was the Creativity pilot. What I'm more interested in is what the Hammer Time player has. Because while Hammer Time is a deck that you wouldn't think is interactive, their cyborg cards line up really nicely against creativity. Things like March of Otherworldly Light. You can exile
Yeah.
target non-land permanent with converter mana cost X or less, essentially, except a planeswalker. So you can get rid of the tokens, you can get rid of the treasures. You also got things like Spell Pierce. You also see Azorius Hammer decks playing Mana Leak. They get more of a controlly game plan. You could even be the crazy Hammer Time players that play Teferi Time Raveler, but I don't think that will come in this matchup. You're essentially looking to have a load of cheap 1 mana interactive spells counter the creativity card. Is there anything that you can get from Urza's Saga that would prevent the combo? I don't think so. You're just looking to be a really fast hammer deck, but again, it's very difficult in the line of sight of things like Prismari Command, Lightning Bolt, Ren and 6 Ping. So many things from the creativity deck, as well as its 4 color. They got Leyline's Binding. I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Azorius Hammer. Who do you think's favored in this matchup?
Yeah. In general, now with the popularity of those versatile answers, decks like Hammer really struggle because those decks like creativity are 4 color have got answers to any permanent really. Prismatic ending, leyline binding, the fairy bouncing anything really. So yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think Thomas really has to get out of the gates early, and that should be good. Holding up maybe spell piece turn 2, counter Ren, deploy something else, and certainly not play creatures into Ren and get them dead.
Yeah. I also think that there are new cards. Twitch chat pointing out Hushbringer, that's a good one. Also, Hollowed Moonlight. Do you know what that card does?
Hallowed Moonlight, yes, I do. I think it counters. You cast it in response to creativity. You draw a card, and they do nothing, right? And they still have to sacrifice the permanent, right?
So I think it's 2 mana instant. If a creature would enter the battlefield this turn and it wasn't cast, exile it instead. So it beats things like Living End, Creativity. You also have the new tech in Orvar, the 4 mana Changeling 3/3. When you discard, if an opponent forces you to discard it, copy target permanent on the battlefield. So you can copy the Archon, and after the trigger, the way the Archon triggers resolved is the opponent sacrifices a creature first, then the opponent discards, and then you draw. So the way the trigger is worded, you discard the Orvar, you copy their Archon, then their forces sack their Archon. So there's a load of different options you can see from this Hammer Time player, actually, now that we think about it. Honestly, I'm a bit
Yeah.
scared for the creativity player to see what could come.
Yeah, and if you Hallowed Moonlight in response, their creativity still sacrifices that permanent they're targeting, right? So they're losing that token or treasure or whatever, and permanently losing the Archon, right? It goes to the exile,
Yeah.
which I guess could be relevant in longer games.
Yeah, Twitch chat asking us what decks are we rooting for. You want to start first, Skura?
Uh, I think I'm rooting for Breach, Blue-Red Breach. The deck was kind of playable. People dubbed it as tier 3, and now it's solidly tier A thanks to people like Jesse, Cory Baumeister, Ross Merriam, almost exclusively thanks to them. And I really like the deck.
Yeah. I think for me personally, I am going to be rooting for
Blue-Eye
honestly, I really
Control?
like Hardened Scales in Modern right now. That's probably one
Oh,
of the most fun decks I've
that's a
been
good one.
playing with. I don't think it's really the best deck in the format, but I feel like the best decks, quote unquote, in the format have been around for so long. Let's be real. We've been seeing the same decks up on the top tables for ages. I love a bit of diversity. Let's say Hardened Scales.
Scale is a good one. They did not have any pickups from the newest sets, right?
Um, well, actually, you do. You have Power Depot, you have Patchwork Automaton.
Oh,
Um,
Automaton. Okay, yeah,
yeah,
that's I think the most recent addition.
Yeah, I think so. And then you do have some Modern Horizons cards that kind of got swept under the rug because no one was really playing with
Yeah.
Hardened Scales, so people didn't realize.
Yeah, as an interactive player, I've always hated seeing Automaton because your Unholy Heat costs 3. And that's
Hmm.
just so difficult. And also it grows, so you have to have Delirium probably and have 3 mana, which is very problematic early game. And they could also have Welding Jar, which makes it just nigh unkillable.
Definitely. Okay, we see a mulligan to 6 here from Creativity. On the
Uh,
draw, don't forget, because they did win game 1, that's a Dwarven Mine going to the bottom.
and they've got
Tapped Hollowed Fountain from Azorius Hammer.
oh,
They better have counter spells and interaction in there.
oh my. And also there's Teferi, Leyline Binding, Fable, and lands for creativity. So yeah, very controlly draw. Okay, Ink with
One thing
Stoneforge.
Yeah, that's a Stoneforge Mystic. And one thing that I've learned with my time on Hammer Time, I haven't played it a ton, maybe 20 leagues on Magical Line, is that it is not a creature deck, it's a combo deck. You don't want to be keeping these slow hands. They better have something good. I assume they have at least one way to prevent a creativity, or else you would not keep this. We're seeing a
And
fetch here from
now,
creativity. They need a Triumph.
yeah, and they will fetch in such a way that they've got the Leyline Binding online to get rid of either the Stoneforge or the Cauldron. And probably Cauldron, because the Hammer player will have to spend their entire turn on putting Cauldron in, and you just say, nope, exile Cauldron. So basically, the first 3 turns of the Hammer player will be thwarted by a single Leyline Binding.
That's a
Yeah,
Fire Ice.
so that's oh, okay, you can do it this way as well.
Whisper
Sentinel,
Sentinel,
another Stoneforge. Okay.
Stoneforge.
So like Nettlesis maybe, a sword, Shadow Spear.
Okay.
Well,
So Shadow Spear has an interesting role in this matchup because Dwarven Mine chumps a lot, so you need a way to trample over them. So this could also imply you got a lot of hammers in hand, maybe something like Pure Steel Paladin as well.
but that is such a slow draw because you still have to put Caldra in, then you have to play and equip the spear. So it seems like it gives infinite time for the creativity player. And they've got those versatile tools like Leyline Binding, like Teferi bounce the Germ token. So I assume they're pondering whether they want to deploy a 3-drop and not pay for the Sentinel.
Land go. Okay. They have
So they're holding
Fable
up.
Binding to Fairy.
Yeah, they're holding up Binding plus pay the tax. Okay, activation of Stoneforge, Caldra in. Yep, trigger.
Okay. I think I
Okay,
see a
putting the
third
gem.
Stoneforge in hand.
Oh, that's a pet peeve of mine because they're tapping the equipment while attacking. And also
They
the
didn't
token is
attack
behind
with
the equipment.
Sentinel.
And they also tap the blue souls, so they're just saying no spell piece here.
They didn't attack with Sentinel. They didn't leave up blue. That's
They
I
could
mean
have
they
at
could
least
have blue in hand,
pretended.
but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm losing.
Oh, Tapland. Oh, so they're not even going to pay the tax on the binding. So now the hammer player could draw into a spell piece and be unable to
Well,
use it.
I think binding costs 1 now, right?
Oh, okay, because okay, it reduces the cost. Okay, fair enough. So
So you can cast
binding on the
binding. You gotta
stack.
wait for the trigger to be announced first. Do they announce
I
the trigger?
think did they? Okay. Okay.
They're paying 1. Yep. You can pay 1 to prevent that draw. Now you exile the artifact. Yes. No blacksmith skill because that gives hexproof
Yeah.
and indestructible, of course.
So it seems like their draw really heavily leaned on those Stoneforge Mystics.
But they don't. Now they just
So-
lose to creativity. I guess blacksmith skill counters. So they have to have blacksmith skill. They can still have it. You creativity the token. If you have the blacksmith skill, you're okay. They can also have path to exile. They showed us in game 1. They're not going to go for creativity though. This is a smart play. You want to play patient. They could easily have the blacksmith skill or the path. And you want to do on a treasure token, for example.
Yeah, and against this hammer draw, I think you can easily just play, a fair game. Yeah, a bit of Fable, Teferi, bounce something. Did they? Okay. It's like a bit of a delayed trigger with a delayed payment. So they've got the Shadow Spear in hand, which is going to be nigh useless. Okay, Portable Hole on the Goblin. It's not going to be really profitable long term. I assume it was mainly sided in against Ren and 6.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. You play Pure Steel Paladin, which cares about metalcraft, so I don't really mind this as long as you have interaction for um for a creativity.
What I do mind though is the passing of the turn. Because even if they're holding up interaction, this Inkmoth could have been a Shadow Spear deployed, unless they're holding up like Stoneforge put in what? Nettle Cyst?
Could also have mana leak, but
Okay, yeah.
I don't
But
really
then,
know what I feel like Thomas has been too slow. He just can't win now. Okay. Like, this hasn't felt like a Hammer Time draw. This has felt like mono white Death and Taxes. They haven't really
Yep.
done anything that's like
Yep.
Hammer.
Yep, that's fair.
Is that an attack for
Attack
1?
for 1?
Wait, they didn't
Ye
Violent Shadow Spear on the end step, though.
That's true. That's also true. Yeah.
So they have Pure Steel Paladin in hand?
Nah, I
But
think they
now you can
forgot.
fetch Dwarven Mine and double block the Stoneforge Mystic if
They
you
could,
want.
yep.
Okay, second Dwarf, probably gonna double block. I highly
Yep.
doubt that a protection spell will be used on the Stoneforge. It's just a crappy 1/2.
Yeah, and they've got
Limiting
Prismari
magic.
command now and binding, so much interaction. Again, they're passing again. That's not the way to go.
I definitely think, from my Hammer Time experience, you gotta be quick. You gotta get things done. Would have been a mulligan. Again, still, they can't have something like Hollow Moonlight in hand, so I don't think it's the end of the world. They could, you do want to keep interaction against creativity. Oh,
Technically, if you had
attacking
Hallowed
back on the
Moonlight,
turn.
you could have responded to the third chapter of Kiki-Jiki, right? Technically. Oh, you can't do that, right?
Wait, you can't do that. It's 3
Yeah, now
CMC.
the rules are different. To be fair,
Yes.
those rules have changed a million times. Uh, but okay.
Wait, what's happening? Oh, so the
Yes,
problem
they
is
want
the
to
way
take it
Portable
back.
Hole is worded is it's a trigger when it enters the battlefield. So if you target the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, that means the Portable Hole is on the battlefield and you can't
Yeah,
put it back into your hand. Because it's
yeah.
not a spell that targets as an addition as a cost to cast. The trigger, so the Portable Hole should be in play and it has to hit the token. If they're going to use competitive ruling, we'll have to see. Let's wait and see what the judges say. Okay, the
But
token's
yeah,
gone.
double Sentinel against, a 2/2. Creativity is already winning. Okay, Prismari command. I mean, like kill, I guess. Pay, yeah. This is 5 mana, Wrath of God, instant speed. And if you've been holding up mana so long, doing nothing in the Fee of Creativity, yeah.
This is
Ah,
abysmal. You've been
yeah.
scared all game, and your reward is an empty board.
Yep. They're just doing just everything else, and it's working. Now they could just deploy Teferi. And again, oh, there is no Teferi. Oh, they must have discarded it earlier. Oh, attack in. Oh my gosh. Huh. Pass. Okay. So they are punishing Thomas for holding up mana, and they're not even playing that creativity.
Drum
Springleaf
go.
drum pass. Oh my god. Oh.
Okay, this is the third dwarf of mine. One left in the deck.
I mean,
3,
after that drum
6.
pass. Uh,
So I think you just want to keep attacking. That's an Archon off the top. I would still just attack, because you either are saying, look, I'm playing around Mana Leak, and do it for 1. Oh. Okay. So you're going to copy the token on the end step, I guess is what you're saying? I don't know
okay,
why they didn't
finally.
attack with a reflection. Are they going to
We've
copy
got the
on the end?
shadows.
This is just less damage if I'm... This is just strictly less damage. Because if you
Yeah.
attack for 3, you get 3 damage in, and then this turn it would be 3, whereas instead you got 1 and 4, which is 5 damage. So Brandon just lost 1 damage here.
They've got how 4? Oh, they've got 7 mana now.
So I guess, yeah, just hardcast
Someone's checking
Archon?
on the clock on their watch. Should
No.
I make it go longer or not? Okay, creativity. Double target the goblin. It's weird because Brandon has been waiting the whole game, and now they're walking into a mana leak.
Yes, but it's playing around Spell Pierce.
That's fair.
What's this?
Containment priest? Is that really? I think it's a containment priest.
Oh,
Oh, hold
binding.
priority.
Yeah, that
Oh,
works.
Did they pay the mana? Or they just did it and said, well?
No, no, they paid. They had 2 up for Spell Pierce, now they only have 1.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. Okay. I missed it. I have no idea why they would be looking over to the other binding.
That's game
Okay.
over. Yeah.
Yep.
That is 4-color creativity crushing Hammer Time. I think this
Woof, that
match was
was
definitely down to
something.
read the full card, make sure your deck's doing what you want to be doing. Uh, well played by both players. Interesting game. What do you think about that match?
Well, it's an interesting start to the day. Um, we had to brush up a bit on our judge knowledge, so that's something, right? But I think the biggest takeaway is that creativity nowadays can play literally like a control deck with very very versatile answers. So even if the hammer player had put a bit more pressure, the creativity player had all the answers all the way. You know, Prismary commands, Leyline bindings, Teferis.
Honestly, I feel like that match, definitely, both players were just very afraid of each other. The creativity player was extremely afraid of the random things that the Azorius Hammer player could do, and the Azorius Hammer player every single turn assumed the worst for the creativity player, and both players ended up staring at each other. And the flipped Fable is the one thing that managed to attack because they played it on the early game. I think that what I would come about it is that both players, you gotta be more aggressive, play your deck how they're designed. Because at the end
Yeah,
of the day, you need to
yeah,
win the game and not
and
stare at your
manage
opponent.
your resources differently because, like, they, for example, pathed the flipped Fable, right, which didn't have
Yes.
haste. Yeah. So so game two they played around creativity as much as they possibly could, while game one they just wasted a path on a Fable. So that was weird, like a weird inconsistency.
Yes.
Unless game one taught them to be a bit more cautious, and then the end result was that they were overly cautious.
Anyways, we're getting confirmation now from Anu if we have a backup feature match. He'll be letting us know. But while we're here, guess we gotta do a story time or something. Do you have any interesting magic stories, or should I go?
Yeah, you can start.
Ooh. Okay, I'll tell a story similar to the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So we saw
Yeah.
Fable, missed counter. This goes a long way back. I played a Teen Trios event, I would say in 2017. It was Legacy, Modern, and Standard. And at that time, I had to be put in the Standard seat. It was when Red Black Chain Whirler was a thing with Bomet Couriers and all that.
Oh, with
Anyways,
vehicles,
I
right?
crushed. Hmm?
In the format. The vehicles Sahili Rai format, right?
I think, see, I'm not too sure. But it was when Red Black Chain Whirler was a big thing. I think it was Magic 25, 5 years ago, 2017, yeah. And my legacy player, it was just when I believe was it Deathrite Shaman got banned, and he was playing against Mono White Death and Taxes. He was playing Abzan Delver. No, not Abzan Delver. Sorry. Uh, what is it? Sultai Delver. That's it. That's the word. And he was playing Grim Flare and all this junk. He was playing Liliana of the Last Hope, and basically it was game three, and he had the Liliana Last Hope in play. The Death and Taxes player is essentially top decking, and he draws a card, plays a Mother of Runes, and passes back. My friend's like, okay, untap draw. I'll plus my Liliana the Last Hope on your Mother of Runes. It has summoning sickness, so it dies. Um, and there's a Rest in Peace in play, so the Mother of Runes goes into exile, whatever. He plays his land, says go. His opponent untap draws, plays an Aether Vial, passes back the turn. And as my teammate is untapping his lands, um, I go, oh, Liliana the Last Hope's meant to be on 4 loyalty, and it was on 1, because I think he bumped it as he was going to draw a card.
Yep.
And the opponent is like, oh, that means you minused it and not plussed it on my on my Mother of Runes. And we're all like to him,
Oh,
like, what? He's like, yeah, you paid -2 to -2 the Liliana, and you didn't actually plus on my my mother runes to kill it. And we're all just looking, we're like, what are you talking about? He goes, Judge. Judge comes over and he's like, my opponent -2 this planeswalker, saying that he was intending to kill my mother runes, but instead -2'd it. So I'm like, what the? So we're all like, what the heck? No, we literally said plus on your mother of runes. It went into exile. So we have this long discussion with the judge, and I don't know what was going on with this judge's head, but he actually rewound the game to
Oh.
-2 the Liliana, even though there's a rest in peace in play, and the -2 is mill
Wow.
2 and return a creature to your hand. I don't know where the judge thought we would -2 a Liliana the Last Hope with a rest in peace in play and a summoning sick mother runes in play. But yes, the judge actually did that. So
Wow.
yeah, that is probably my biggest tilt or judge ruling. That was obviously the last match of the team trio, so we're trying to bank on my teammate to win. And luckily, somehow, I think he drew Fatal Push. I think so. Then he could go plus on your mother runes with Liliana, then Fatal Push it, and then we won the game because the Death and Taxes player was on top deck mode and he like ripped like 2 Wastelands and a Plains off the top or something. But yeah, that was defo a tilter.
So I think I've got like one judge tilter, and that was when my opponent drew a card for the turn too fast, and it should have been still my turn. And when the judge was called, I told them that they drew, a card, let's say too early. And so what they did is the judge just told the player to put a card back on top. And I said, well, we don't know which card that was, right? And they said, no problem. So that player just put a card from their hand on top. We just had to believe that was the card, and we played on. And it was like such a weird ruling because normally you get like a Thoughtseize effect, or you have to somehow prove something. And no, the opponent just put something on top, and I had no idea what that was, which might as well could have been a dead land, and they kept like an interaction spell in their hand. So that was certainly weird. But I think there was no head judge to appeal to, or I was not in the mood to appeal. But I would have appealed.
Okay, so we have word from Anu. We need some time to set up for the next round, so we're going to be having a short break for you lot. Please stick around. As soon as we have people shuffling up playing Magic, we'll be showing you them playing Magic here at Magic 30 for the Modern Qualifier for tomorrow. Thank you so much, and we'll catch you shortly.
See you in a bit.
Oh yeah, and then the other thing too is you guys are muted in this scene, so you guys are free to technically chat, whatever. I will be able to hear it. Although I can hear myself again, which is super weird. Hi everybody, I am not focused on you guys right now. My tech issues are always something that I gotta figure out. So where am I getting feedback? Let me see if I do this, because I was just, hello? Huh, weird, I am hearing myself twice. Are you guys hearing me twice on the stream? Okay, looks like everybody else is fine, so I guess I'm fine then too. I'll just have to talk with my own voice in my ear, which now that I think about it must be super painful, because I guess I could just take my headphones off. That would also work. Oh, wow. Mental clarity. The voice in my head is now gone. But you guys still hear me, so you guys are not in the camp. Thank you guys for everybody being here. We just finished round one. So as a heads up, there were a couple technical issues getting in. Basically, it was a time crunch where normally when I have 2 hours, I can get everything set up. I can cross my T's, dot my I's, but today I didn't get like a press pass or anything like that. I kind of just I'll be very honest with you, I kind of just strong-armed my way into doing all this stuff. Jared Silva, if you ever see Jared Silva, buy that guy a drink, give him a big hug. Coverage here is literally only possible because Jared Silva, I've got a very good working relationship with him, and every time he's the one who, lets me stream Paper Magic for you guys. So also, thanks to Jared too, we also have a backup batch too, so I don't know, let Jared, share some love for Jared on Twitter and things like that. Time has just been called, we're 4 minutes into time right now on the clock. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the tournament structure as we brace for the next round. As a heads up, next round we're gonna have 2 sweet feature matches. The first will be Nikachu, AKA, Nikachu. Nikachu doesn't really need an introduction, I'll be very honest. But Nikachu is going to be our primary feature match. I guess playing Merfolk, if there's a world where Nikachu goes turn 1, turn 2 Ren and 6 or something, I will probably lose my shit, but that's fine. And then our backup feature match will be Soul Malka, and we'll try to time shift that so we can catch as much of it as possible, or at least from the start of a game, 2 or 3, depending on how much time we have left in the round, which means I'm definitely milking my casters for all the value that I could possibly get. Don't tell them that, and I'll pretend like they can't hear me anyways. But yeah, the tournament structure for today is quite simple. 255 player cap means 8 rounds of Magic, 8 rounds of Modern, and this is a qualifier event. What might these players be qualifying for? Well, it's a great thing. Tomorrow, Sunday, is a 32 player championship event here at Magic 30, and the players are going to do 2 rounds of Modern, and then there's a beta draft. So that's what they're playing to qualify for. Who gets to play in these events? Well, this isn't the only qualifier event. If you were here yesterday, you remember there was another qualifier event, also 8 rounds. The top 8 of that event, the top 8 of this event, and the top 8 of 2 other Modern qualifier events, that's 8 times 4, that's 32, quick math. They all make it into this final beta draft championship event. Tomorrow, I believe it's single elimination for the first 2 rounds of Swiss Modern, so you go 32 to 16 to 8, and then 3 rounds of beta draft. And as far as I can tell right now, draft is going to be streamed by Wizards. Not 100% sure, which means I get time to do Vegas things and also watch the beta draft. Actually, this is a really interesting question for chat I wanted to ask. I was having dinner with Spike last night, Flex, and Spike was like, if I streamed the beta draft, do you guys think I get 5,000 viewers watching somebody open fresh, like freshly ground pepper? Do you think I get 5,000 views? I was telling Spike I don't think it's actually possible, and he was like, nah, you just gotta believe. Let me put out a couple tweets. And so we made a bet. I said $100, and I gave him 3-to-1 odds because I was so confident. That I don't know, 5,000 is a huge number. You'd like to watch it? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Because beta is just iconic. Hey, what's up?
Oh yeah.
I did talk to. If you want that mic over there, technically you just turn it on and you'll be in the feed as well. And sorry, just the Rode mic.
The Rode mic.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
What do we do here?
There's a power button, and then once this thing turns on.
My whole setup doesn't have a lapel mic.
And I made a knot here. Yeah, here you go. Well,
Excellent. All right. Welcome, everyone. I hope you all enjoy the stream. You're getting some modern live content. That's what everyone wants. You
Yeah.
can barely see it anymore. No one's providing it except on this stream. So make sure you're liking, subbing, all the good stuff.
you're here at this table,
Follow.
by the way, next round. I talked to Jared, by the way. I think first round, he just didn't get my text earlier.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so
They probably got a lot of text. This tournament is a mess.
he's so busy. He's so busy. Like, this is one thing I realized. I have TO'd a 32-person event before, and it was an absolute shitstorm. There were so
Yeah.
many things I had to manage.
Not easy.
All the questions, all the things. And this guy over there casually just like, admittedly, he's got like years of experience like running the Star City game circuit. He's got like 500 players here, 2 separate events, and he's just like juggling everything. The fact that yesterday, despite all the issues that, so like, well, I'll just give you full context. You've
Right.
seen the pairings, right?
Yes.
And in the pairings, you know that you don't have your opponent's full last name. Your full last name's not there. They shorten it down to 2 characters.
Right, yes.
Right. So yeah, so just to clarify, right? It's not Anurag Das, it's Anurag Da, right? It's not
Yeah.
Jonathan Jackson, it's Jonathan Za,
there
right?
could be 2 Anurag Das.
Yeah.
You know?
So what do you do then? Or like in the case of the last round, like, Brandon Todd, that's a very,
Yeah.
that's a very common, yeah.
Could be.
So that like the data that starts, these judges were given by the sign up service completely just like messed up. I don't even blame the judges here. I just think like
It also sounded like the names that they got were the person who paid for the event.
I heard about that too.
Because they were asking me, did you pay for it or did someone else? So
Yeah.
I guess it's assumed.
They just like imported from credit card information. or
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that.
What a silly thing.
Which is
Whatever.
like any judge here would know to not do that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's not the tournament organizer's fault. It's got to be like whoever.
It's like ReadPop. I think it's
Yeah.
ReadPop or whatever
Yeah.
external party that they use. And like this is ReadPop's first time. I don't know if, like what the future is with them, but I assume. Is there like a chair we could steal for you? Because I know you're sort of leaning forward. I know that might be uncomfortable, but
That's okay. Well, we do what we can right now.
but yes, I do, Vic. I do have a code, and I have no idea. It might be draw 2. I don't know. I don't know what my code is. It's somewhere on. I'll have to find it at some. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold up. Do I have it? I might just be fucking cracked out of my mind. Hold up. Hold up. Just wait. I promise it'll work. Aha!
Boom! Look at the quality of the stream.
My code's not on here though.
Oh no!
Oh wait. Discord's live. My bad. Hot mic. All right. If you guys were saying some shit, I didn't hear it, but chat did. So sorry, Harry. I just put you 2 on the spot without
Oh god.
doing my work like that. Yeah, they must have been being like, oh, mad shit
I
about
thought that was us.
that. No. Well, all right. Back to us. Anyways, what that means is if you're gonna go to the Magic Summit and you'd like to support me, honestly, like I'm so far away. Like there's an affiliate code that I do have. I have to post it at some point. There's so much shit going on that I can't even like think
You
about.
gotta do it quick. It's only a week and a half away.
It's really
But
close.
Magic Summit is gonna be amazing.
Are you gonna be there?
No, only because I had a huge vacation already. Like for the
okay,
last
okay.
2 weeks, I'm finishing my vacation here.
Oh, okay.
But they approached me. I love their event. I think it's
Yes.
an amazing, great event. What they're gonna pull off, it's gonna be the best event. I mean, who knows? Like, maybe it's gonna beat Magic 30. you know?
I have talked to Kingdoms TV, who is running the event. Carlos is the organizer, and his vision for the future is remarkable. That's
Yes.
one thing that I really like. I don't necessarily mind failing on vision, but what I do love to see is like ambition and like making things work, not taking no for an answer, like pushing forward
Yeah.
and pushing hard. I'm sure he's been working super hard on everything to put together, and it's been a lot. So it's going to be a good time. I will also be doing this ideally there. I'll be streaming Legacy and Modern, and so that should be fun because they have 2 5Ks ish
Yes.
that they're running, and that'll be a good time. Brandon Sanderson's going to be there. Do you watch any League of Legends or anything like that?
No, I know it's a game.
Yeah.
That's much I know. And people complain about people on their party. That's what everything I know about League of
Yeah,
Legends.
most toxic game.
I got a noob on my team. What the hell?
It's me. I know I look really nice and kind on the outside. I was telling Spike last night, like I am, when it comes to like League of Legends, I'm not nice. That's all I've learned. I'm not nice. What I was going to say was, but League of Legends personality Travis Gafford
Yes.
is somehow coming to the summit. Just got an invite. And to me, that's a big deal because like seeing Magic and like League of Legends like have that crossover, whether
Yeah.
it's like, so Pastry Time, he's another League of Legends caster that plays a lot of like Eternal Magic.
Yeah.
Thought that was super cool. And then there was also the Arcane crossover, which I thought was super, I don't know, worlds colliding is always super nice. So That's
It's always very interesting.
that's my tenet. What is the summit? Well, the summit is going to be. It's like, how would you even describe it? It's almost like a Magic Fest, but like.
They're making like the ultimate Magic convention.
Yeah.
You love your favorite. Like, what's a big part of Magic that generates it is the content creators, and they made sure they had like everyone. Basically, every single content creator on the face of the earth is going to be there. So you get to meet all your favorite celebrities. They're going to encourage. They're going to have millions of artists, so you can get your favorite cards signed, and they're going to have tons of events, tons and unlimited events that they have. So they're really, and they're going to make a really nice, comfortable experience.
And I'm looking forward to that. And honestly, it's like the first of its kind. And so like, no matter what happens, I think this weekend will change the type of content that we as consumers can expect to see.
Yes,
because
I hope they raise the bar super high.
right, exactly. And like, judging from what I've heard, I kind of like, I'm talking like taking the content from that weekend and turning it into like Magic reality shows and shit like that. Like, those are like cool like key phrases, but like, he's got a plan, he's got a vision, so I'm pretty excited about it. And I don't even know if I'm allowed to say any of this stuff, but now you guys know, so it's going to be pretty hyped. Yeah, it's going to be in Salt Lake City in Utah, which is, I think that's Mountain Time.
It's slightly different from Vegas time, that's all I know.
Okay, yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I didn't realize that Vegas was on the West Coast. I thought it was like Mountain Time as well, so who knows? I don't know anyone who lives in, no, that's not true. A lot of people live in Denver. All right, guys.
All right, take care. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
And hopefully on the feature match.
Yeah. By the way, you are playing, actually, yeah, no, never mind. All right, we'll figure it out later. Guys,
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll take another quick break. I'm pretty sure I broke his legs because the poor guy was just like squatting the whole time, so, good to get cardio at a Magic event. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a little bit, and then hopefully round 2 will be live and we'll have a backup match in addition to the primary featuring Mikachu. It's gonna be pretty sweet, all right? Sweet, see ya.
Modern event. We are here going into round 2, and we will have Nikachu here on in the main feature match. And Skura, who do we have on in the backup feature match?
We've got Sol Malka, who's the creator and pioneer of Green Black Rock. He's created the deck, he has named the deck, and he'll be piloting Junt Saga.
Yes, and for those Nikachu fans, we're going to be having Merfolk on in the main feature match. The Merfolk deck. Nikachu tweeted out on his Twitter if you want to see the exact deck list. We cannot give it to you because it's a closed deck list event, but we're going to be watching some very cool magic. We don't know what Nikachu's opponent is on. We are getting that now as soon as we can when they shuffle up and start playing. But for now, we got to wait and see what happens. Are you a Merfolk believer?
I'm not. However, I've seen it really pick up in popularity recently, thanks to Vodalian Hexcatcher, and also this kind of like tempo-y free spelly approach with like subtleties, with the fonts, because you can recoup the card advantage with Svalin. So, and of course, Silver Jill Adept. So I've really been interested in the free spell approach, and actually, they play fonts, they play subtleties, they play sometimes like chalices of being very prisony, main or side. We also know M. Hayashi, popular MTGO player, who's like playing around with like those mono blue tempo-ish decks. Now I'm really curious if we see any fairy conclaves. That's something I've seen on and off. But in general, not really. You have to
Yeah,
have
I definitely
like
think that the Merfolk deck is starting to become way more streamlined, lower to the ground. Mono 2 drops, and then you're just looking at that 3 mana Merfolk. I think it's called like. Oh, okay, so we've just got some confirmation we're not having Nikachu on. There's been a mix up from the event organizer's side. We sadly don't have Nikachu in the feature match, but we're going to be having random decks this time. We also will get some information on the backup feature if we even have that this round, but we're going to be going into this blind. What do you think is a deck that would do well in this style of tournament, Skewer? What would you bring?
like if I had to play this today, I would play Murktide, because like it has had the target on its head for a long time, but I think now it's a bit less so. And also with the Yorion ban, there is less of 4-color, which I wouldn't want to play against, really. However, if I had a bit more time, I would play Breach. So the deck I said is my like favorite deck now. But I don't have enough experience, so I would just get caught up, forgetting the lines and messing up the sequencing probably.
Which variation of Breach would you go
Oh,
for?
so probably that the straight up Jeskai Breach with like Splash Teferi, like two Teferi's main deck and rest is blue red. I've seen these like Renin 6 instead of Ledger builds, but Ledger has been excellent for me, helping with the aggressive draws, also just blocking, filtering through. So, and would you bring Scales?
No chance. If I was coming here, I'd borrow whatever deck I could get. Now, for those lore lovers, in the back over Corey's shoulder, I think I see.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I've
Oh,
forgotten his
yes.
name. Is it Ben?
Yes,
Ben
I
Sek?
think it
Is
is.
it Ben Sek?
Yep. Yep. I'll just double check the name, but yeah, I've also recognized them.
But yeah, here in the feature match, Tyler D, Corey C. We're gonna begin what they're playing. I'm trying to see if I can see any cards that they're shuffling. If you see, put it in the Twitch chat. But it's gonna be an interesting match of Magic. Which shirt would you go for? The Notorious Squee or the Dragon Ball Z? they rhymes. I think I
I
gotta go Corey shirt. He's balling. Dragon Ball represent. I don't
Okay, so
actually
I'm taking the
watch
Squee
Dragon
then.
Ball, but
Okay, so I'm Team Squee, you're Team Dragon Ball.
yeah. Maybe this
Rot-
opinion will change once we see the decks, but I'm hoping for a explosive match of Magic the Gathering here.
Okay, so Tyler is shuffling. Let's see if I can like take a peek. I think there was like a chromatic sphere,
Oh, we gonna see some Tron
and
potentially.
then it would put me as the person who's rooting for Tron. Well, cute sleeves though. But what's that?
I don't know. Look, I'm a sort of smiley face emoji. I
It's
don't
like
know.
it says team something.
Oh, it
Team
says.
bubble.
Oh, I'm actually colorblind. I can't read that.
Oh, so yeah, so
Genuinely,
at
I
the
can't
top
read.
it's like purple team, pink team, and it says something bubble or bubble maybe. So yeah, something bath related. Scrubbing bubbles. Chat tells me. Okay, scrubbing bubbles. Is that a thing? Is that like a? Is a detergent? Okay. Well, that's a niche reference to have on your magic sleeves, I guess. Okay, let me just Google that now. Yeah, it is. Maybe they're sponsored or something. Tyler D, the proud representative of scrubbing bubbles.
I think that's a 7 for Tyler on the high roll. That's a 6 for Corey. Oh, it's a tie. 7-7.
I can't read those dice really.
I think that's 6. Can
And
Corey get higher than a 6? Wait, what happened?
No idea.
Oh,
Okay, but they're
I have
presenting
no
the deck.
clue who's
Okay.
going first.
Okay, no companions revealed. I'm really curious if Karuga is going to really show this weekend, because it's been all
Fun
online, right? Also, it's Burn on the right,
Ooh.
and I can't
Yeah, I'm
see
with
the
Corey. Screw it. I'm with the Dragon Ball. Match him with the burn. He's
Okay,
gonna
more.
Kamehameha Tyler out of this game.
Ooh, Grixis Breach. Okay, easy. Okay, so that's easy Tyler D for me then.
Okay, so I think Grixis Breach is actually really badly positioned against Burn, right? Because you do have
Yeah,
4 Unholy Heat, you have Ragavans, but Eidolon is a big problem. And Corey is going to be really quick.
Yep. So you probably have like 5 removal spells main deck, because they usually play 4 heat and a 5th removal spell, and also like 1 ether spellbomb maybe. So that's a
And
way,
yeah,
but yeah, it's really annoying.
Grape Shot too.
Yeah, if they play, I can see Pact of Negation. What? Maybe that's a different breach. Maybe that's through the breach or something.
Oh.
Why Pact of Negation? Yeah, that's Pact of Negation on the right? Oh, nice delta.
I can't see. I'm going to be honest. I can't see.
Oh, maybe this is like Wishclaw Talisman type of breach. That would be interesting. And then it's even worse against Eidolon, but... Yeah, but something tells me it could be this Wishclaw. Yeah, on the money. Easy. Yeah, something about that Delta Pact of Negation, foil onslaught told me it has to be Wishclaw. Okay, fetch.
Doesn't want the talisman.
Yeah, I mean, while I'm being excited here, I think that's going to be a really bad matchup for Tyler. But on the other hand, you have to be ready for Burn, right? There is no way you're playing a deck that's bad against Burn, I think.
Oh, this is that Dredge card. It's like, look at the top 3. You can put them in your graveyard and back on top in any order or something.
Nice. Yeah, so they can decide how many of the 3 they put on top or into the graveyard, and it has flashback, which is huge because it can dig you like six cards deep, especially if you have graveyard synergies. There is a wish in the graveyard. So if you've got
Called
actual wish.
Otherworldly Gaze, for those wondering. Otherworldly Gaze.
Okay, so they also ditched Inquisition, and I think the second card from the right is Echoing Truth main deck. And also they've got Guru Island signed, so yeah, nice deck. Or it might be a Twiddle. That was my second thought. So it's either Echoing Truth or Twiddle. Okay, I saw Gemstone Caverns. They're holding the deck too close to their chest. I can't see. They're fetching main phase, it seems. Tapped. And okay, Serum Visions. Wow, that's okay. I have to root for Breach. I mean, I see this deck on and off, and it's really a shame it's not played more.
To be honest, that's a really tight play by Tyler. You're gonna scry land to the top. You know
Yeah.
you want to tap land. You know bluffing doesn't do much against burn. Fetch your tap land now.
Yeah,
Scry
and
your
there is
land to the top.
yeah,
Let him
and there is
attack.
no way Cory doesn't attack with Goblin, so you're getting a free card basically. Oh, trigger. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
nice.
So this is Grix's Lotus Field.
Yeah, twiddle. They're going to be twiddling.
Oh, Twiddle Storm. Okay.
Okay, it's going to be red. So technically, they could try to go off now, right? Float double blue, Lotus, and just go to town. And there is no Eidolon.
I wonder what you can wish. Okay,
Yeah,
they're
we
going
have no
for it.
idea. Oh,
Here we go.
okay. They use beta basics to show the mana they add. I mean, that's just style. And I personally, as a huge beta basics fan, yeah, this is boop, sacrifice. Yeah, Twiddle Storm.
Yeah, this is defo favored against burn. Actually, no, that's not true. You get Eidolon down. There's like probably hardly any removal in the Twiddle deck. Okay,
Okay,
Twiddle.
twiddling. Triple blow.
Okay.
Now we don't know what the payoff really is. This could be Grape Shot, it could be Thassa's Oracle.
That must be Storm Count.
Yeah. So Storm is going to be relevant, so probably Grape Shot. Unless they're bluffing. They could be bluffing. They could just count Storm.
Ooh.
Okay, Talisman. So this Talisman could find another Twiddle, but okay, another Twiddle. Okay, Beta Twiddle, that's
Wow.
nice.
Wow.
That's turn 3 on the play.
Come on. Come on,
Okay.
Tyler.
Let's go. And there is this Pact of Negation in hand, which is not going to be useful. Okay,
So you're giving Cory the Wish Claw Talisman, which is a bit...
he has to
annoying,
finish the
but
game now, I guess.
You still have the Wish, so... If you twiddle, you go up to 5, then you go to 2.
Cory's
I
at
wonder what's in
18.
his sideboard.
Oh,
Wait, no, now you get
nice.
twiddle. Oh gosh.
Yep. Oh my god.
This must be game over.
Wow. Awesome.
Wow. Underworld Breach, giving all cards in Tyler's graveyard escape 3 with the converted mana cost. Wow.
Yeah. And also it synergizes with the lands you sacrifice with Lotus, because you get 2 cards to exile to escape. Okay, twiddle. Each twiddle nets you 2 mana. Well, I guess I was lucky to have chosen Tyler as my favorite. And I'm really sorry, Tyler, if you're going to rewatch this, to have put you on Tron earlier. Okay, Mountain. Okay, Wish. Okay, so they're now actually wishing for something.
What's the storm count? Because you might just be able to grape shot.
I think it's less than... Oh, Tome Scour.
Oh, mill for 5. Wow. Tome Scour yourself, mill yourself for 5. That's lethal. Because you can Tome Scour...
So you can keep recasting Tome Scour if you have the blue. So you
So
can
what
Tome...
he's doing is he's casting Tome Scour, paying 3, twiddling, paying... Well, exiling 3, twiddle. Then you Tome Scour, then you twiddle. Then you Tome Scour, then you
exactly.
twiddle till you get Grape Shot, and you Grape Shot. So
Wow,
or
that's
you just
clean.
go till you find one grape shot and you double grape shot. It either works.
And Tyler clearly knows what his deck does. He's moving pretty fast.
There it
Okay,
is.
there is grape shot. Yeah, you can see that Tyler is moving like with purpose. So he's not like fiddling around. Okay, so I guess Tyler's explaining. Now, if he explains it now, he won't have to explain it for the next two games, so it's best to get this clear now.
I think Corey's more worried about what's in your deck. So
Oh, there was a Thoughtseize. So, and earlier I saw Inquisition. So there is some interaction. For example, Eidolon. You can answer it preemptively with this card. Also, you could technically, for example, tap their land on turn 2 with Twiddle, right?
yeah, I guess so.
And then prevent Eidolon coming down if you are sure that otherwise you're in a good position. There was also Echoing Truth. And I'm curious how much of his sideboard is dedicated to the Wish and how much can actually be sided in. Because, like, if I'm not mistaken, with mono green in Pioneer, like, most of the sideboard doesn't get sided in, right? I know you play mono green. It's like
Yeah, I would
10
be
or
surprised if they dedicate more than 4 cards for boarding, but with Modern having more degenerate strategies like creativity and whatnot, I'm interested to see that. I would assume only counter spells in the sideboard, things like Mystical Dispute or
yeah,
Negate.
yeah, Fluster,
whatever.
spell pieces. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe some graveyard hate, like maybe they have like, I don't know, 3 Soul Guide Lanterns, so you can get 1 Soul Guide Lantern with the Wish, and then you can board in 2 or something like this.
Yeah. So I assume Tyler is siding out the pacts because it's not about that type of interaction. And also he could have like 2-3 fatal pushes, and I think he will, specifically for Eidolon. Yeah,
Yeah,
Roiling
so
Vortex, very good.
I think the
So
Burn player kind of mulligans to Eidolon, to be honest. It's
or
like
to
playing
Vortex
against
maybe,
Blue-Red Gift Storm.
because you could have like the Rip or Vortex or Eidolon, right? So you've got plenty of good 2-drops.
Yeah, you need a heavy hitter. You can't just cast burn spells and win most
Yeah.
likely. I guess on the play you could have like triple Swift Sphere, triple Bolt. That's not that bad. But like, unless it's the absolute burn nut draw, I expect aggressive mulligans here from Corey.
Yeah. And I think Tyler either keeps a fast hand that kills on turn 3, or a quite interactive hand that can prolong it. Because to be fair, a single fatal push could give him like a turn or more. Now, those burn sideboards sometimes contain cards like Deafening Silence, or that's one I've seen a few times. Maybe Warrenter to kill off the Wishclaw Talisman, or okay, Wishclawing, that's not a good target, but Underworld Breach. So burn could be really interactive post-board, which could be a trap, right? Because then you open your hand and you've got all the reactive things.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, to be honest, Corey's probably going to have 4 to 6 cards in the matchup. I think he's going to want to be faster. If you're boarding out cards as Corey, I assume you don't want things like Skullcrack, Searing Blaze, things like this. Obviously, Tyler's not going to be playing Ragavan in the Twiddle Storm deck or things like Ledger Shredder. You don't want any creature removal, so...
Yeah, you could trim on like Lava Spikes, or maybe Wraith Bolts, for example, which are quite slow.
I definitely think it's going to be the 2-drop instance. I think you want to keep everything 1 mana in the deck. Just got to have as much damage as possible and not as much clunk. Because I don't... Yeah, like, I don't know about why is Roiling Vortex good? I understand the 5 damage for no mana, but Tyler is paying mana for everything, right? Or was that not suggested?
Yeah, I saw Mishra's bubbles, so that's one. But yeah, actually, yeah, that might be maybe not good enough.
I guess Underworld Breach for the baubles is decent, but I'm just thinking like tap out.
Yeah,
Whatever.
no, you're right, you're right. Yeah.
So we want premiums from Corey, and for Tyler, you want at least. I think a slow hand is only justifiable if you have 2 interactive spells, but to be honest, I don't think anything is really justifiable for Tyler apart from this hand is going to combo turn 4, turn 5-ish. I think that's probably his general mulligan plan. This works turn 4, turn 5-ish. Probably good enough.
Yeah.
Does the Storm trigger Roiling Vortex? No, because Storm says copy it and Roiling Vortex says cast. So
Yeah.
I would assume no. Don't take me 100%, but Storm is defo copy, and I think Roiling Vortex is cast.
Yeah. As far as I know, it works just as you're saying.
I don't think you want Pact of Negation against Burn, because Pact of Negation costs 5 mana on your upkeep, and most things you want to counter from Burn are in their turn. Sure, you could assume Burn's playing Surgical, but that's very narrow. Here's a Goblin Guide revealing the top card of the library. That's a Watery Grave, drawing Tyler an extra card. Don't forget, he's on the draw, so if he doesn't play a spell turn 1, he'll have to discard.
And I can see a Lotus. I think that was a Breach, Serum Visions. What's the Gaze? That's a Gaze. So he could Gaze main phase, not clean up, and also set up the top for the guide. So that would be
Yeah, I like this
pretty
a lot.
good. Okay, similar thing with Serum Visions. Although he's got plenty of lands in Seams, so technically he's going to draw a land of guide, but
I think
it's
he
not
still
going
has
to
to
be
discard
wasteful.
with Serum Visions. It replaces itself,
Ah!
right? Oh, he has a Bauble. Okay. Bauble works.
Draw of Bubble. Okay, so of Bubble they drew the card they scried on top. So guide might or might not hit.
It was an Underworld Breach. Okay, Corey needs a heavy hitter. We need to see a card here that wins the game, or will win the game if Tyler does not answer it. Or we need to see some insane pressure from Corey to put him in a good position.
I saw a Skewer in the Burns hand. So they could go like, I think a Swift Spear as well. But they're holding the card so close. A Mountain? So I think it will be like a Swift Spear, Bash, second main, Skewer. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Okay, so they triggered. Easy. Always have it. Take one, Skewer you. Yeah.
That is rough for Corey.
So there is no key to drop, as you said, right?
And even using Skewer there feels even worse. Because Skewer is a card that you cast alongside other burn. It's like not and that was that 2 cards in hand for Corey? Oh no, that's like 3 or 4. Okay. Gonna say. Okay, we're probably gonna fetch a basic. There's the basic island. What are we gonna see from Tyler? What do you expect?
I think he's going to take one more turn interacting. Setting up. Yeah, exactly. Because he thinks, okay, well, I want to win on turn 3, doing my best to try to win on turn 3. However, he's on the draw. So if he were on the play, maybe that would have worked. But now, he's at 10. Okay. So it's 3 damage already on the battlefield, plus burn, plus prowess. I don't think Tyler's going to be staying alive after this turn. Unless they've got some...
This is good, yeah.
So as you said, Corey has got potentially the turn 3 kill. Which is a good replacement for a 2-drop. If there's a 2-drop now,
this is
could also be
Skullcrack,
okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Or
He has to
healer?
count if it's lethal. So Skullcrack down to 6. Okay, Lightning Helix, that also works. They
Plus
go down to
skewer?
6. 4 damage. So there has to be another burn spell.
Yeah, skewer.
Wait,
That skewer?
that was a Skullcrack. What? Wasn't that a Skullcrack?
How did he cast that?
Yeah, I think that's a Skullcrack, but
It is.
uh,
He just cast Lightning Helix Skullcrack
what? What
with
happened?
3 mana.
What?
Huh? I think he
Wait,
had
no.
skewer. I think he had skewer in hand and he cast the wrong card. Because I
Oh,
said many times, I see skewer in his hand. I see skewer in his hand. So I think he just put the
revealed
wrong
the wrong
card on the
card.
table.
Okay. So I'm
That
really
is
not sure what
some sleight of hand.
I'm really not sure what the magic rules are, because in poker, what you say is more important than what you do, right? And I'm not sure what's the case in magic. Like, what's
Well,
more
it's clear.
important?
If Tyler goes, that's not a skewer, you go, oh wait, I have it in hand. You call the judge, and the judge will just rule as a in Corey's favor. He's not cheating, right? He has lethal. It's fine. It was clearly not. It's down to the intention. Anyways, looking into the backup feature match, we do apologize. There's a bit of glare. Anu's working his hardest on it, but don't forget this is a pop-up feature match. It's not a big production like what WotC have, so we're going to be working on it best as I can as we see Amulet Titan fighting against Rakdos Scam. I believe that's a Grief with a +1/+1 and counter it from Undying, with a Knight's Whisper going on the stack to draw 2 cards and lose 2 life.
Yeah, but there is. So the question is whether there is a blood moon.
Oh, sorry, we just got some info. That's a Ragavan with a counter on it, not a Grief. That's a Ragavan.
Is there a
with
blood
Grief.
moon at the bottom there? Okay, now there is a blood moon. Okay. Okay, pop
Okay.
relic.
Relic should be exiled. It's an additional cost to be exiled, so
Yeah, it
I
says
don't
on the
think it
card
matters.
exile relic, which shouldn't be relevant.
Okay. Yeah, Relic should be exiled. Here we go. Dryad.
Okay, so timestamp wise, this Dryad now makes the lands actually add any mana. Okay, we're back. Ooh,
Oh,
let's go.
what? How do you fit that in your board? Well, this is probably instant GG for Tyler. You're going to need a lot of prowess or Eidolon from Corey's side. There are ways to work around Leyline of Sanctity, so it's not the end of the world. But you're probably going to get in a spot with Corey putting prowess creatures on the board and bolting himself to attack. That's the only
Yeah,
true way you can work around Leyline.
maybe they've sided in like Huerta to get rid of the breach, and now incidentally they will get rid of the leyline. That's another way.
Potentially.
Also, even without the ley line, on the play you could kill on turn 3 and be good. So now with ley line, I think he's a clear favorite. Okay. Probably fetch shock creature. And I can see Echoing Truth and Gaze in Tyler's hand. So it means that he's got more digging and more interaction. Yeah, Guide, Trigger, Twiddle.
Twiddle.
So he could do the make the play I talked about, right? So he could, play a land, tap Corey's land to prevent any Eidolon from coming down, and then win on turn 3. Okay, no such play being made, and no Eidolon is being deployed.
Wow.
In response, I'm gazing. Oh, they could gaze like double land on top. I think there was a bubble.
I think if it's not a land, you might be tempted to bin it all, and you need a Lotus to win the game. If you don't have Lotus, you want to dig for it. There's a gemstone mine. There's a Lotus. Wow. That was a blind Lotus off the top.
Yeah, they've got a twiddle in hand. I think double twiddle, actually.
Okay.
So this might be it. A
Bobble off the
bubble.
top.
Bubble is meh, because you don't actually get the card back yet. Unless they slow play, because they might as well wait one more turn, right? Although, Huerta, the part which destroys enchantments, costs only a single white, right? So they could theoretically end step kill Leyline, untap. But still, you'd have to have 13 damage. So I think that Tyler could just play it slow. He's counting. I can see, yeah, those fingers counting the mana probably.
Well,
Gemstone
he's just gonna have
couplings.
to say go. Is that Brazen Borrower I see in hand for Tyler, maybe?
I think he's
In
got
the back?
Echoing Truth. So he could Truth double-eyed. Yeah. Ooh. Wait, what? Why not let him attack?
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Oh no, you missed on the double trigger there. What?
What is this? Twiddle?
Oh, he's like... No, it taps. Wait, what? Why would you just tap Ragavan? Why not just take the 2?
I'm very confused.
Oh, okay, so they dashed the Ragavan, they tapped it, and so it returned back to hand. But I'm really surprised that they even why would you care about Ragavan? Just take the double trigger from guides. Let
Tyler
Ragavan
definitely knows
hit
the
you.
deck better than us. So there's the Twiddle on the Lotus field. He's gonna start going off.
Okay.
We're gonna
Or
see Storm
maybe
Count and mana.
he was afraid that the Ragavan could exile his only win condition or something like that.
I highly
He
doubt
didn't.
that. Wish definitely has something that he can get. You wouldn't have one Grape Shot as your only win con, I think.
Okay, chat has a similar observation. I'm just trying to make out why you would tap the Ragavan.
Probably just doesn't want him to get the extra mana. Take him off all of his mana, don't get the treasure. Anyways, Lotus Field taps for 3 blue. We've got 4 in the pool as well as a color, so 5 in the pool. Actually, there's a Wishclaw Talisman, 3 blue floating. You can look for anything that he'd like here, giving the talisman to Corey.
So you're going to probably breach. You're just untapping, spending 1 blue on talisman, find the breach. Yeah, I think
So
that's
there's
breach
the
now.
solution for the Ragavan. He had a 3rd Twiddle in hand, was just using his cards. Wishclaw Talisman gets passed over to Corey. We're now going to search the library.
Yep.
Ooh, that's game over. Unless there's a surgical extract. I don't even think surgical would work. Maybe it'd work. Yeah, on Twiddle, yeah.
But there is another effect because they had a twiddle and a twiddle-esque effect. So there are actually 2 different names for those effects there. Yeah, so one is twiddle and the other is something. So even
So there's
surgical
the
wouldn't work.
Otherworldly Gaze. So that mills 3, but it costs 3, so you net 1 card less, right? No, it costs no, that so Otherworldly Gaze just mills 3. So that works.
Okay, they're stopping to make sure everything is right.
Yeah, everything has been fine so far. Corey's just making sure everything's good. Okay. So you're gonna twiddle the Lotus Field again. Goes to 4. Storm count ticks up. Guess you're gonna get red mana this time. Now it's all down to what Tyler has to wish. I mean, you can't get this far and not have a kill with this much mana and multiple twiddles at your fingertips. So it's gonna be the mill
The
5,
Graveyard Wish.
and you're gonna get the Tome Scour,
Yep, basically what he did game 1.
and this should be guaranteed lethal. It is guaranteed lethal.
Yep.
I mean, Corey definitely doesn't have surgical extraction. He would have used it on the twiddle already. So let's just watch Tyler do his thing.
Could that more ley lines? Okay, yeah, and a handshake.
What a match.
Yeah, impressive. Very impressive.
We see Tyler there winning 2-1 against Burn with a very fast turn 3 kill on game 1 on the play for Tyler. Then game 2, sadly losing to Burn shenanigans with Gaiden. Monitor assist here, alongside many Burn spells on the play. But again, this matchup, both players only won when they are on the play. Do you think that's relevant to it being on the play, or was it just the draws?
Yeah, I think absolutely. But if either player has to adjust to being on the draw, it's Tyler. I mean, again, I don't know their configuration, but if they have got stuff like Fatal Push, they do have discard, they do have Echoing Truth, so they could actually play a bit from behind on the draw.
So we are
Yeah.
going to be now cutting to a quick break, and so that Anu can set up his stuff for the backup feature match. So please stay tuned. We'll be getting Paper Magic to you as soon as we can. Stick around. Hello, everyone, and we are back for round 2 down here at Magic 30 in Vegas. We're watching some modern paper gameplay from Anu. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to be watching the backup feature match. This is going to be Amulet Titan versus Rakdos Scam. We're going to be tuning in from game 1. This is time shifted, so it's not live. And then we're going to be getting into the round 3 once they are down and shuffling. But let's watch this time shifter for now. Where do you put Amulet Titan versus Rakdos Scam? Who do you put ahead, Skura?
I think I put Scam there because you've got the Griefs to really disrupt the draws. Also, Grief being a 4-power menace creature after it's been undead, it's really going to put pressure on Titan. And also Blood Moon, right? Turn 1 Ragavan, you can have Blood Moon as soon as turn 2 on the battlefield. So Titan is going to really struggle here. And even if they have a turn 2 kill lined up, the perfect, again, Scam has got these 0-mana Griefs.
Most definitely, I think. And not only that, Fury. Fury only deals 4 damage in a normal modern deck. In this deck, Fury deals 8 damage. So even
Yep.
if Primeval Titan hits the table, not guaranteed. Fury wipes 2 Dryad of the Illicin Groves because you reanimate it. Fury's a 4/4 double strike that hits hard. So there's many different lines that Adam can take. You also have things like Dothry Voidwalker. You can play Dothry Voidwalker, Thoughtseize the Titan player, take their Primeval Titan, and then cast it with Dothry Voidwalker. So a lot of disgusting lines for the Rakdos Scam player. I definitely put them at a heavy favorite, running all this disruption plus Blood Moon. But Titan, it's a combo deck. Rakdos Scam does not always have the scam, meaning that if Titan can combo quickly with Urza Saga and the amulet, then maybe, maybe they can steal it. See who's
Yeah,
going to scam the other player.
Scam has got these draws like, turn to Dotty, turn 3, Seasoned Pyromancer, which are very mid-rangey, and those draws will not cut it. But then I assume Adam would have mulliganed those hands.
So I think we have a mulligan for the Titan player, which is not what you want to see against the Rakdos Scam player who's going to be ripping your hand
Yeah.
apart. They like what they're seeing, though. Bottom of
There is a
card, who's on
Titan.
the play? It's going to be Adam with a Thoughtseize. We do apologize for the glare. This is, not really our fault. Anu set up a pop-up stream setup, and sadly, where we were allowed to set up our stream, there's glare. So apologies, please stand by with us. We'll try our best to get the identity of each card.
So this hand is really slow. We've got Dryad, Pact, Titan, and 3 lands, including a Bounce land. So the Amulet player will start the game on turn 3, basically. And if Thoughtseize takes the Dryad, Adam will have infinite time to kill the Amulet player. Yeah, but there is no way you mulligan this hand, so...
Big draw, so that's an Urza Saga. Could just play that now.
Yeah, just to
See
get
what-
the Amulet, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Saga turn 1, not a normal play you see for modern decks, but when you're playing a combo piece Amulet of Vigor, it's not the end of the world. Adam has no follow-up. I think I see a Fury in hand at the front there.
My friend plays a lot of Scam, and I've seen him play Fury, Undying, just to have this 4/4 double striker. Purely for this reason. Just to put pressure. And to be fair, it ends the game in 3 combat steps. Against most decks that actually fetch shock, 2 combat steps. Okay, so we've got double swamp. Okay, we know what's happening. Fetch, mountain, Bloodman, Saga dies, handshake. That's my
If
bet.
there's a Blood Moon here, yes, it's game over.
Okay,
So
shock
that's a
in.
shock land. Might be a Season Pyro.
Pyro
Or
would
maybe
be
they just
possible.
don't play basic mountain.
They don't have double red for Pyro, so it's something else.
Oh, is that a Swamp Under?
Yeah, this double swamp,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It could be Liliana, maybe. Liliana
Just
plus.
Blood Moon, maybe.
Oh, no, there is a Blood Moon. No,
Wow, Saga dies. Basically game over. You need the basic forest off the top.
Yeah. Okay, playing a bounce land, which is untapped and doesn't make you return any land, because it's a mountain. Or Fable.
Fable.
Yeah, but this is a scam. Amulet player can't do anything about it, but I assume they side in something in. So maybe Force of Vigor, maybe? So if they deploy enough lands early on, they could know. FOV
Well, I
and
think this is game 1, right? So they can't have Force of Vigor.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
But that's Fable ticking up to 2. We're going to loot 2 cards here.
Okay, that's Knight's Whisper and Terminate.
Drawing 2 cards. I think they drew 2 Undying effects,
Yeah.
if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yeah, I also saw that, yeah. Okay, attack, trigger.
Honestly, if you have land drop, maybe you just hardcast Fury here. We know they have a Fury in hand.
Yeah, just to clog, yeah. Just get this game over with.
What's happening? Pass by
They
the turn.
passed.
Big draw step.
Boseiju. Okay. This could come in handy later if they actually top deck a forest.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker gonna flip here. See a basic mountain. We do have enough mana to hardcast that Fury. What are we gonna go for? Got a quick treasure first. Here it comes. Boom. Now you're gonna be copying this Fury. It's what? 6, 12. You're gonna put them down to 2. Oh, is that Ragavan? That's lethal, right? Dash Ragavan, copy Fury, attack for 16.
Yeah, copy.
No?
Or
Did
not.
they not draw Ragavan?
Or yes, or not. Okay. Okay, so I think that there was this, the question was whether Fury has to kill something, deal damage to something. And in this case, it would be Adam's permanence. Okay, so we've got the attack. It's 3/3 double strike twice.
Okay.
Yeah, down to turn. Draw forest. Oh, that's so close. But he has got only 5 mana once he Boseiju. Oh, that's close.
I'm wondering why Adam didn't dash the Ragavan, unless I'm tripping and he didn't draw it. But yeah, this is basically game over. Even if you Boseiju the Blood Moon, I mean, the Titan doesn't win. You still die to the Fury. Doesn't do anything. So we're gonna shuffle up the cards, go into boarding. How do you think these players are gonna be boarding Rakdos Scam versus Amulet Titan?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as I've already mentioned, I think Titan will side in like Force of Vigors or some other ways to get rid of the Blood Moon. But I think they have to be forces because Scam could deploy their Blood Moon as soon as turn 2, at which point you won't have had enough time to actually search out a single forest to play like Reclamation Sage or something. And for the Scam player, I mean, to be fair, the main deck looks perfect. If I could, I would just side out the Seasoned Pyromancers to side in anything that's remotely relevant, and you're good to go. And I can see a Grazer, a Bounceland, Sunhome.
Grazer is definitely something that I don't mind keeping against the Rakdos Scam player. They are a Ragavan deck at the end of the day, but
Yeah.
it is card disadvantage to get an extra land drop through Grazer, so it's not the best thing in the world. And we're going to see a mulligan from Amulet Titan. That's not what you want to be doing against the discard deck. So honestly, already the advantage bar is swinging heavily towards Rakdos Scam. This deck really does have a lot of stuff to just rip apart Amulet Titan. Very difficult for them to win, especially down on cards, especially against the Blood Moon deck. You got to have an answer for Blood Moon. You got to have cards in hand for the Grief. So many things. Where do you think this game's gonna go?
So I glimpsed that Adam has got Blood Moon in hand, and that already tells me, especially with Amulet mulliganing, that is going to be a fast one. Now, of course, the deck isn't fully dead to a Blood Moon, but if that Blood Moon is backed up by anything else, a single Thoughtseize, a Grief or something, yeah. Also, Furies kill Dryads, so you can go Blood Moon, they play Dryad, then you Fury it away. I can see an Azusa, a Sunhome, Dolaria West, a Forest. Guess we've got to keep. I would do my best not to show the forest, if possible, just to preserve, a bit of hidden information. Yeah, so there's a Bosnic Mountain. Okay, fetch. Oh, I can see explosive sided in for Adam. So it's probably an answer to either amulets or you can play it for 0 against construct tokens. Which I guess is an okay strategy against scam. Probably a Thoughtseize coming down. Yeah, I think that's a Thoughtseize. So you've got Dismember, Tireless Tracker, Azusa, and Double Land. Neither
Hmm.
of the lands is a bounce land, though.
Not knowing what Adam's hand is, I assume you're taking Tireless Tracker. But
Yeah.
I can see arguments for Dismember if you're leaning hard on Dothry Voidwalker. Azusa is definitely not the pick. You're picking between Dismember and Tracker.
And
With
I also
no
think
Amulet, no Bounce Land, Azusa really doesn't do anything.
it's possible that Dismember is just close to dead this game. Because if Adam goes like, Thoughtseize, nothing, Blood Moon, no, he doesn't care about Dismember. I assume he kept Dismember after the mulligan because he was afraid of Ragavan. Because if there is a Grief, the Grief will just discard this Dismember. So you have no window to kill it. So it's
Yeah,
against...
I mean, also just a Grief that's reanimated has to be killed. So you have to bring in removal spells against the Rakdos Scam deck. Dothry Voidwalker can be annoying. Seasoned Pyromancer, anything really. The Dismember is just a good removal spell.
Yeah, but after the mulligan down to 6, he kept it in the 6-card hand rather than put it on the bottom, right? So he was
Hmm.
clearly afraid of something like Ragavan. Okay, so Track is chosen. And Adam is quite happy because turn 1 nothing, turn 2 probably land pass. Or was it another Dismember? I think that was another Dismember. Mountain. Oh, he actually plays Ragavan. Alright.
I don't mind this. You can scam in response.
Yep, that's true. But there is another Dismember.
Okay, scam. You can't dismember it again. Well, you can in response, I guess.
Yeah.
You can either just dismember it in
Oh.
response or just remember it when it comes back.
Yeah.
Your choice.
Oh,
Okay.
he doesn't. Oh, because he
So
can...
it doesn't have dismember. I don't think that's it. Oh, it is a dismember.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh, weird. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. There's Bajuka Bog.
So he could
no.
play like Crumble, Vestige, add mana, Azusa, play Boseiju, play Bojuka Bog.
You need to if you're going to dismember, you need to do it now. But Adam has so many cards now. I mean, you're basically just going down to nothing. You have nothing. You don't even have Titan mana with what you have in hand. It's not like you can
Yep.
play your lands and have Titan mana.
And as I've said, Adam has got a Blood Moon. So
Yeah, this is game over. If Adam really has a Blood Moon, this is definitely game over. So you've made black mana with the crumbling? Yeah. So black mana.
okay.
So you save 2 life, go to 14.
I guess.
Pass back. So Engineered Explosives off the top. See a basic swamp, and you just slam the Blood Moon. Or you just play and add more pressure, it's up to you. Whatever you think fits best with your hand. It definitely depends on what threats he has. I haven't really seen much from Adam apart from the Ragavan and the Undying.
There was... I'm blanking on the name now, but there was this unmoored ego effect in hand for Adam.
Necromentia?
Necromentia. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he brought it in. Oh, yeah. So it's in the deck. So he brought in Necromentia, which is also pretty good against Titan.
That's a Blood Moon.
Yeah. Double swamp. So he could technically go, Blood Moon, untap, Necromentia you.
Oh, some technical Okay. I don't know if the Twitch stream just saw that, but we're back to turn 3 here. Technical difficulties. We apologize about this. Anu's working really hard to get that fixed. Please bear with us. We'll be back to turn 5, I believe, or turn 4 for Amulet
Yeah.
Titan player.
Yeah, the turn 4, yeah.
There we go. Relic of Progenitus put into play.
Oh, so this is a glimpse of the game that we saw previously, right? There was this relic, they cracked the relic, they forgot to put it into exile. That's this moment. Yeah, Night's Whisper, yeah. It's exactly that. Yep, pop the relic.
This is 1.5 speed because we are getting into the third round of live Magic. This is time shifted. The relic goes into exile. We see a Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Due to timestamps, the lands in play now tap for any mana of any color, even though there's a Blood Moon in play. But let's be real, this game is most likely over going in Adam's favor unless we can see a Titan coming down soon.
There is like an explosives, there is like Hitetsugu consumes all, which is good against both constructs and amulets. There is a Fury. So there is plenty of stuff for Adam. Yeah, plays the on one and it passes the turn. Could have
Is that
Fury.
Foundation Breaker, I think?
Oh,
I don't
I
know.
didn't catch that. I'm not sure. Attack in. Woof.
Okay.
Okay, another
Oh,
Dryad.
it's another Dryad. Okay, fine. So, because of the second Blood Moon being played, the first Dryad got overwritten because of timestamps. I don't know. That's
Oh
not how it
my.
works. That's not how it works. It's not timestamps. It's because of layers. Blood Moon's layer 6 and Dryad's layer 4. It's layers, not timestamps. Timestamps is not applied in this case.
Now if Adam draws an Undying spell, they could just go Fury, Undying, and kill off both. Okay, Graze in hand.
You need something. You can't even draw Titan. You need land. Okay, well, you know you didn't draw land. I guess maybe if you draw land, you sandbag it. Is it timestamps, chat? I thought it's layers. Because the way Dryad works on lands and Blood Moon and maybe
If
not.
I had to bet, I would say it is timestamps. I think layers, I think what you are referring to is Dryad, Dryad and like Dress Down. Or something like that.
That's a
because
handshake though from our Amulet Titan player. And we have Scam winning the match. Honestly, I was not surprised there. The Blood Moon main deck against the Titan deck. Come on.
Yeah, it didn't really seem close.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, well, I think we're going to go into a quick break now before we get into round 3 of more Paper Modern Magic. So please stick around, share with your friends. Don't forget to click follow. It is free to do so. And, you know, this stream costs Anu a lot of money to set up. It's doing it for you for free. So why don't you click that follow button for free? We'll be back very shortly. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 3 of the modern main event down here, Magic 30 in Vegas, sorry. And we are going to be seeing some modern paper gameplay. Now we're not entirely sure who is going to be our main feature match. We're hoping it's Nikachu, but we need to wait for some confirmation on that as there's some communication with the hosts of the tournament trying to get that sorted out. Have you found the tournament so far, Skura?
Oh, awesome. I've really enjoyed the Twiddle deck. That was really nice. We saw a bit of Scam, a bit of Amulet, a bit of Burn, so diversity, as you would expect from a modern tournament. However, what I really want to see is some spicy decks, which Modern is, a home for, but at higher tables. And now we'll be probably watching, the 2-0s of the tournament. So maybe some Scales, maybe some Breaches, maybe some, Mono White Taxes, maybe some Merfolk.
Definitely. Now, people want to know what's at stake. What is this tournament actually for?
Right. So maybe you can explain the structure of the prizes.
Yep. Oh, yeah. So, okay, sorry. I'll do it then. Yeah, so today is a Swiss tournament, the modern format. We're going to be cutting to top 8. Now, the top 8 players aren't playing today. They're actually playing tomorrow in a 32-player single elim tournament where the top 8 of that tournament tomorrow will be doing a beta draft. And there are many events for the qualification for tomorrow, the top 32. So I believe that there have been some yesterday, so we already know some of the players that are going in on Sunday. And obviously there are events today, one of them being this that we're looking into. Now, players are setting up down into the feature match, so we might be getting some player cams up on the screen or something while Anu gets that sorted out. But yeah, we are going here into round 3. I'm really hoping that we get to see some sort of blue deck, maybe blue-red Murktide, maybe see creativity again. I love Hammer Time. To be honest, I'm enjoying all of the top meta decks. And I think one deck that I think is going to do really well at this tournament is Living End. Every time someone asks me, what deck do you think is going to do well at an event, my answer is always Living End because with paper Magic tournaments nowadays, they are long. They're, thought intensive, tiring. Living End to me is probably both the most easy yet complicated yet competitive deck that you can play in the metagame right now. And I feel like, interrupting me, there's Nikachu on the screen. That's who we're going to be watching this round. I believe he's on Merfolk, right, Skura?
Yeah, of course. This is the Fish Master. And I would expect a fully foiled out deck here.
Ooh, fully foiled Nikachu Merfolk. No biggie. Now, Merfolk is a deck that we don't really see around in Modern. Is there any specific reason for that?
Fury. I would say it's Fury. You're deploying a creature, spending 1, 2, 3 mana on them, and then you get Furied. Feels awful.
Most definitely.
However, they've started playing more subtleties, either main, sideboard, or even full 4 main, just to combat that. And without Fury in the picture, it's much, much easier. And you're playing this kind of flashy, tempo-y game, which is really good against other decks that try to do their thing, like Living End, like Creativity.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I think Merfolk as well got a big upgrade with the Hexcatcher, I believe it's called, the 2-mana lord. You
Yeah.
can sack a Merfolk to counter non-creature spell unless they pay 1. Very good addition, both a lord and a counterspell, something that you need. Also, Prismatic Ending. That's a big problem. Gets rid of the Aether Vial. Having a nice answer for Prismatic Ending is good. Subtlety is also good, so I wouldn't say Merfolk is terrible. You do have an uphill battle against the Unholy Heats, the Leyline Binding, the Ren and 6 pings, all of that jazz. At the end of the day, if you can pilot the deck well, you're probably going to be doing decent. Nikachu, Merfolk Master, been making content for years. I think he's coming up to 7 years on YouTube, something like this.
Oh, a long time.
Definitely knows
Very
what he's
long,
doing
a
with
veteran.
Merfolk.
Yeah. And also, importantly, Vodalian Hexcatcher does not only counter instant or sorceries, it actually counters any non-creature. So, for example, you can easily counter Ren and 6 on turn 2, which is huge. You can play 1-drop, Hexcatcher, sacrifice the 1-drop to counter Ren, and keep the Lord. Also, there is one more interesting interaction. So, while normally if you expected a load to come into play, it would have to be vialed in if it's in combat. Now here, it can be just played instant speed, right, with flash. So you can really never truly expect what's going to happen. It can really mess up the combat math.
Yeah. To me, I think the actual secret beast in the deck that a lot of people don't give respect is Tide Shaper. Now, Merfolk was a deck in the past that was known to be playing Spreading Seas. 2-mana enchantment, just put it on a land, it's now an island, you draw a card. Well, Tide Shaper, it's a 1-mana 1/1 that you can kick to make target land an island for as long as you control Tide Shaper. It's +1/+1 if your opponent controls an island. Much better than Spreading Seas, because what's Merfolk? It's a deck that wants to have things on the board, so you can spend 2 mana for a 2/2 and make it an island. So many Urza Sagas running around, you need to have answers for Urza Saga. You can also mana screw all these greedy triumphs in the format, putting that Indomitable Creativity player on one less mountain, making them have to go for it on turn 5. Many different options. So
And
we see
also,
here,
you can just play it as a 1-drop, right? Just 1-drop creature. Okay, so I can see Lord of Atlantis, Island, Mikokoro, I think that is, Double Vial, Cavern, Mulligan.
ooh, Mulligan.
Interesting, so because that was like double. I think the only spells were Double Vial, Lord of Atlantis, so that's probably why they're mulliganing. And the opponent is on, I think, Rhinos, because I can see Violent Outburst and Stomping Ground, so that's not Living End. Yeah, and a Fury. Oh, and a Fury, right? Speaking of. So the Cascade aspect can probably be easily beaten by Merfolk, but the Fury aspect, not so much. So this game could be either lopsided or very close and interesting. And I'm curious which one it's going to be. Okay, so we've got Lord of Atlantis. Maybe? I think there are like 2 lands, all spells. Yeah, 4-color rhinos. So probably Leyline Binding.
Subtlety not doing much in this matchup. They're off the top. That's a Cavern of Souls naming Merfolk, having a fetch on the end step by Nicholas. Probably getting a triumph.
Yeah, and I think that's it's Zagoth. I think that's Zagoth. The bug one. Draw Dead Gone.
Definitely think that I favor the Rhinos player here. Can play around things like Force and Negation by casting Violent Outburst on Nikachu's upkeep. Well, actually, that's not true. I think Nikachu needs to get a big board, and he needs to have things that counter Rhinos. And now that you have the Hex Catcher, it's very easy to counter Rhinos. Okay, Silvergill Adept, going to be revealing a Merfolk. Tide Shaper. Draws a
And
card.
also, so the biggest problem for Merfolk is Fury, but I think I saw a subtlety for Merfolk. So this is going to
he
be
drew
huge.
it for his first draw step.
Yeah. And also, Nikachu very nicely turned the card upside down to remember which card he revealed. Okay, another Triumph. So it's really unfortunate that Nikachu cannot really punish Nicholas for playing so slowly. Tap land. There's barely any pressure.
Well, that's the cost for being on the draw. You're the one having to react, and you're not really getting to put the pressure on. Gonna see a third land here, shocking for Nicholas, so now he can make Rhinos.
Yeah, main
Is it gonna be a
phase.
Shardless Agent? No, Violent Outburst now. Not worried about Force and Negation. I kind of like this. You're playing around the Hex Catcher, right? You do know that that exists in Modern. Especially with Cavern of Souls, you can't really interact with that anymore. Like this
And we
play,
can
and
see
at worst, this is a Mind Rot.
Yeah, and the cards in the deck are also pretty good. Leyline Binding, Fire Ice. All very solid against Merfolk. So this could be a real struggle. Yeah, and now the 4-color deck is the deck that has the pressure. double Rhino, draw. Yeah, no more lands. I think Nikachu will be scooping soon enough.
I think you have to cast have to cast the vial way too slow.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
Yeah,
Definitely not
exactly.
what you want to see from Nikachu. I mean, this is basically just asking to die. Things like Fire Ice, just blow him out. Even just attacking and doing nothing is just a huge blowout, to be honest. See it to Fairy Time Raveler there as well. Just Nicholas casting basically any spell wins the game. 8. Trample, no blocks. What do you see in Nicholas's hand?
Yes, I think Nicholas has got a Teferi, Dead Gone, a Fury, and to be fair, any of those is going to be backbreaking. No, Teferi Bounce Vial sets them back. Dead Gone can just kill one of the creatures, which halves the clock. Fury, of
Why
course,
not
is
both?
yeah. You could play Teferi, resolves. Okay, Fury then.
Well, we do know about the subtlety, but it's still bad because it's like, A, you have the subtlety of Force of Negation, it's a Mind Rot. You're a critical massive creatures deck. I mean, if you're using
And
subtlety or force
if
when
you
you're
lead,
behind, does not
if
feel
you lead on
great.
Teferi, then you would have to subtlety the Teferi. Otherwise, subtlety is off. So it's also very awkward with timing. Okay, so we see a removal on Curse Catcher and potentially even more Rhinos. I haven't seen any Cascades, but maybe. Okay, now
Yeah.
Teferi.
I don't mind getting rid of that Tide Shaper.
Yeah,
Or is that like a Trickster and a Master of Waves? You definitely got to do something about this.
I
I think
think we've
Tide
got
Shaper.
yeah, and there is double load, and I think as you said, Trickster, which isn't going to cut it against double 4 for Tramplers, and being lower on life total and lower on land drops
Hmm.
and on cards.
Okay.
He put it in hand, which he of course cannot.
So the logic is there. You can use the Violent 1 to Vial in the Tide Shaper. You can hoping to draw an island to cast the Lord.
Yeah,
So don't hate it. Big draw step. It's an
nice.
island, so you can go Lord Tide Shaper. Not the
Yeah,
end of the
so
world.
he played to his out too, because now when you're behind, you have to play a bit more aggressively, take a bit more risks.
So being at 12 as well, you're not at the point where you have to chump block. The Rhinos decks now, they used to have things like Bone Crusher Giant, even Lightning Bolt, but now sorry, not Lightning Bolt, just Bone Crusher Giant as well as Fire Ice to go face. Now you don't have to worry about these types of burn spells. You can more aggressively go down to 4, go down to 3, not really be too scared. So I expect Nikachu to try and just build up his board, try and get something that he can start pressuring with. It is really awkward though. He's trying to work out if he can attack with the Silver Gill.
He also to be careful because Violent Outburst is a pump spell. So there could be situations where this is the deciding, last points of damage. But yeah, being at 12 should be pretty safe. Okay, so attack for 2, maybe no. But if you're attacking for 2, wouldn't you deploy a load pre-combat?
Nikachu did not miss a
Oh,
Vile Trigger. It was played last turn. Taking 2 here.
he wants to
Building an
hold up
image.
Trickster, okay, I assume.
Huh.
Ooh. Okay. So now the
So
vial
because
does
we can't
nothing.
see the mana here, there must be a good reason why Nikachu is making that into an island, but I guess it must be the second red source, I would assume. Maybe that's the Rogren Triumph. Scared of Fury.
Nicholas probably attacks anyway with everything. Yeah. Because the
Interesting
big
line.
thing is that the Rhinos player might just not cast a game, might not even
Yeah.
have to cast a spell this game. Okay, Fury, boop, boop. Now it's certainly over.
Yeah, this is not good. That's a subtlety. Probably going to see a scoop up here. You can play the Lord, you can Violin the Trickster, or you could just say go, Flash in the Trickster, Violin the Lord.
Yeah,
But
pass.
not, you're just playing to survive here. You're not playing to win, are you?
Yeah, maybe he just wants to see like one more card from the deck, just to get that bit more information. But that's the only reason.
Tap the Fury. Okay. Mm-hmm.
End scope.
Yeah. Dead.
Right. So I'm really not sure what you want to side in because you're afraid of the cascade, so you might want to have effects like spell pierce or force of negation. But then you're really unhappy to see like fury and just removal, and you can't have interaction against everything. And you also have to deploy your own game plan. So it seems like it's just a really bad matchup.
Yeah, I like I was saying at the start, I feel like the Merfolk player, unless you have that counter for the Rhinos, even if you do have the counter for the Rhinos, it has to be on the table to be presenting a counter, which is gonna be like, okay, your counter's on the table, or you're representing a counter. I'll make sure to hold up my removal spell. And if you play the draw go game plan against Rhinos, you're letting them draw into the Fire Ice, the Leyline's Binding, the Bone Crusher, the Fury. Every land drop close you get to 5, that's a Fury. So it's really awkward. Subtlety doesn't hard counter. Yes, you can subtlety the Fury. Well, that's a problem next turn. So this does seem like a bit of a nightmare here for Merfolk.
Yeah. I think every opener has to include a vial, so you can multi-spell early. Turn 1 vial, turn 2 2-drop and 1-drop, turn 3 maybe like double 2-drop bash. If you can get Nicholas low enough, maybe you can squeeze in those last 2 or 4 points of damage thanks to Island Walk, so you can actually race.
Yeah, it's tough, especially against a deck with a lot of Triumphs. You're not going to be mana screwing your opponent with Tide Shaper. And what's funny is I feel like you don't really even reap benefits for the Rhinos player playing Islands, because a lot of the time I would assume against Rhinos you want to get a load of Lords, 2 or 3 Lords, and kill them in one swing rather than chip damage. I feel like chip damage probably doesn't work in this matchup.
And also what's interesting what you've said is that Tide Shaper doesn't really work as a way to screw the mana, and you're talking about playing against a 4-color deck, and that's really, I agree with you, but just goes to show how good of mana bases we've got in Modern right now. Like, changing a Triumph into an island for a 4-color deck isn't really an impediment in any way. The same way like 4-color decks played Magus of the Moon.
Definitely. I think that it works a lot better against 4-color control, specifically 4-color Rhinos at the end of the day. Your teamer splashing white removal. Maybe they're playing the Exalted Enchantment
Yeah,
for
they
extra
might, yeah.
Cascaders. But yeah, definitely. I think, honestly, what Nikachu needs is more cheap interaction. I don't know if you want something like Mystical Dispute. He did tweet out his deck list. He's got 4 Force of Negation, 2 Subtlety, 4 Spreading Seas, 3 Chalice of the Void, and 2 Harbinger of the Tide in the sideboard. So the 3 Chalice are going to come in, potentially the Force of Negations. The Subtleties I would definitely consider against the Fury deck. Harbinger of the Tide, it bounces the Rhinos, the tokens, so it essentially kills it. Honestly, you could expect 11 cards coming in? I don't hate
Yeah.
that.
And what do you cut then? So,
Dismember. You can cut Dismember, Merfolk Trickster. You can cut even Tide Shaper, maybe.
yeah, I guess. Okay. So we can make some room. Okay. Makes sense. So we've got Vial, 2 more lands, 4 spells, including the Hex Catcher, the new addition from Dominaria United. So I think it's going to be okay. Yeah. Show a card, draw another one.
Oh. I wonder if Force of Negation doesn't come in because they'll just cast it on your upkeep. Not too sure. Definitely would be interesting to hear Nikachu sideboarding. You don't want to overboard and then just not have any creatures in your hand and just have like 6 interactive spells. Not good.
Yeah.
See
But
Fire
currently
Ice,
it's
Leyline's Binding in hand here for Nicholas, so we're going to be fetching up some sort of white Triumph. Looks like Rogren Triumph. Definitely
I
set
think
up
it's
a way
in
to remove
Datha.
this stuff.
I think it's the absent one. And Nikachu this game certainly doesn't have the problem that you've mentioned because he's got like 3 or 4 more creatures in hand. Which is actually the opposite, so he has no interactive elements. Right now he's just going to pray that all those lows will be enough. Oh, actually, okay, Vodalian Hexcatcher is kind of an interaction, so that's fine. Oh, Scion of Draco in the Rhinos deck, I can see there.
Hmm.
A way to really make your threat count higher and not rely only on those Rhinos. Especially if you do it on curve, right? Turn to Scion of Draco, turn 3 Rhinos. Okay, Binding
Ooh.
for 1 mana. Whoa.
It's gone.
Well, that changes the dynamic quite a bit. Because Nikachu can only deploy 1 lord a turn. And he's got like 4 of them.
Oh, he has Mystical Dispute in hand at the back there. This is nuts.
Does he?
Yep, at the back of his hand.
I think it's another Lord of Atlantis.
No, Nicholas does.
Oh,
That's
Nicholas.
why he
Oh
shopped
my.
in the Steam vents.
Oh, okay. So he's going to be backbreaking then.
There is a Cavern in play, so it's like not too amazing, but
But then he can't multi-spell. He would have to top deck another Cavern to be able to multi-spell, really. Okay, so you got the 2 damage of Nicholas for free. I can see a Fury, double Fire Ice. Yeah,
honestly,
Hex
this feels
Catcher.
like almost a loss for Nikachu. Oh, that's the Hex Catcher.
He
So
can now
now you can just
respond with.
ping.
That's one way to do it, and also he's got Violent Outburst, so he can just cascade in response.
Mm-hmm.
And then ping, for example, later, next turn. So, yeah.
I'm
Like,
more inclined to ping now because you're playing against the Merfolk deck, and you let another Lord come down. The 2/1 damage things aren't going to do much.
that's fair. Yeah,
I
that's fair.
think that Violent Outburst is not like you're more likely going to lose to 2 Merfolks on the table, and 2 Rhinos don't really impact the board
And
much.
also, you're fetch shocking to do achieve it, so you're losing 3 more life.
Let's see what Nicholas decides to do.
So, next to Cavern of Souls, there is a Mutavault, right? Because if Nikachu draws another land, he could go play a Lord, animate, and actually bash in for a lot of damage if that's a Mutavault. Yeah, it is. So yeah, I think I like your line more.
Let's see.
Oh, so he did it preemptively. Wait. He's not
Yeah.
holding up blue for dispute, so why did he fetch shock? Oh, dead gone. Okay, he's got dead
You have
gone.
to pay 1 for Hexcatcher.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sure, of course.
But yeah, so we're dealing 1 damage to each. Obviously, the Adept is a 3/2, but when the Hexcatcher dies, it becomes an X1 again, so the 1 damage will kill it. So now he's sacking the Adept. Wow, sacking Mutavault. Love that. So what happened here is the Adept was
Ooh.
sacked to make him pay 1 for the Fire Ice, and then the Mutavault was animated with the extra mana, sacked that to the Hexcatcher to counter it again. So that's a
Wow.
2 for 1. Still not that great for Nikachu. You keep your Lord, which is nice, but we do see a Fury and another Fire Ice for Nicholas. So this, while it's a desperation play in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he plays only 1 spell a turn, and Nicholas either will multi-spell or play just much better spells every turn. And no, at the end of the day, you've got a 2 mana 1/1 now. Okay, another 2 mana 1/1 on the stack. Can't be disputed.
Okay. Fire one of them.
Yeah. I think he wanted to go 1-1, but then paused. You could just dead gun that immediately
Yeah,
and
you
still
have
hold
to.
up dispute. I mean, phew,
Need to kill it. Oh wow,
All
not
right.
gonna kill it.
I would have killed it. Just to be sure. You never know what they have.
Okay. Well, now you need to kill it. Well, you don't need to kill it now, but I mean, you're gonna have to kill it eventually. The more you
Yeah.
let this board get bigger, the more chance your stuff doesn't resolve. There's no way he's gonna dispute it, right? He's thinking about dead cone, I would assume.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like the way he's pulling out this dispute because he won't do anything. Now, I think the rules changed and Nikachu does not have to explicitly say that. Okay, actually it has to be creature mana because otherwise he wouldn't be able to pay double blue. So Nikachu doesn't have to say he's using Cavern mana. It's like implicit. Oh no. Ah. Ah. Yeah.
Okay,
He
so
realized.
dispute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that anyways. Yep.
There we go. Untap. I mean, you just Fury and win. Oh, can't. I mean, it's still game over.
There is another Fire Ice, so you could Fire Ice. It doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of almost doesn't matter. You spewed this dispute,
Got a fire now.
and he's going really low in life total. So
I would
I
just
mean-
fire untap Violent Outburst. Or
Yeah.
fire untap Fury.
Yep, I agree.
You have to fire. The fire becomes redundant if you don't use it. There
Yeah,
we go.
yep. Now, unfortunately for Nikachu, he's still single spelling. Oh, is that a lot? Okay, so he can just hard cast Fury, go down to 7.
Yeah, I like this.
I
Huh?
think there might be some life total discrepancy the way they're
Yeah.
looking over.
I wouldn't say he got cavern checked. I think it's more like the Cavern of Souls was forgotten about.
Yeah.
Okay. Slam this Fury. Get rid of this Lord.
Yeah, once you've just shocked in.
Boom. Dead.
Okay, so a land off the top, go Silvergill into. Okay,
Ooh.
Silvergill into Lords and maybe squeeze in some damage. I mean, this could unironically. No, turn the tide, pun intended.
Ooh, okay.
Yep, Perp. Nicholas doesn't have any removal, and the rhinos don't block.
Okay, so you should Violent Outburst now because it pumps the Fury and makes it 8 damage, right? Yes, that's what he's gonna do. Gonna get these rhinos. Oh, wow, top card. Love when that happens. For those wondering about why would you bring in Mystical Dispute against Merfolk, easy. You're worried about things like Force of Negation, Subtlety, their own disputes. Things that
Yeah.
can't be caverned. Sure, Subtlety can be caverned, but it's not a Merfolk, so it's unlikely to be caverned. There are many cards that you can dispute from Nikachu. It's a respectable board in my opinion.
And on top of all of that you've said, Nikachu won't always have like double cavern, for example.
I think
okay,
this is
so-
going to be lethal, though.
Yeah, this is exactly my
Lord.
point.
That's
Wow.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 Exacxes. You can't block. It has Island Walk. Can't block. Dead.
No way he won this game.
Unless.
Oh,
Oh, Leyline's
what a
timing!
rip.
Okay.
What a rip.
Okay.
Wow.
So now he takes 3? Goes to
I
4.
was so excited for Nikachu there.
So
But then
need a
he
removal
doesn't.
spell.
Yeah, he doesn't die on the backswing, so that's fine.
Okay.
Attack with everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, 8 comes in. 4.
What have you got? Land. Dead.
Oh, dead. Nice.
Game over.
Wow. Nikachu really has
Very
to be
well
proud
played
of
by
that.
Nikachu.
Wow. I would have scooped like, 3 turns ago.
So I think
Really.
what's funny is Nicholas most likely would have won this game if he didn't Mystical Dispute, because Nikachu had to double spell twice in a
Yep.
row.
Yep.
I guess there was the second cavern top decked, but the first double spell, was he tapped out for the Fury? I don't quite remember.
Yeah, he did.
I don't
He did
think
tap
he
out for the
was.
Fury.
He tapped out for
For-
the Fury, but I don't know if Nikachu double spelled after that. Did he? Maybe. Not sure, but that dispute definitely could have mattered by Nicholas. Always good to play tight. We're going into game 3 here with Nicholas going to be on the play with Team of Rhinos against Nikachu on Merfolk. Who are you putting to win this game 3?
Certainly Nicholas still, because Nicholas will be on the play, will be able to keep up. He can easily play Triumph turn 1 to interact turn 2. And also in general, I think Nicholas is much more advantaged. I think this Nikachu win was more of an exception rather than the rule. But yeah, if Nikachu plays very tight, Nicholas, stumbles once or twice.
I think it's all down to how many interactive creatures Nikachu draws. Things like Tide Shaper, Mana Screw You, things like the Hex Catcher, counter your spells. Definitely a very tight play with the Mutavault. Some
Yeah,
people
that
won't
was
realize the reason why Nikachu won that game is because he sacrificed his Mutavault, something that many people wouldn't have seen. So definitely need to play tight to win this game. A lot of removal that you'll have to fight through. And look how many Lords Nikachu needed to draw there to beat all that removal, by the way. So I think it's going to be a tough game 3. Being on the draw will help find those Lords, but I definitely put my favor. Again, Rhinos, you got all the removal. I want to be on that side.
Also, Nicholas may have been just a bit too liberal with the life total. Just fetch shocking now all the time. Because Nikachu didn't really have many combat steps, actually. Right? Nicholas was the one who has dealt himself 10 damage this game. Okay, so we see a chalice. That's huge. Oh, is there a land? I don't think there is any land for Nikachu. So he knows he's mulliganing. He's just waiting for Nicholas's reaction or decision. Yeah, but the chalice would be huge because you could preemptively answer the rhinos and focus on combat.
Yeah, in the past that was a great answer, but with both Beseiju, you need to have answers for Aether Vial. You've got Leyline's Binding in the main.
Yeah, that's true.
It's more of a delaying of the inevitable, and it's essentially eating a removal spell that would be on one of your lords.
Yeah, that's true. Which again comes back to the topic we've talked about, which is that the versatility of answers right now is huge, and there's almost no reason not to splash those answers. I've seen blue-white control decks which just play Zagoth Triumph, bam, bindings in. Okay, so Nikachu has got, I think, and it's an epitome of what Merfolk is. Double land, everything else was a load. Oh, that was a very good pickup. Because he at least has a 1-drop to play, but everything else, just 2 drops. Oh, another Rhinos, okay.
Another land, that's not too bad.
Yeah, I think really Nikachu wants to do multi-spell. So a load this turn, a load the next turn, and then hopefully double load on turn 4. Okay, attack in.
Okay, go. So you have a Trickster or something? What do you
He's
have?
got a Vodalian Hexcatcher.
Right, right.
Double copy, actually. So now, what is this basic for? Okay, so it's a forest because he suspended the rhino. So it's a forest plus some kind of triumph.
I assume a non-green Triumph. Must be, has to be red. You're looking towards casting removal. Your crashing footfalls both tick down. See a Charlotte's Agent and a Violent Outburst. You're gonna get to the point where you run out of rhinos in your deck.
Yeah, yeah. When I was playing like very interactive decks against rhinos, the game sometimes really came down to actually them playing all of them. He's missing a land drop.
Okay, Hex
I
Catch on the
think-
end step.
I think he's missing a land drop.
Yeah, he is missing a land drop, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I mean, you have the 2 rhinos on suspend.
Yeah, but this might be the stumble. Ooh. Yeah, but this might be the stumble that Nikachu needed. And now
Yeah,
we've got
that
a
chalice
chalice.
is really good.
Wow. And chalice can be protected by Curse Catcher and Vodalian. Okay, I'm confusing the names now. Too many catchers. It's Hex Catcher and Curse Catcher, I think.
Yep, there's chalice on 0. Now you can play your other Curse Catcher. No, you don't have another Curse Catcher in hand. You just have Trickster, Hex Catcher, and Master of the Pearl Trident, I think.
Yeah, there's a Fire Eyes drawn, a Draco, Leyline
This
Binding
is
as
you
well.
need to ice now. You have to ice now so that you can try and binding at minimum on your upkeep. You have to ice.
Okay,
In
he
my
passes.
opinion, I would ice there to draw land to try and binding on the chalice on the upkeep because you're gonna lose your crashing footfalls.
Okay, never mind. Nothing of this happened. He just cleanly played a Lord, played a Flash creature, untapped. He drew a Mutavault.
Or wait, can you pay 2 for binding? No.
Now, interestingly, Nikachu did not play a Lord, which he could have played, probably playing around Fury. Because he's got Master of Pearl Trident. He could have played it. He just opted out against it. Okay, so there is an island. But still, this chalice.
This is rough. Okay,
Oh,
you got a binding in response,
yeah.
I think.
Now binding. It's coming down.
Curse Catcher can't counter it because it's instant or sorcery. Oh. Okay.
Really?
Okay, well, you can always binding on the upkeep, I guess, is the logic behind this.
But well, once the Lord resolves. Oh, okay.
Oh, people think it's a Grixis Triumph. No white mana. Right. Okay. Yeah, but we can't quite see from the coverage booth, and I'm not educated on full art Triumphs, so that would make
Yeah.
way more sense. Yes. Okay,
So
good
that
spot check.
makes it also way more complicated because he was missing land drops and missing a color. So, but if that's the case, then these other rhinos is counted anyways, which is huge for Nikachu. Okay.
Wow. Ooh, Force of Negation.
Cheeky.
Yeah, I think he just won a bash. They're
Yeah,
at
animate
14,
Mutavault
drop
bash.
Mutavault. Yeah. So that's 6 damage. Go to 8. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, now this is being counted. Uncastable Leyline, uncastable Cascades. Oh my god. Oh, okay.
So, Smoochiolo, for those wondering, you need to look up what Hexcatcher does. It gives merfolks the ability to sacrifice a merfolk to counter target non-creature spell unless they pay 1. So you need to look up what Hexcatcher does, and then that'll explain what happened with the Fire Ice. This is going to be a fetch shock here from Nicholas.
Yeah, I think he wants to fetch shock for white. And then he has got binding. But even if he plays binding to tag Chalice, Nikachu can sacrifice one of the merfolk to make him pay. And then when he pays, he won't have any mana to play the Cascade. And he's only at 5. I think Nikachu might be stealing this match, and that's unbelievable. Very tight play. Draco? Oh, that doesn't do anything really. I mean, I guess it blocks the Master of Perils. But everything else is unblockable. Isn't it lethal already? I think it's lethal already. Oh, but there is the ley line. Okay, Pip. Animate Metavolt. Try to attempt to kill you. Oh, no attacks with
Wait,
Master.
that is a miss. You can get Sacred Foundry from Misty Rainforest. That was a
Oh,
misfetch, yeah.
but still, wow, Nikachu taking down an impossible matchup. Congratulations.
Pikachu winning here in round 3. I think we're going to have a quick break here in the commentary booth before we get into some time-shifted magic. So we'll be back with you guys shortly. Don't forget to follow the stream. This stream is free for you, and it's free for you to click the follow button. In a bit.
And we're back for our backup. We'll be watching Jan Saga versus Creativity. We've seen Creativity already today, really showing its strength after Dominaria United with the Leyline Binding, with 4-color mana base, playing a bit of control, sometimes 5-color. Red and 6 interaction versus Jan Saga, which can also really play a long game, interact with the tokens, with Creativity. So I think this could go really long. But we'll see. We'll see who comes out ahead. We'll soon be transitioning to the match. Okay. So we've got Sol Malka, the legendary Sol Malka, who coined the term rock for green-black interactive decks, taking on Creativity. So they're looking at their opening hands. Okay, land pass. I can see Collective Brutality for Sol Malka. By the way, chat, we're watching at 1.5 speed. So that's why players are playing so fast. We've got a Thoughtseize. We see triple land, Prismari command. Okay, I saw that was a Prismari command, but now... Okay, and the Prismari command gets chosen. I think that was Leyline Binding and Fable. Also, Sol Malka playing Gigantha, one of the few remaining companions in Modern, alongside other playable like Obosh, Bahira. Sometimes people play Lutri, recently playing Karuga. Okay, so Triumph Pass, Boseiju. Okay, Brutality. Okay, Brutality against a hand that Sol Malka knows, but from... So I must have... Okay, so that wasn't Fable, that was Creativity, okay. Because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. And past the turn, I can see a Pyrite Spellbomb in hand for Sol. Okay, Teferi. Probably plussing. I assume we'll see if we can change the dice. Okay, so explosives, I think Force of Vigor there is. Tarmogoyf pass. So yeah,
Sorry, I'm
Tarmogoyf.
back.
Yeah. Tarmogoyf will be bounced. Yeah. Dice is exchanged. Sol missing a land drop. So it's going to be tough. Alex just playing his mid-range game.
Well, Soul being up a game, world getting rid of the Teferi Time Raveler is painful. Especially against creativity. You need to have things up like Bolt, Push against the creativity player. But then what creativity can do is create annoying treasures, clues, whatever they deem worthy. And you have things like Ren and 6. You're holding up your push. Okay, I'm going to hit my land drops.
Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't be surprised to see now Archons just coming down. So this could go long, but Sol actually is the one who has to close the game a bit faster. Okay,
Ooh, double
Tarmogoyf and
Goyf.
Tarmogoyf, yeah.
Not great. You know, they're hoping no creativity. I think that's an Archon off the top. Renetic's going to keep upticking. It's going to be quite annoying. How big is this Goyf? Well, we know there's artifact sorcery land in the graveyard.
Uh, yeah, certainly. And I'm not sure if anything else really.
Oh, Planeswalker, the Teferi Time Raveler.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
So
So it's land, artifact, sorcery, planeswalker, that's 4.
definitely flooding here. Gigantha's an option when you flood.
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf's going to attack that Ren.
Which is interesting because Sol actually missed one of the one drops, so it's annoying because he missed a land drop, which impeded his development, and now he's got too many lands, which he can't really put into use. But we've got EE on 0, okay, to target tokens. Yeah, I guess that works.
To make it clear for Twitch chat, Dwarven Mine was fetched, made a 1/1, blocked the Tarmogoyf, so Ren 6 loyalty did not change. As we see Alex take another draw step, finding another Dwarven Mine. While it does seem quite bad, don't forget there's an Archon in the hand, so every land drop they hit is a turn close to a hardcast Archon.
Yeah, and now we are really close to that Archon.
But I think
And
something to take note of is Sol did not put Gigantha into hand, so he must have something more than just the sacrificing of his engineered explosives.
Okay, draw. Now, I do believe that Archon is completely backbreaking because it gets rid of Sol's only threat, puts him down to 6, and
Wow.
also Archon stays in play, of course. Okay, so we've got very preemptive engineered explosives pop. Oh, wow, what?
This makes a lot of sense. Think about it from Sol's perspective. You want to chump block with your dwarves? Okay, that means you don't have a creativity.
Yeah, that's fair.
You don't want to let him get creativity in the graveyard, have retrace. So you got to deal with the Ren and 6 somehow.
And
makes
he also
sense.
added instance as a type. So now Goyf is bigger. Unfortunately, doesn't kill it.
Ah,
Ooh,
love it.
that makes sense. Okay, he's counting. Yeah, return. Does he have an Archon?
I thought he
I-
did.
I don't think I saw one. Okay, maybe you're right. Okay. Yeah, and scoop them up. Yeah, that was just a tad too slow.
Very well played by both players there. I think I agreed with basically every play that they made. Was there anything that you saw that was a bit out of line?
So I thought that this aggressive, killing the tokens was out of line, but then when I saw the second E, that made perfect sense. And I really like the fact that he wanted to push damage because, again, the time was not his friend, right? Because creativity would just, slam Archon and be happy. I can see Sol already bottoming Shadow Spear. It's not that good. I can see Pyrite Spellbomb, but this is not going to cut it. But I think there is a Goyf, and Goyf is going to cut it. Now in 2022, Goyf might be beefy, but gets killed by, Prismatic Ending, Leyline Binding, Bounce by Teferi, just so much that, Goyf gets stacked by and doesn't provide any value upon entering or leaving the battlefield. So Goyf in 2022 is quite ambitious. And also, he doesn't even deploy it.
I think that Goyf is good in this deck specifically, though, because of one card we haven't seen. That's Urza's Saga. Taps for colorless mana. You need threats that you can cast with colorless mana. It's like Dothri Voidwalker. You're never casting that in your Urza's Saga deck. So clearly going down on the value of your spells for the upside of the castability with Urza's Saga, as well as leaning really more harder on that card.
That's fair. And also Goyf grows thanks to the enchantment type of Saga. And you don't really get enchantment types in Junt, those colors. On top of that, it can really, complement the construct beatdown, right? You're beating down with constructs, follow up with a Goyf, which is a 5/6, and actually close those games. But I think he's holding up Collagen's command. Okay, Monkey, Goyf. Okay, double spell.
Yeah, I don't mind this.
Yeah, that's
He could
good.
have dashed the Ragavan to cast the Goyf with the treasure, but clearly he's thinking, I've got a load of stuff to do next turn, and the turn after that, I won't have time to dash it, so let's pay the 1 mana now. They've got the removal spell, they've got me, I still got a Goyf that's growing.
Yep. And that's the pressure that they need. Although Goyf is now like a 2/3-ish. I think it's a 2/3. Just artifact and lands. Okay,
Can't bolt it though.
Alex has got a ley line, but he could go like binding the monkey, Teferi, bounce Tarmo Goyf, and that's a huge sequence. And I think he's got all the cards to do it. Yeah. And you want to binding the monkey because it makes more sense to bounce it Goyf than the Ragavan. You want to bounce a 2-drop than a 1-drop. And also Ragavan can be dashed while Goyf just has to be deployed normally.
Super rough.
Yeah.
This is not what you want to see as the Jun player. That's an Assassin's Trophy off the top. Yeah, I mean, the power level of this hand is looking very low. Basic Force Assassin's Trophy is 2 of the cards. You have a basic mountain, so it makes your hand even less quality. You need something big here.
Okay.
Goldigan's
That's
Command.
something.
I don't even know if that's something. Because let's say they have Dwarven Mind Creativity. I mean, they're asking for a second removal spell. Obviously, representing it, I highly doubt they'd go for it. But it's just like Teferi got its value for drawing a card.
Yeah.
You know that one card in hand is the Goyf. Yeah, I
there's
mean, a
another
brutal,
Teferi.
just
Oof.
plus, yeah.
Yeah, and like if he's got trophy in hand, but the last thing you want to do is trophy Teferi, give them another land.
Definitely.
Okay, another land, but yeah,
Okay.
nobody cares about that. There is
If
a
you're doing
trophy at the
nothing-
forest. Yeah.
So I disagree with this pass. You should at least put Gigantha to hand. Because if Teferi's on the board, you
You're not
can't
bluffing.
do anything. Right?
Yeah. Ooh, I think he drew Transmogrify. So plus Teferi, and he will just instant speed, find a dwarf, and transmo it.
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be So that's it for Sol. Now with 8 rounds today, you have to be like X1 or better to make top 8. So I guess Sol has got 1 loss to give. I mean, yeah, Cruxion. Yeah, I do believe that nobody cares about Tarmogoyf nowadays. Unless you're playing against Murktide, maybe. So Murktide actually can look. I mean, Unholy Heat also just kills it. Okay, never mind.
Ooh. But it doesn't work because you just do it in response.
I mean, yeah, but that's an interesting card. Why would you even play that card? Unless you're heavily metagaming against Nikachu.
Well,
Which then it's
Merfolk,
rude.
the dwarf from Creativity, goblins,
I
humans.
guess.
Does human work against
Oh,
wait,
against
what?
Hammer, you name Blinkmoth, right?
They didn't transmogrify. Oh. So they're going for they're making treasure and they're going to creativity for 2 on their turn. Okay, fine. This is actually not good in my opinion because this is not playing around engineered explosives too well, I think. Maybe.
I mean, I
I
think
guess
there are
you're
just
chunking with the mine and you have the fetch. Yeah, I guess it's okay. But you can't like bounce in creativity in response to EE being sacked because you'd be bouncing with the Teferi. So I think you should have just transmogrified now, in my opinion, and just win.
there are probably just a lot of roads that lead to Rome at this point. Like nobody cares about the Tarmogoyf here anyways. Yes, there is still this minus to be done.
Yeah, game over. Creativity for 2. Oh
Oh,
my
it
gosh.
passes again.
Okay. Well, I actually disagree with this pass because if he creativity for 2, he discards his whole hand and he's drawing
That's
a
true.
random card.
Yeah.
So
There is no choice, yeah.
yeah, now you're letting Soul keep the best card in his hand. When you creativity for 2, I mean, it doesn't mean much, right? You have 2 Archons in play. Yeah, creativity for 2.
And
Can't do
extends the
anything.
hand.
I
Surely.
guess Besage you is what you're scared of if you're Alex.
I mean, scared in air quotes because you'll just get 1 Archon and you still have got a ton of things to do
Yep.
because they're losing Tarmogoyf anyways. You've got Teferi on 7. So that would be like a minor, very minor inconvenience. Yep. Extends the hand.
That is going to be it here for round 3. The Magic 30 Modern main event, Paper Magic. Please click that follow button if you've been enjoying yourself. We're going to be taking a short break while we go set up for round 4. So please stick around. We'll be back with you guys shortly.
Yo, what's up? You guys there? Hey, I'm chilling. All right, good job. Well, that was pretty exciting. I'm not gonna lie. That match was. Both matches were kind of interesting. I feel like game 2 against. So I'm talking about like Nikachu's match, Merfolk against the Rhinos deck. Game 2 I thought was pretty well played. I know Harry and Skira mentioned the line about sacking the Mutavault, and then how the game like kind of snowballed from there to beat. Was it Fire Ice that got? Why did you sack the Mutavault? You remember?
If I remember correctly, like the Mutable is just clunky, and I know I'm going to tap out, so I'd rather not keep activating Mutable if I want to use it as an attacker. I don't remember. Game 2 you're talking about?
Yeah. I think you kept the Vidalian Hexcatcher, right? Yeah, and there was like a Fire Ice on the one mana creature, and then the Hexcatcher or something like that. Yeah. Okay.
It might have been because I have a hand that I'm probably going to have to tap out over and over again.
Okay, so Mutavault.
I'm never going to be in a situation where I want to activate Mutable.
Okay.
It attacks me. I got lucky actually. That game could have went further in game 2 because
The Mystical Dispute, right?
he leyline binded an attacking Lord of Atlantis. He should have leyline binded the one I just played that was untapped.
Okay.
So he leyline binds that one. Then he gets to block the second Lord of Atlantis that's attacking. He has 2 Rhinos out. And then I would hit him for a ton of damage, but I don't have Island Walk anymore. He's got 2 Rhinos and a Fury out.
Okay.
But his life total was really low, so it still would have been an interesting game because like he is a huge board. But I don't have Island Walks, but he may not want to attack with anything because I think it was at 2 or 4 or something like that. If he was at 2, then he's in a situation where he can't attack.
Okay.
And if he plays it slowly, I could still top deck an Island Walker and kill him.
So
the game could have went on further if they binded the right Lord of Atlantis.
So just to catch you, because I don't know if you guys could hear Nikachu, but 2 things happened. The first was regarding the Mutavault play. So what Nikachu is telling me is also, is it like is my camera actually smudged? No, it's weird. Anyways, okay, so sacking the Mutavault there was interesting because looking at Nikachu's hand, if you look at that game 2 scenario, there were multiple lords in the hand. You're never actually going to have bandwidth to tap the Mutavault in a meaningful way. So keeping the Vidalian Hexcatcher, I think that was the creature in play, made more sense on that board state, which I think is pretty heads up, being able to like look at something like a Mutavault, which is also a mana source, which in theory you'd want to cast your spells moving forward, but then understanding just like, okay, this is not useful to the current game plan that my hand is dictating that I play. So I think that's actually super smart then to keep what's on the board, the damage on the board that doesn't require the investment of mana, and then instead, I'm meeting myself on Discord, and then instead just like pushing forward with more and more creatures that, again, just don't require you to constantly have to like pour mana into it. Like Mutavault is good like in late game stages, but I think in that certain scenario where especially, you know, Nikachu was like lower on mana because it was like turn 2, 3, 4 around there or something like that. But more importantly, Nikachu only had the 2 lands, so I thought that was interesting. The other point that Nikachu brought up was regarding a leyline binding that targeted the wrong creature. So I think maybe Harry and Skira talked about this. I'm not 100% sure, but there was an attacking Lord of Atlantis that was leyline binded instead of a summoning sick Lord of Atlantis. God, say this 5 times fast. The attacking Lord of Atlantis was binded, but the summoning sick I give up. Whatever. Content is overrated. All right, you get the point, right? Bind the new one, not the attacking one. That's and that actually.
And block the attacking one.
Oh, and then you get to block the attacking one too because Island Walk goes away. So that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we are like very over time. It looks like we are 12 minutes over time. What the? These 4-color players gotta stop. You feel me? You feel me on that?
Deck checks.
Oh, I guess then maybe they were like, yeah, deck
Once
checks.
you get to gate round 3, the rounds go to like 20.
Yeah. I don't have. There was a time extension.
I had an 18-minute time extension for a GRB, but I finished at time.
Oh, holy shit! An 18-minute time extension. What happened?
I top of my library and it's cascading.
This is perfect.
We weren't sure which was my hand.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I called the judge on myself.
Yeah. No, I think, and that's probably why. Oh, hey Lee, what's up? How's your event going? What's up?
I got a draw and I got a loss, so
X11 now?
1-1-1.
111. Oh, that's nice. I like the hat.
Thank you.
Yeah. You guys can't see. There he goes. That's important. The Pikachu on the hat. Where'd you get that? Huh.
In Vancouver.
In Vancouver.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they just little Octa Pikachu.
Yeah, Octa Pikachu. Yeah, you can see the legs and everything, right?
Yeah.
That's
How you
classy.
doing? You good?
The stream is going strong. Technically, everything is working wonderfully. And we're only in round 3, so things are just gonna get better over time. So that's nice. Yo, Masturbate, yeah, got you on that. Yeah. Happy. It's funny, yeah, because remember, like, Yori, the banning for Yori on. Okay, it sounds like they're missing a couple of result slips, and that's what's causing the delay. But we're gonna get into round 4 pretty soon. In the meantime, you guys will have to deal with me, but that's okay. Oh, that is a great point. Yeah, actually, yeah. If you do have an extra Prime sub, oh wait. I'm gonna make it look fancy.
He's my caddy.
But yeah, check it out. All right, if you're enjoying the content, why not considering your free Bezos bucks to support the channel? Much appreciated. This is not, most of this stuff is not free. In fact, none of it is free. A lot of it is expensive. The gear is expensive. And I'd like to think that the quality of the cast has been improving over time. Today we are, thanks to everybody's donations, contributions, viewership, all the metrics, I'll tell you what you get for it. We upgraded from 720p to 1080p. Now that might not seem like a big deal, but when you factor in the fact that I have no power, I have no internet, I have no, like literally, I think the only thing that I'm given is a chair, which is, you know, enough to make coverage happen. So any contributions, any Prime subs, anything like that goes straight back into, you know, the product that it is, and we get a good time. Because think about it, right? Like imagine not being able to see any of these sweet matches of Magic. That would be kind of unfortunate, you know? But yeah. I wonder what other Magics, what other decks are doing well. And in fact, I don't even know, so far, like based on the tournament structure, right? There were 2 qualifiers yesterday. And in those qualifiers, 16 people in total have made it to the elimination rounds on Sunday. I have no idea what decks are in that top 32 cut so far. Actually, no, that is not true. I know Burn is in there at least. In fact, I heard there were 2 copies of Burn, which is a lot more Burn than I would have actually expected. Oh shit, Lee, what's up, dude?
What's up?
Hey, thank you for the gifted sub. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not even something.
Oh wait, okay. This is also important. So apparently there's this new thing called a boost train. Have you heard about that?
What?
A boost train? It's like a variation of a hype train where if enough subs, if enough subs or like bits or whatever are like given, they actually boost the channel so that it gets more viewership on Twitch, which is kind of a weird. Actually, now that I think about it, it's more of like the audience pays to support the streamer in a different way. But the last time I got my stream boosted, I think we hit like some absurd number, like at 1.5 the viewership. So.
Pay to win Twitch.
Yeah, pay to win on Twitch, right? Yeah, if you guys are interested in supporting, literally now is the best time because the boost train is going on. So,
How many viewers do we got?
we had 471 watching your match.
Oh my god, we got 471. You gotta be kidding me.
I'm pretty sure it dropped since then, though. Yeah, we're at 432, which is good for round 3.
Excellent for round 3.
Yeah. I should
The tournament just started.
That is true, right? And we're almost like to. I think I know secretly what my goal is for the weekend. If you want one of these, this is.
I love it. I love the lapel mic.
Yeah,
Gotten really used to it.
These are nice. Like my secret goal for viewership on the weekend. Every weekend I go into an event and I'm just like, this is the number that I would like to have. I'd like to break 1K this weekend, and I think it's very possible tomorrow. But today would be sweet because today we just have like a regular Swiss event. And are you sure you don't want a chair?
I guess I could use a chair.
Yeah,
There's a
now-
chair
now-
over
now-
here.
Now that it's literally right there.
Now that it's literally right there.
Yeah.
Let's go sit down.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think
I was
it's
standing up all day yesterday.
yeah. What's up?
I forgot to bring a particular card I wanted you to sign, but if I get this card,
Yeah.
can you sign it live on stream?
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
What card is it though?
It's a choke.
It's a what?
It's a choke.
I declined to sign. He said choke. Man just walked up to me and said, "You want to sign my?" Okay. But yeah,
How about if you get if you get like 10 subs today, you'll sign it.
I'll do it. Yeah. I will chill out. I'll sign your card if we get 10 subs. This is a great time to ask any questions for Nikachu here.
Yeah.
Like how do you look so handsome all the time? What's your secret?
I don't know. I don't drink, do drugs, or anything. The only thing I'm addicted to is winning. So you can end up looking really good. And somehow I drink. I guess I eat a lot of McDonald's and other fast food, and all those preservatives in there are preserving my body.
Nice. As a heads up, I don't think I've actually done this yet, but I'm pretty sure everybody who's watching already knows. You're a pretty renowned content creator, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
These days, I'm not known for making Merfolk content anymore.
Well, I feel like it's interesting because I see like there's so much like gameplay content in Magic, but what I really want to see more of is kind of the stuff that you're making, which is just like about like the community, about the history, about like, and the cool thing too is just like the way you do it is you make it like just interesting to watch. You know what I mean? Like even if it's just like you'll watch, like, you'll dig up like clips that are iconic from the past,
Yeah.
and like also on top of that, like you on top of like your review of it, like you also have your series of just like very like fundamental new to Magic stuff. Like I remember the one where you're like teaching how to riffle shuffle.
Yes.
And I showed that video to my wife actually, and she was able to do it. Like, which is
Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that.
you love to see it. You know what I mean? So
That's the key, to get the beginners to understand the
yeah,
content.
exactly right. Here, this might be a better angle. And then nope, it's because it's not tight. No, I know.
It might be a lighting thing. Well, oh.
It's
Oh, I
because
see.
yeah. Okay.
You guys have no idea how much work you put into this. Like, I actually thought it was less complicated.
Nope.
But no, it's actually really complicated. It's overcomplicated.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah,
playing on camera is complicated. The life totals are like inverted backwards.
I got to figure that part. That's something that so I got to give a shout out when I can, but like my dev friend Jordan Baker, who is maybe one of the most like talented like tech people I know in the Magic the Gathering universe.
Yeah.
Created this software, and the idea is like I'm sort of like Jordan's guinea pig.
Oh
if
wow,
you will.
this is a custom-made build.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a fresh new piece.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
This is not a pre-constructed commander deck.
Dude, am I going crazy? It's like
Well, the problem is the
Oh.
lighting. The lighting is like right on me.
I'm pretty
so
sure there's like some like sort of weird. There's like, is that better? It's a little bit better. There's like gunk on my camera. I gotta Clorox it down or something. Sorry, that gunk is a very like disturbing word. Like moist, but like gunk. You know. Anyways, yeah. Okay. So, YouTube.com/Nikachu.
Nikachu MTG.
Nikachu MTG. Wonderful. Yeah. How's that going?
Oh, it's going great. Oh,
Yeah?
I'm very, very happy. I got, like, I wanted to get videos to get over 200, 300, 400, 500,000, 700,000 views, and
Yeah.
I accomplished it. So I'm very, very happy with how the channel's going
That is a freaking milestone. You know, like I don't know. I think I'm in baby stages. YouTube is hard. That's what I've realized. It's like
Yeah.
the amount of editing that you probably put into all your work and things like that. Like,
Yes,
takes time.
it does take time. And yeah, to make the great grid videos, like I got to do the editing myself. Personally, I know, there's other people who do, like if I want to make it awesome and fun, I got to do it myself.
Yeah.
I
you have to
can't,
do- yeah.
the amount of time I'll spend explaining what I want to an editor, I might as well have just done it.
But then it's also expensive too. Very expensive.
Can be very expensive.
I found for like editing, there's like, especially the people that know what they're doing. I mean, because they know what they're doing, they know to charge the right price for it. And it can get complicated at certain times. But
What,
yeah,
do you do? Give them like 7-hour VODs?
Yeah, but
Oh God!
yeah. I'm just like, all right, here's like a couple matches. Here's certain parts of the thing that I would like to like truncate into like a. Because I'll be very honest with you, I
Yeah.
think for me personally, I'm over the phase of like 2-hour VODs on YouTube. I don't personally enjoy that content anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You recognize that you don't even enjoy this stuff, so why would other people enjoy it? So you got to make the stuff
Right.
that not only other people enjoy, but you enjoy as well.
Yeah, short form factor I think is a lot better, probably for the algorithm as well to hit that sweet spot, right? You want to maximize like, and you probably know a lot about like, so first of all, like this, I know we're going into like a content creation spiel, but you also have like one of the best content creators in Magic, so why not
Yeah.
take advantage of this to
Not
like, learn?
sponsored by Wizards.
Yeah, we're also, just not sponsored.
Yeah, we are rogue. We're all the rogue content creators are here. All the
If you're
super
listening-
sponsored
if you're
ones are
listening,
everywhere else.
Yeah.
Hear that, Mark Rosewater?
Emails. Literally, I think Mark is over there. Like, I think he just finished like a conversation. He's like there's like a thing with Mark Rosewater or something. Don't use Clorox. Oh, I won't do that then. Fair enough. Does anybody in the chat have any questions for Nikachu? I can bullshit for a while, but we are 23 minutes over time, and I think better questions would suit us.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for any modern questions. What's going on in modern? So grand scheme of things, people always complain about modern, but it's always because it's changing, and so somebody's deck that used to be really good just dropped a tier or two down, and then they got to wait for the meta to change, or they get another card to boost themselves up. But modern, in the grand scheme of things, is quite good right now. I think it is. Modern is, by nature, always changing through new cards and banning, so I really don't see how Modern Horizons 2 is any different from Throne of Eldraine or Dominaria United. We're getting powerful cards, and the format's just going to change. You got to adapt. And we got decks that have been around since the beginning of time, just like Merfolk. But if you don't believe in Merfolk, we got Tron. We've got Burn. So there are staples to the format, and you can still play stuff that went from tier 1 to tier 3, but just understand that you got to play. You got to work harder to win your games. They're not going to be donated to you.
Sounds like his pairings up.
Yeah, it's
there are a
really
lot of
pairings.
really good questions here, and I want you guys to remember these questions.
Yeah.
I'll take the mic back from you
Yeah.
as you get situated for the round.
I'll go check to make sure. But
Yeah. Make sure you remember these questions, because in between rounds we can ask Nikachu again. I think there were a lot of like modern specific questions, format specific knowledge, and I don't want those questions to get lost in chat. So after the full next round, whatever it might be, we'll get set up. I'm going to take a quick break here, and then we're going to get ready with round number 4, I believe. So I'll see you in a sec.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Magic 30 Modern main event. I'm HaremGG, joined here by Skura, and we're going to be going down into the main feature match to watch some more Modern Paper gameplay. We're going to get some insight from Anu right now what we're going to be watching, but from assumption it's going to be some random Modern deck list from the field. So far we've seen, diverse metagame. We haven't seen Murktide yet. We haven't seen many Ragavens being cast. Honestly seems like a healthy Modern metagame. What do you think about the Modern metagame right now?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely. So I understand your sentiment actually that we've seen those top dogs many times, and we keep seeing the same top dogs. But actually, at any given tournament, you can see 20, 30 different decks locally. When I have 20-ish people, around 10 or even more decks are unique, and the number of unique decks at every tournament is just staggeringly high.
I think we're getting some insight. We're going to be having Jund on the main feature match, everyone. Jund is a match that we saw being played last round. It's going to be the same player this time, Soul. We're going to be tuning into the main feature match area very shortly, seeing them shuffle up. I think Jund Saga, actually, not the classical Jund, Liliana the Veil, things like that. Nope. Ragavan, Urza Saga. It's Jund with Modern Horizons additions. Is this a deck that you've played with much, Skura?
I've played a bit with and a lot against. And I've really found it difficult to play against like a few months ago. Actually, with Lurus. This deck was really annoying to play against with Lurus because it could like rebuy Ren and sixes. And so almost at any given point, you could see a situation that, they put Lurus to hand, play Lurus, replay Ren, and then the Ren picks up Urza's Saga. Super difficult.
Mm. Yeah, I actually played a lot of this Jund deck, and I think what's nice is that when Lurus got banned, you could play Grist the Hunger Tide in the sideboard. Planeswalker that, makes 1/1s as a +1 for 3 mana. Not that great, but it's the -2 that does a lot of work. -2, sack a creature, destroy target creature or Planeswalker. Jund used to be the deck that was good at removing things. Abrupt Decay, Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt. Now that's a problem. You got things like Prismatic Ending, Leyline's Binding. All these white decks have all the nice premium removal spells, and Jund was kind of left behind. So, we're going to be seeing Nikachu, sorry, as the main feature match. My mistake, with Jund being the backup match. So we're going to be having Merfolk again here down in the main feature against an unknown opponent. Nikachu did tweet out his deck list, so if you want to see the exact 75, go check out his Twitter page. It should be the most recent tweet. But we're going to be seeing it again. What do you think of Merfolk as its positioning in Modern?
So I think it will largely depend on what you play against. If you play against like combo decks like Living End and Belcher, I really, really like it. If you play against like Fury, not so much. However, I've noticed that there isn't that much Fury now, because basically only Rhinos play Fury, right? There is no like pure 4-color now. Creativity does not play Fury.
Well,
So I would.
Rakdos Scam, I would say, plays
Oh,
Fury.
right. Okay. Yeah. So actually might be quite difficult. Okay. So Scam plus random 4-colors plus Rhinos, I think might be big enough that you might be wary of playing Merfolk. However, Nikachu plays some subtleties to combat that.
Yes, he does. Only 2 in the main, as I can see from his Twitter here. Got 2 in the main, 2 in the sideboard, so you can tackle Fury post board. But it's definitely an awkward card to fight. But yeah, we've got the new Hex Catcher from the most recent standard set, I believe, Dominaria United. The 2-mana 1/1 flash. Other Merfolk get +1/+1. You can sacrifice a Merfolk to counter target non-creature spell unless they pay 1. Pikachu really showcasing that card last match, so we're probably going to see a lot of Hexcatcher this match too, especially allowing you to sacrifice Mutavault in order to counter things, turning your lands into, Mana Tithe? So, yeah, I really like the addition of Hexcatcher, and all these subtle additions. I think Nikachu is going to pilot this deck very well
Yeah,
for
it
us.
also adds this kind of like a bit of trickstery element to the deck because you really don't know what to expect, right? Because they've got the Vial, they've got the Flash Lord, Hex Catcher, Curse Catcher, potentially Fawn, Subtlety. Now you can't really play around all of that. So I really like this. Also, Merfolk Trickster. So this deck is really tricky to play against because they've got so many different effects and most of them instant speed.
Okay, the players seem to be done shuffling up. Probably one of my least favorite things in Magic the Gathering, having to shuffle, reshuffle, shuffle, fetch lands, Field of Ruin, Fable Passage, all wants to make me sleep. But at the end of the day, the shuffling is eventually done and hands will be drawn and we'll find out what Nikachu is going to be playing against. What are you hoping to see against Nikachu? I'm rooting for... Ooh, I think it's going to be Hammer Time, that's my guess.
Okay, so I'll say fast. I'll say Infect. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Bottom a card, both of them mulligan to 6. Who's on the play? Ooh, that's a Bloodstained Mar.
Well, I'm not surprised not to see Infect, but I guess I wanted to take that bet. Okay, so we've got turn on Vial. Both players on the mull to 6.
Ooh.
This could be
maybe...
Creativity. I
I
think
would say
again.
Creativity, because if it was Death Shadow, that would be shocked into play.
Exactly. Oh, on the other hand, however, if it was Creativity, they would have found a Triumph, right? So what's that?
True.
Like Grixis Ledger thingy? I mean, if this deck has a Snapcaster Mage, sign me up. But if it does,
Oh, it's Dredge.
oh, Dredge. Right, let's see.
Oh, Thriving Discovery,
Ooh.
discard 2 cards. Oh, it's not even an additional cost. Wow.
Yeah.
Twitch chat, let's have your personal opinion. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Nikachu's going to beat Dredge. Put a 2 in the chat if you think Dredge is going to beat Nikachu. Let's see your opinion here in Modern as we see a Narcomoeba being milled as well as a Ghoul. Here we go.
He's looking for that chill. No chill, okay. What?
Wow. Only Narcomoeba.
So not much happening. However, it's not done because he could mill a chill, no, any turn after that, right?
Yes.
So this is basically looming over Nikachu. Now on the flip side, we can see Dredge as 3-0 top tables. That's already surprising. Why do you think that deck fell off? Because it definitely has.
What, Dredge?
Yeah.
Endurance, the speed of the format, the fact that Prized Amalgam comes into play tapped, hand disruption, force of negation.
Yeah, people have liked Leyline of the Void.
I think if you want to play Graveyard, go play Living End. Sorry,
Yeah, exactly.
play Force of Negation, stop people not drawing you, things like this. I mean, I don't think Dredge is a bad deck. I just think that there's a lot more variance in Dredge than other decks. Like, look, the Dredge player did exactly what they want to do. They cast their draw 3 on turn 2, and their board is mediocre. Luckily,
Yeah.
they have another draw 3.
But there is a Vodalian Hexcatcher. Oh my
Ooh,
god.
counter that.
Oh.
I don't think it's that good. Oh, missequencing though. I don't know if that's a missequencing. Not playing their land before casting their spell.
Yeah, and they know
it's a
they're playing.
missequencing.
Yeah, they know they're playing as Merfolk, right? So
Yeah, and you could be wary of Bloodgast, but it's a fetch land, right? So Nikachu isn't gonna sack this creature if you can fetch. So yeah, I would count that as a slight mistake.
now, to be fair, they still have got how much, like 11 power on the battlefield, so they can't complain. I think Dredge is just so good game one. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and the problem is we know Nikachu's sideboard. It's 3 Chalice of the Void, 2 Subtlety, 4 Force Negation, 2 Harbinger of the Tide, 4 Spreading Seas, none of which deals with the graveyard. So Nikachu
Yeah.
has definitely said, look, if you're a graveyard deck, you've got me. Because the graveyard deck's Living End, which you can counter the Cascade spell.
Yep.
Dredge, you can't really counter anything. So clearly,
I think he's going
Nikachu's...
to lean heavily on Force of Negation just to counter this 2-mana enabler because that's just key. Without the 2-mana enabler, this deck just fumbles. There is Gaze though. That's also very strong. I've never really liked Dredge. It's also logistically difficult to play, annoying to play. Just so many cards everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this is just game over. Hardcast Stinkweed Imp.
Yeah, this deck is over on so many levels.
Is there any way you can deal 20 damage in what? No way. No, it's 0%. I'm gonna start chumping.
And also there are a few chills left in the deck. So it's possible that, Omri might not even get into combat and still win. Okay, Nikachu is counting. But that seems
feel
like
like-
overly optimistic.
There's not really much to count because you know there are loads of chills left in the deck and you're at 5, right? It's probably
Exactly.
statistically almost impossible for you to win this game.
Or maybe it's just like he's pretending to count to make your opponent think you might have something. I don't know. There have been builds. I mean, have been like maybe 2
They're
years
dead.
ago. Oh,
3 chills.
oh my god, easy. Poof. Wow. Yeah, that was easy. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, game 1 for Dredge is so difficult to win with this deck game 1 unless you yourself are like a, I don't know, Breach, Belcher, I don't know, Titan maybe. Like no fair deck is winning. Murktide, if you're a fair deck like that, they just hardcast Stink with Imp, it's already a problem.
Yeah, I think that Nikachu is going to need a lot to win. I think it's down to the Dredge player just stumbling, to be honest. Counter the Cathartic Reunion and hope that they don't hit much. It's a stretch.
Yeah, so sideboarding, as we've established, Merfolk won't really have a lot to side in. Force of Negation is going to be pretty good. You can go turn one creature, turn 2 creature, right, like a lord, still hold up Fawn. So that's good. Also, if you play like Curse Catcher and or Hex Catcher, they also counter reunion effects. So actually post board, Nikachu will have plenty of effects, like 4 Fawn, 4 Hex Catcher, however many Curse Catcher he plays. So this could be upwards of 10 copies of ways to actually counter the reunion effect. So that's huge. For Dredge, however, they have very different sideboards nowadays, but they used to play Lightning Axis. Nowadays, I've seen more like Prismatic Ending played here and there, maybe some Abrupt Decays. I would assume Prismatic Ending is in. They play those Rainbow lands, so they have access to any mana they want. Prismatic Ending is also played because it's a super good catch-all against all the hate. So it could be interesting. This game could be just much slower. Omri might have, those interactive spells. Nikachu will have interactive spells, and hence the whole game will be prolonged. However, still, I think Omri is advantaged because when they're racing, those creeping chills change the math so much.
So, why would you want to play Dredge over Living End?
I think it's the Murktide matchup because you are you do a bit more things and you can't be stopped so well now with a single Fluster Storm, for example. And hardcast Stink with Imp is actually relevant. Those chills are relevant. You can play this normal game, so to speak.
Yeah. See, I think that honestly, Dredge is just not what you want to be playing instead of Living End. I think that Dredge is a playable deck, just like how Mono Blue Affinity is a playable deck in Modern.
Yeah.
It can win games. I think it's decent. I just don't think that it's tier 1 like it used to be. I think that matchups that you used to prey upon are now more closer. I don't really see what's the buy for Dredge in Modern, whereas Living End has buys, So I think that Modern right now, the top decks are determined by how many free wins does your deck offer, how many guaranteed wins does your deck offer. And Dredge actually is quite RNG in the sense of if you don't dredge the good cards, you literally cannot win. So yeah, I think that's where I kind of dislike Dredge. Omri is definitely going to prove us wrong, though, because taking this game 1 against Merfolk, you punish these decks. You have a nut draw against the decks that can't really interact with you or your graveyard. So I definitely think we're going to see a win for Dredge here. And a very fast one, actually. I'm going to predict a 2-0 win.
Have you heard the Dredge Gemstone Cavern story from LMS Amsterdam?
I have not.
It's a really good story. So basically, Dredge is playing against some kind of deck which leads on Leyline of the Void, right? And this deck not only has Leyline of the Void on turn 0, but also has Fluster Storm to counter any possible hate. However, the Dredge player is on the draw and begins with a Cavern, Okay. Stops the opponent that's on the play in their upkeep, and nature claims that ley line before they have access to Flusterstorm, thanks to that Gemstone Caverns. That was powerful. That was awesome. Also, the players showed that the knowledge of the rules, right? They knew no. Wait on the upkeep, do this
Ooh.
first.
Twitch chat beefing me saying that I don't understand Dredge. Well,
Oh
what I
my.
do understand is that Dredge is not putting up any good results, yet Living End is. But no, I do try every modern deck, try to stay diversified for my content, and I just don't think that it's a good deck. I mean, good is such a broad expression in modern, isn't it? What is good, you know? And I think that if you want to win the most games that you can, I think that you'd rather go for Living End. That's what I'm saying. Okay, here we have an Eighth of Val for Nikachu, as well as a Force of Negation backup to fight all of the potential ways Omri can put cards into his graveyard.
Actually, okay, I found Frank Carsten's post after LMS Amsterdam talking about this story exactly. So let me just put it into the chat so everybody can see the story. It's absolutely true. Okay, it was Werther, not Nature's Claim, but the point remains. And actually, that Dredge player who made the play, I think top fourth that tournament. So yeah, very heads up player in general.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Force of Negation for a reason. This is probably one of the last spells you can really counter, apart from maybe something like Conflagrate. What are you gonna do?
I'm not even sure they play Conflagrate, to be honest. Okay, so we've got Fawn, and there are more Vodalian Hex catches to come later. So he's not really afraid of subsequent reunion effects. And also they've got just so many of these effects.
Here we go. Mill 3. That's an amalgam. Is that portable hole? Wow, that's cool.
Yes, I've seen those decks play like Portable Hole or even Prismatic Ending. And that's especially doable because they've got the Rainbow lands. But now, woof, Hardcast Narcomoeba. Well, at least it blocks, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
So Nikachu's taking the route of he wants to hit hard. Does he have a Lord in hand? It's definitely... Is that another Harbinger? I can't really tell.
I think there may have been another Vodalian Hexcatcher, but he wants to hold it in hand. But yeah, with the Rainbow mana base, you can really punish the opponent for taking too much life, for paying too
So
much
not
life.
looking to pump through more damage. Trying to... A surprise factor. Okay. Well... I mean, you Hexcatcher, right, to save it. There's not... Is there much decision? There isn't a Conflagrate in the graveyard. I wonder what Nikachu is considering.
Having watched Nikachu today, I can see that he's very patient. Very patient. Like, at multiple spots, he's been, waiting, calculating, passing the turn, catching opponents off guard. Oh, chat has got a very good point. Like, if you flash in it now, then they will dredge it again and kill the Lord.
Right. I guess you... Yeah.
He does it anyways. And he's got no cards in hand.
Yeah,
Okay.
not looking too good. Get it back.
Oh, unfortunately the dredge was off camera. But yeah, apparently nothing really happened there. Boop. Sacrificing response, make them pay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you draw a Lord, you're in a great spot. Need a Lord. Oh, no, you don't need a Lord. They're on 9. Oh, we found
Oh,
one
there is a
anyways.
Lord. Bash. Nice, easy.
Oh, no, yeah,
That
you
was
do need a Lord.
smooth.
Yeah, for lethal, yeah.
That was smooth.
The time is definitely kicking in here. Past midnight for both of us here
Yeah.
in Europe. You Americans, you're chilling in the afternoon. For us, midnight Magic the Gathering. As well as talking for a very long time. Been up for 4 hours. Big thanks to Anu for hosting this stream. Think about it. You guys would not be seeing modern gameplay without this live stream. Anu's brought all of his kit from his home, set up this live stream. We see how much work has been put in, and it's for free. All of you are watching this for free. You know what you can do for free to help out in return? Clicking that follow button. Have you got that Twitch Prime? Use that Prime, because this Magic stream would not be possible without the support from the community. The amount of money and effort Anu puts in is insane. Please show some support. Seriously, you'd literally have no cover of this event from WotC without Anu. Just to make that very clear, Anu is not supported by WotC. He wasn't asked to do this by WotC. The only person that asked to do it was himself. So show some support, my brothers. But yeah, going into Game 3, Nikachu managing to beat Dredge. And you know why, Skura? It's from what I exactly was saying. The biggest problem with Dredge, in my opinion, is that you can Dredge, you can have it all, but just one interactive spell, a couple bad Dredges, and your deck just does nothing. They had double Dark Blast, and it wasn't even enough. So definitely
that's
Nikachu
true.
showing playing tight pays off. What do you think about this matchup still?
Well, yeah, I have to say that while I was really heavily on the Dredge's side, and the same was actually with the Rhinos. I was against, let's say, Merfolk, but Nikachu still keeps convincing me that there is something to the deck, or something the way he plays. If Dredge opens with no portable hold turn 1, like no hold your vial, turn to Dredge, Dredge into some like 6 to 10 power, that would be huge. But on the other hand, very few decks can beat that anyways. So I think Dredge is really leaning on that, that nut draw.
Okay. Big opening 7 for Nikachu here on the draw, Game 3 against Dredge. Dredge also on the play, Game 3 against Merfolk. Who's gonna have what? I
Oh,
see no lands for Nikachu and a mulligan for Dredge.
I'm not sure if you've noticed, but Nikachu seems to have sided in Spreading Seas. That's very interesting. Just to cut them off the mana. Now, I think Seas is much better on the play, but I guess Nikachu thinks that on the draw is still good enough. They can cast very few cards with the blue mana, cast them off of this red-white reunion completely. Thrilling discovery. And yeah, that was a good point by the Miracles Master Joe Lossett that Dredge should not lose to no graveyard hate.
Okay. Both players to 6. I see lands. I see Vial. Don't see Force and Negation.
Oh,
but
we see
the
Hexcatcher.
But
That's too
Hexcatcher
slow,
is
though.
too slow. It's too slow
Yeah.
on the draw. Cartholic Reunion, 2 mana. Hexcatcher, 2 mana. Dredge is gonna have 2 mana before Nikachu.
And there is no way that Dredge keeps a hand without an enabler. So
Okay. City of
Nikachu,
Brass, go.
yeah, Nikachu can't really mulligan lower because if you're mulligan 4 Fawn, then you would be keeping a 5-card hand with a Fawn, which means the leftovers won't probably make it. Okay, so we've
Okay,
got
big
Gaze.
hits here. Is that? I think that's a Stinkweed Imp as well as another one. Okay.
Yeah, a Thug. Yeah, Golgari Thug.
They hit one. Wow. Only an Archamoeba. You do have the Ox of Agonis. So do you? I don't remember how much the escape cost is. You must be able to do it though.
It's 8. So now after
3,
the fetch,
7. No.
it's Xaxis? No, it's no. I think he should have not brought back
Yeah,
Narcomoeba if they
I
wanted
think
to
so as
Ox.
well. bringing back that Narcomoeba might cost the Dredge player the game. Unless, if they don't have Dredge, they could just have Cathartic Reunion and
Yeah.
they'll do it next turn.
That's true. But if that's the case, then they've got, reunion into Ox, which is devastating. Yeah.
Okay. Big turn here for Dredge. This is about to be very explosive.
Yeah.
5 cards.
Womp womp on the first one.
Okay.
Kind of womp on the second one. Nothing's happening.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow. Dredge having the nut draw.
Oh.
Turn 2. Doing 2 lightning helixes. That's it. There is
They
the Ox of
win.
Agonis coming down next turn, but Nikachu plays things like Subtlety. So it gives an extra draw step for Nikachu finding Subtlety. Still not looking good for Nikachu, but that is... That's
I
not
mean, this
great for
proves your
Dredge.
point, right? This proves literally your point. Second time in a row, they completely whiffed in like their top third of the deck.
Yeah. Land off the top for Nikachu. Not what he wants to find is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Imagine just one Tormod's Crypt here. One
Yeah.
relic. Just instant GG. But it looks like he just has nothing to go with it.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
Dredge is definitely still going to win, but I think, against any other modern deck with sideboard, Nikachu does not have a sideboard against this deck.
just basically any resistance would probably be enough, but there is no resistance.
Now here we go. Dredge is about to take over the game.
Not yet.
This board is going to get massive. The Ox is going to come back, the Amalgam is going to trigger, then you're just going to dredge a billion. Here we go.
It should get a counter.
Yep.
Okay, it does.
Ooh,
it's
they
like,
had the portable hole as well.
and there's like triple imp in hand. Okay. 3, 4, 5 imp. Okay, there is a chill.
This is game over.
I mean, it's still not that impressive though.
Where are all the Amalgams? There's one. They're going to start coming now.
Now there
Yeah.
is enough.
Wow, still only 2 Amalgams?
Yeah,
like-
but also there is this Silver Smooth Ghoul, which is going to be the nail in the coffin.
2 of those. So you get 2 Amalgams, 2 Ghouls, and you just... Yeah, Nikachu's just insta-dead. Actual 0% to win this game.
Yeah. If he stacked his deck, he wouldn't win.
The only out Nikachu has is for Mark Rosewater to come over to his table, draw him a new magic card, and let him cast it. Oh, 1 turn off the subtlety off the top. You needed that last turn for the Ox of Agonis. Wow.
That
Nikachu's
hurts
deck
so
giving
much.
him a bit of a tease. If he had a way to draw a card, he would have had it.
At least he's got a bad beat story now.
Tax
He
for
takes
1.
it. He says, yep, give me the 1. And good game.
Wow. Dredge smashing Nikachu's face in, punishing him for the way he had his sideboard prepared for this tournament. Clearly thinking of...
Whoa.
Ooh. Yeah. Don't know if you guys could hear us there because it cut to Anu's face, but yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
Nikachu clearly not being prepared for graveyard decks, clearly punishing him, especially facing up against Dredge. Overall, what do you think about that round?
I fully agree with with Nikachu on that, I think if you want to be prepared for Living End, you don't need actual graveyard hate, and he could just unfortunately, punish with the pairings. Dredge isn't something you want to be, prepared for. So yeah, I'm not really surprised. Now the outcome, again, I'm not really surprised because Dredge is excellent game one, and basically Nikachu played, game one a few more times because he had nothing to be prepared for it. So yeah, basically played as I would expect.
Definitely. Awesome. Well, that's going to be a break for this round. We'll be coming back to you shortly with a lot more paper magic, but in a bit. Hello, everyone. We are back here for round 4 for some time-shifted magic. We've got an interesting matchup here, Skura. Jund versus Belcher. We're going to be watching this time-shifted match at 1.5 speed to speed up the shuffling, the tanking, so that we can just get straight into the magic. What do you think about this matchup, though? Jund Saga versus Belcher.
I've got two observations. First off, Michael will be misleading a ton of people with that Kahira reveal. Oh, 100%. You see Kahira, you're no way assuming Belcher. Second of all, I think it's awful. Because if you can't interact on the stack, it's going to be tough. And, Belcher can literally stack their deck, which is historically very good against this card. So I really don't like Soul's chances here.
Yeah. Again, one of those matchups. Soul's got to have the sideboard cards to be able to fight Michael here. Turn 1 Ragavan. What has Michael got? Normally these Dredge, or sorry, why are we obsessed with Dredge? Belcher decks play rituals and fast mana. They don't have access to Simian Spirit Guide anymore. But you can definitely use degenerate mana strategies to outpower Soul. Oh, Thoughtseize. Wait, is this actually Belcher?
Uh, I mean, so
Yeah,
maybe
I
we're
see. I saw a ritual in his hand. Wow, this is an interesting version with Kahira and Thoughtseize. Okay, I'm interested to see what happens.
I think we're just used to not seeing this efficient interaction out of combo decks because of the cascade restriction. But there are some actual decks which can play efficient interaction.
Hmm. I wonder what specific black cards they're going to be using. Maybe they even play Talisman. Not Talisman, sorry. The Wish... No, yeah, Wishclaw Talisman. Yeah, it is called Talisman. Wishclaw Talisman to find the Belcher, maybe? Not too sure.
Yeah,
Could use something like Karn the Great Creator?
I think I've seen like black Belcher lists, but I'm not sure what the black was for. Maybe Grief? To have this kind
Mm,
of interaction? I'm really not sure, but I've seen some black Belcher lists.
okay. Ooh,
Oh.
Stone Rain. Beseiju. For 1 mana as well. Don't forget, Beseiju gets a mana reduction for having a legendary creature, and Ragavan is legendary. Twitch chat, let's get your opinion here. We've got a black Belcher deck on the right, Jund Saga on the left. Give us a 1 if you're rooting for Jund, and a 2 if you're rooting for Belcher. Let us know who you think's going to win. I think there should be a prediction also coming in the Twitch chat soon, if one of our moderators on that,
Yeah.
potentially.
Okay, now it's like split-ish.
Ooh, a lot of 2s. A lot of 2s.
Yeah, I think people, to be blatantly honest, I think people rooting for Jund, I mean, it's just something you would like to happen, but just won't happen. Yeah, exactly, Richard. Exactly. That was my point. Yes, rooting for somebody and thinking they win, two different things. Absolutely.
Sorry, I probably should have phrased it differently. That's definitely the midnight brain speaking for itself. But yeah, who you rooting for then? Obviously, let's do
Okay.
who you're rooting for.
I'm still rooting for Belcher, and the reason why that's the case is I really want to see more combo decks, and this is a very interesting. I mean, interesting. I really like this Doomsday aspect of the deck. So the easy draws are very easy, but the difficult ones are very challenging. And I really, really appreciate the way that people, Doomsday with the deck. So we will see if there are any Doomsdays cast this game. Okay, Ragavan's doing work.
Ragavan hit Belcher. You could cast it. Why
Yeah.
not? You only play 20 lands in the deck, right? You might be able to kill them really fast. No, maybe that's bad.
Depends what the alternative is, but I know they've got Gigantha because they put it in hand. So it's better to play a 5/5,
Yes,
which
definitely.
essentially puts a turn to clock on them.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's not literally 2 turn clock. Oh no, it is. It's literally a turn clock. Okay. So yeah. The strength of Belcher though is that they could win from this position. Just play untapped red. No, ritual go off. But to me, this game seems like Belcher's losing to itself, not to Jund. Like they did nothing. They're just attacking, and now they cast a 5/5 for total 8 mana. So
You say that, but Skura, don't forget about that Beseiju.
oh
Stone
right,
Rain.
right, yeah, that's
Also
fair.
the threat of Renin 6. If Soul can find a Renin 6, you can take him off red.
Yeah.
A lot of potential here. I wonder what Michael's thinking about for green black.
Also, I don't like if there is something I would have appreciated him thinking about what to do before he plays the land, right? Because what if he comes up with a different plan?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is talisman. Okay,
Oh,
so you
wow.
were right.
Ooh,
Nice.
easy guess. Wonder what he's thinking about. Okay.
Pass. He's not dead yet, so I guess Soul
See a
has got a
bolt in
bolt, I
hand.
think.
Yeah, Jinx. Definitely got a bolt. Well,
7.
one bolt ain't enough.
However, a bolt makes them go down to 2, which means any that the bolt lands doesn't work, right?
Yeah. 6,
Which could be
7,
key.
8. Ritual.
Yeah, so now Michael cannot play, I think, any untapped land now.
Yeah, you're right. Yes.
So he has to chain the rituals from this position without any land drops. And there are rituals I can see.
And what is it called? It's called like Ironcrag Feat, I believe. 4 mana. You may cast one more spell this turn or something. So you could use Wishclaw Talisman to find the Ironcrag if you needed.
Yep.
Okay. So 4. Okay. 3.
Yep.
What's happening? 2.
Ooh.
Oh, Deadly Dispute. Wow. That is okay.
And doesn't allow the opponent to take the talisman. Nice.
Get a treasure. Wow, that is some interesting tech. Need to search a library with talisman. Yep.
Now it still costs him a mana. So because your line made more sense for me, but maybe they don't have a Belcher? But then what's
I
the plan
assume they don't
anyways?
have a Belcher, yeah.
Maybe
And I
their
also
plan
assume
was
they
to.
don't have a kill because they're so hesitant on what they're doing.
They may have wanted to draw one of the dispute, I guess. Yeah. So
Bold.
they may have been banking on just top decking something good with the dispute. Okay, game 1 goes to Jan Saga. Now, but I'm really not sure what they could side in, right? Because what do you side in against Belcher, really? Like, no conventional hate works.
I would assume Jun Saga has Beseiju in the board. I would also
Yeah, it
assume
might.
that
Yeah.
they have something like. Well, we saw Assassin's Trophy in a previous round. I think you could also assume that they have maybe Pithing Needle.
Oh, that would be a good one. Yeah. Needle would be a good one.
Don't know. You are limited because of Gigantha, but just because you have Gigantha in your sideboard for the Companion Zone doesn't mean you need it every game. I would assume Pithing Needle, Beseiju, and Assassin's Trophy would come in. Maybe you have some other kind of discard, like Lily Vale wouldn't seem terrible, but I'd highly doubt you'd have that in your sideboard for something like this.
No, because Michael plays the black version with Thought Seizes, theoretically Soul could steal those Thought Seizes. Okay, now it's irrelevant because there's a ley line.
Oh, wow.
Okay, Monkey. That's one way to do it.
Twitch chat suggesting that Soul could have some sort of artifact removal in the deck, but that actually doesn't work because if the Belcher deck is going to cast Belcher, typically they're going to have the mana to activate it too. It's very unlikely. There are lines where you Belcher go, but typically, 80, 90% of the time you're killing them in one turn with Belcher. So while
Yeah.
Soul would have to bring an artifact removal, it does not feel great.
However, I think I can see a Ren, and I may have seen. Okay, so I did not see a Boseiju. So never mind. Now Tracker. I mean, this looks like a classic Junt game, and this is exactly why I don't like Junt chances here. It's like 3 mana, 3/2. Like that's the only purpose, because there is no time to draw cards. It's literally a 3 mana creature with 3 power. Okay,
Yeah, I
Saga.
mean, play Saga, work towards Pithing Needle, you must have it. I wouldn't even be surprised if you sacked the clue now, trying to find Beseiju. You could play Ren, start ticking that up if you'd like. Oh, double Goif. Oh my, that's a clock.
Okay, I like that actually. Okay, I like that. Now, if Michael doesn't have a turn 4 win, I will be
Oh.
supremely okay.
Ritual, Ironcrag,
Okay.
Belcher,
Ba, ba, ba,
kill
ba,
you.
ba, ba. Easy. Grief. I can see the grief. But yeah, that's something we would normally expect. Also, interestingly, this deck plays those double-faced model cards, right? And there is this one model double-faced black land that's also the Undying effect. So theoretically,
Malakir
the Belcher
Rebirth.
deck, yeah. So this deck could actually go Grief, Undying Grief, and scam them, which would be
Oh
pretty
my
funny.
gosh.
Yeah.
The hidden tech that your Belcher deck is what, Belcher scam?
Yeah. And your
That's a
opponent will
pretty
be
good
surely
catch.
taken aback.
That's a really good catch. Do you think there's any other synergy with flip lands in the deck?
I'm not sure. Oh, actually, so Grief is happening, but just Grief, nothing more. But I'm not sure there is any more synergy. But this synergy might be worth it, because you've got just Grief, and sometimes you can scam them. Now, what Soul has is, again, Monkey, and again, nothing else.
That Spikefield Hazard is being played as a tapped red land. Michael hasn't flipped it over. He's just been a bit lazy.
Yeah.
Let's be real. We're all a bit lazy sometimes. There it is.
I
Swamp
mean,
off the top for Soul.
if I played this deck, I think I would have all of them permanently flipped as lands. I think that's okay. Like legally, I mean. That's okay.
Okay. I think Soul is a bit color screwed.
Okay, Treasure coming in handy. But this is not that much pressure. Like, Goif has like 2 power, right? That's not a very powerful 2-drop.
I think what's powerful though is Pithing Needle from Urza Saga, right?
Yeah.
Just, I mean, you kind of got one more turn. Well,
It
both of you.
might be too slow though, so.
I think Soul might be able to steal a win if he has some sort of interaction here. Is that an Assassin's Trophy off the top?
I
think
it
it was.
I think it was, yeah. Wow. I mean, John stealing games. Now, to be fair, we don't even know if they play Pithing Needle. That's just our guess.
Yeah, but you're Jund, right? You need Pithing. I mean, you need Pithing Needle in Modern if you're playing Saga. I'd be very surprised they weren't playing Pithing Needle, or at least, no, I don't know. But yeah, Soul. Oh, did he not draw? Wait, what's that?
Oh, this is a discard spell. This is
Oh,
the
it's
like
the Is it the discard land?
Yeah, yeah. But now he sees like triple Belcher Grief, I think.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I think it's literally triple Belcher Grief. Oh no, it's Talisman. Okay, so it's Talisman,
Okay.
double Belcher. But still, it's an awfully bad hand for Michael.
I mean, well, does Soul actually play Pithing Needle then? Because I swear if you're playing Pithing Needle, you just take the Grief and Needle Belcher and he loses, right?
But Michael can't do anything really. Like there is no top deck that Michael could have to win now.
Well, if he Griefs Soul and takes the trophy, right? You just stop the Stone Rain.
For now, yeah, but he still needs rituals and lands, and he is neither.
Yeah.
So I think it's bad for Michael anyways. Okay, search out again. So we assume it's going to be a needle. Please don't be like Shadow Spear. Oh, come on, don't be
No
Pyrite
way.
Spellbomb.
You don't have Pithing Needle.
Oh no. Oh
Wow. You don't play Pithing Needle. Unless I'm missing. Is it Pithing Needle? No, Pithing Needle can aim Belcher. Wow. Okay.
wow.
You can sack it to draw a card for extra damage. No, Belcher's in the graveyard.
I mean, finding the Pyrite Spellbomb is the jandiest find, and I do mean it in a derogatory way. Like, come on.
I wonder if he plays something like Surgical Extraction to put Belcher in the graveyard, maybe?
Oh, that was lethal.
Oh, it's just lethal.
Okay.
Oh, did we miss something?
Okay,
1, 2,
wait. So
3,
it's
4, 5. Oh yeah, the Tarmogoyf is massive.
oh
Maybe he has Pithing
Saga.
Needle. Dude, we're just both tired. That's some midnight magic for you. We're just too focused on the opponent not winning to see that Soul just has lethal on the board. Well played by Soul. He's doing the math. We're not.
Yeah.
That's going to be the final. Sorry, that's going to be the end of round 4 and actually the final round for me. Want to thank you guys, Twitch chat. There's still way more Modern Magic to go. But yeah, I do need to sleep. It's way too late. Past my bedtime. So yeah, we will be back shortly though, or our new stream will be back shortly for some more Modern Magic when round 5 begins.
All right, we're back on Honorog DOS coverage of the Magic 30 Championship qualifier. Joe Lissette stepping in here, still joined by Skura, who's been with you guys all day, I believe. Thanks for
Yep.
having me. Happy to be on. And okay, so we're going to be watching. Honorog was looking into swapping up the players he's covering, but that didn't go through. So maybe next round we'll have different matchups. But for this round, we're still going to be watching Nikichu playing Merfolk. What do you think? The Dredge matchup didn't look great, but that doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, Dredge is like a very niche deck right now, so losing to Dredge shouldn't really bother him that much. He's really well prepared for all other decks, so if he gets paired, for example, against Living End, he'll be very, very happy. But again, it's modern. Usually, um, usually a third of the metagame is like unique decks, so
Right.
you're most rewarded for just knowing what you do and how you do it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, there's kind of, as you're gaining mastery of a deck, or as you're building up your skill level with your deck, your experience, you kind of first start by learning your own deck, and then you kind of learn the rest of the format by its interactions with your deck. And the first part's probably more important. And so, because you're right, you can't, I mean, in modern, like there's all kinds of nonsense out there. You play against, this round we saw Dredge and Charbelcher, that's got to be, tier 5, but that doesn't matter sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's actually the appeal of the format
Sure.
that you could bring any niche or even non-existent yet deck and actually do okay.
Ooh,
I
that's
think it's
exciting term, not existent yet. So yeah,
Yeah.
if you come with something fresh and original to the Magic 30 event, I mean that would be really cool. And well, if you did, you know what? You should track down Honorog, tap on the shoulder, like, hey, put me on covers next round.
Yeah,
here in the
absolutely. And in modern, even if you're not playing a completely new deck, you can still be playing, like a twist on a known deck.
Mhm.
So
Okay, so we got 8 rounds today, and this is kind of a unique event. I have to admit, I have played in a lot of tournaments, but never something quite like this before, where top 8 advances, and then you play 2 rounds of single elimination tomorrow, and then the mother load, the pay to draft, which is kind of wild.
yeah, I think I've seen one Rochester beta draft, and that wasn't really a great experience, and half the cards taken were basics.
Yeah.
There wasn't that. I think the games are much more interesting than the draft itself. Although picking up a few beta basics, yeah, I'm up
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. I think a lot of people, their only experience with the format would have been at the 25th anniversary celebration where they had a Rochester draft 5 years ago. And a lot of players won't even be familiar with Rochester draft at all. So that'll be an interesting aspect as well. I'm actually old enough to have played Rochester draft when it was a qualifier format.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh my.
I'm in the minority on that one. Yeah, I played in the Championship Kamigawa sealed PTQ that was Rochester draft top 8, and even then it was like it was a rarity. But now it's off meta by 10 times. No people even heard of it, much less experienced it.
But if
So-
that's the case, do you prefer the Rochester draft or the draft we do now?
Okay, well, I'll preface this by saying Rochester draft is very cool. It does take a very long time.
It does.
It's probably triple the time of a booster draft, but it is. I think whereas the more in booster draft versus sealed, the more experienced, better player is going to have a bigger advantage in booster. I think over the long run. I think in Rochester that's even a step further. Rochester draft is going to reward experience even more, but nobody has experience in it. So
Yeah,
I don't know what that even matters. Anyway, so we've got Pikachu versus Shaden Rainia, maybe Rain.
Yeah, I think Shade and Rain.
Yeah. All right, we're in round 5, Merfolk, and we'll wait to see what Nikichu's facing here. So halfway through the Swiss, you have to start feeling pretty good about yourself. Maybe not so good as you did last round before you got bumped on by Dredge, but still, you obviously in Nikichu's shoes, you have a lot of experience with your deck. You're 3-1 in the event. You're off to a good start. Not much to complain about, probably.
Yeah, However, I do think he might have to just win out from this position,
Yes.
or at the very least, win out until he IDs in the last one. But he has no losses to give.
Right. Yeah, that does make it a little stressful. And it's probably, I don't know what the chances are you can even draw in as
That's true.
these events. I know they sold out. I don't know what the player cap was, but I do know they sold out rather quickly.
I think on the opposing side of the table, we've got some kind of variation again on rhinos, which
Mhm.
we've already seen, and both Harry and I dubbed this matchup pretty difficult for Nikachu. He pulled through at
Okay.
the end, though, so that's
Right.
possible.
Yeah. I actually saw this morning, earlier today from me, from my time zone. I watched a bit of a match with Nikachu that you guys were covering, and yeah, he was facing down multiple rhinos and it looked over with, and so I turned it off, and obviously he came back and won that match. So since it is the same matchup, there is a final not person in hand. Why don't you maybe summarize for the viewers what happened in the earlier match and how Nikachu was able to prevail?
Yeah, so mainly that opponent played a 4-color version, which means your mana base is a bit less. I mean, it is quite stable, but it is either slow or painful. And it indeed was slow and it was painful.
Mhm.
The Rhinos player dealt themselves like, I don't know, 6, 8 damage, and Nikachu just could, squeeze in a bit of damage, deploy creatures one at a time. And then when the Rhinos player resolved, a Fury resolved the Rhinos, no problem. Island Walk, attack you once for 7, close the deal.
Mhm.
So that
All right.
was so basically cheap damage and then
Mhm.
unblockable damage.
All right, so we have this game getting underway here now. Nikachu throwing out a Vidalian Hexcatcher and then a second one, and Shaden chose to ice a land instead of firing down the first Hexcatcher, which is certainly a decision, not necessarily a wrong one, but certainly something you would have some thought about.
Certainly, I know that Shaden has got Brazen Borrower, so I'm really surprised not to see a Petty Theft on Ether Vial
Okay.
to slow down the opponent further, because right now Nikachu is in the driver's seat. Like now, if Shaden resolves like Rhinos, Nikachu doesn't care
Right.
because all those Merfolk, I mean those 2 Curse Catchers, Hex Catchers are unblockable, and there are probably more Lords coming. So I wouldn't be surprised if this game is over in like a combat or 2.
Right. I mean, Shaden already at 16, and here's a. Whoa. So this is a fire ice. Fire is not lethal here, so it must be an ice. But so he's trying to draw a card. This is interesting.
Yeah, this is weird because it's buff.
Right.
So also they lost 1 life. This Horizon land is going to
Mhm.
hurt long term.
Right.
But I'm really not sure. I mean, it could be just tap draw a land, but it's a
It
losing
could.
proposition.
Right. I mean, if it's tap draw a land, you would think you would tap a land because tapping the creature on your own turn doesn't do anything. Maybe it's fire and then play a land and then play
Oh,
dead.
that was fire, and they thought it's smaller.
Wow. Well, that is
Oh,
going to be pretty hard to recover from.
yeah. Yeah, this is, and I see Silvergill Adept, and I think a Lord. I mean, if that's another Lord, then it's okay. That's a Bashin
Yeah, and like you were
for
saying,
9.
that was. I mean, this didn't look good for Shaden anyway. And then obviously throwing a fire away isn't going to help either. And then we have a land being
Changed into an
converted.
island now.
Yeah, converted to an island here. And yeah, Nikachu is saying he's in control of this game would be an understatement. This game is. I mean, he's got this in the bag.
Yeah, easily, and he has to be happy about that because it's not an easy matchup. So he will
Mhm.
take any free-ish wins he can take. Now I do not remember Nikachu was on the draw or on the play. I don't remember.
Uh, it doesn't matter anymore. I think he was on
Yeah.
first, going first, but I'm not sure either. And so Shaden, well, okay, he's got some work to do here, but like you said, this matchup isn't too bad for him. So some people commenting, okay, this player, maybe seems new, maybe he's not great. Now, that very well may be true, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody starts somewhere. keep in mind, this is not like an invitational tournament where elite players have congregated to. This is a celebration of Magic history at a big convention. And so there's going to be a lot of people that travel to this that were like, I'm going to go to this event. What is there to play? Instead of, whereas normally I would think you would say, you're going to an event because of the tournament instead of going because of the celebration. So that might change the personnel throughout the tournament hall.
And if anything, I think it should be celebrated that we've got a
Yeah.
new person playing.
Mhm.
Honestly,
Yeah.
um, I've seen a lot of Magic communities disliking the fact that it becomes homogenic a bit, and it's
Mhm.
difficult to get fresh people in, right? And they have to,
Yes.
for example, talk to younger people, to maybe entice them into playing this interesting game. But sometimes it's very difficult to get the fresh blood, and now that's why I would celebrate actually
Mhm.
people who decided to
Yeah.
participate.
I mean, you're definitely right there. Magic the Gathering is all the things that are great about it. One of them is not that it's easy to get into. Barriers to entry are significant, and it's even so. And I've talked about this with other people that I know, and so I mean, I'm sure other people have had the same conversations with their friends. That if you're not a Magic player, watching Magic is not easy. It's not like you can turn on a football game and then kind of have some idea of the progression of the ball
Yeah.
back and forth. It is big, and I mean, to make things even more complicated, the life totals don't accurately represent who's ahead in the game.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And also, like if you've got other difficult games like chess, with
Mhm.
chess at least I can teach you all the rules in literally 5 minutes,
Sure.
right? All the rules. While with Magic, the comprehensive rules have like 250 pages, and so like there is no way I can explain any of it to you,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
In any way that you would get what's happening, and especially if it's modern, because half the decks break the traditional rules.
Yes, they certainly do. For example, the Cascade deck here. Yeah, a deck entirely built around a mechanic not playing. Well, if you had a new player, like, oh, we're not playing any cheap spells, okay, because we're playing all 10 drops. No, we're just trying to cascade into a 0 drop, and we're already off the rails. But as far as uh, Nikachu, obviously not one of these newer players that we are speculating might be in the room today. He is very experienced and up a game, and I mean, probably feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, he's really showing class and also showing how masterfully he plays the deck. What I notice is that he really doesn't go all in. He really knows how to play around stuff and when to play around stuff. And you'll see how, methodological he is in how he plays. And I'm
Okay.
not saying it euphemistically, and the fact that he's playing slow, because he's not. He's actually playing methodologically, and
Mhm.
he knows what he's doing.
Okay, so Jaden, let's see what you got here. Playing a card. Oh, there we go. Misty Rainforest. That card is
Yeah.
perfectly glared out to be invisible for the camera right there.
Okay, so we've got Carven on Merfolk, Ether Vial.
Yeah, I mean, is that a good start or what? Nothing he's got is going to be interactable on the stack at all. That's fantastic.
Oh, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but the Rhino's play has got a Blood Moon in the deck, which is interesting for two reasons. One, they're playing a 4-color version, so that's already sketchy, and you're playing his Merfolk, which play, half the lands are basic island, and they've got Vial. So this Blood Moon seems way off for me.
Yeah, okay. So let's think about what does Blood Moon do? Well, it hits Cavern and it hits Mutavault, and Nikachu has Cavern and 2 Mutavaults. So as good as the Blood Moon, as bad as Blood Moon might be sometimes, in this particular game, it might line up well.
That's fair. Yeah.
Although there's also an Ether Vial, which is, as Nikachu very thoroughly shuffles Shaden's deck here and returns it. So yeah, okay, Blood Moon in.
Also, remember that you have to spend your actual mana on that Blood Moon. So you're spending your entire turn 3 on it, for example, while you have given Nikachu, 2 or 3 turns. Okay, that's something I wanted to
Yeah.
see last game.
Yeah, the play you asked for last game, we have it now. So Ether Vial resets, and this is just because now Pikachu, I mean, Vile on turn 1 is great. Replaying Vile on turn 2 is kind of getting in the way of the rest of your development.
Yeah, that's a real choice now. He has to either deploy a 2-drop, or pass apparently, or play Vile. Of course, the only reason why he would pass is that he's got Vodalian Hexcatcher, the new Dominaria United addition to the deck.
Sure. So now with Vile off the board and a Cavern in play, now Blood Moon doesn't look, it may not be great, but it doesn't look embarrassing.
Yeah. And also Nikachu is setting up a situation when he can play on turn 3 a 2-drop and a Vile. I believe at least.
Right.
Okay, and that is Blood Moon, Forest, Island. He doesn't even have to flash it in response unless he wants to counter it.
And does he? I mean, he's got 2 Mutavaults in hand as he is going to counter it. Okay, so all right, so this Blood Moon traded off for a Hexcatcher. That's okay.
Yeah, I guess okay is yeah, that's how we can phrase it. Oh, chat is picking up an interesting thing because I think Scalding Tarn was used to fetch out a forest. And if that was the case, I'm really not sure if it was, but if it was the case, then there would not have been any forests, and then Nikachu would not have been that willing to. Yeah, okay, I think we caught on it.
Yeah, so the players, someone has noticed this strategy being called. Okay, so
that's a huge thing.
Yeah.
Like, because this forest, the forest is key because it allows you to cast both of your cascade spells. With no forest, I think Nikachu just lets it resolve and say, well, I don't care about your Blood Moon with a single blow. So it depends how they want to rewind it or change it.
Yeah, this is tricky. I mean, judges generally are not in favor of rewinding too far, but this has only been, we only went through Nikachu's turn and he didn't even take actions yet. However, obviously, some information was gained by both players as
the
Hexcatcher was flashed in there.
I mean, to be fair, this is mostly to Nikachu's disadvantage because now if we rewind back to before Blood Moon is played, Shaden knows that there is a counter ready.
Correct. So even though obviously we'd like to see the game, everything resolved correctly, in this case, I don't have a good feel for when judges rule for backups and when they don't. Obviously we can't just switch the basic and then move on from there. We would have to actually rewind, put the Hexcatcher back in hand, put the Blood Moon back in hand, go back to Shaden's turn, and I don't expect that to happen, but it's possible.
I think they might make him fetch out a legal land. So the land that was sacrificed is sacrificed, and now they have to resolve Scalding Tarn, legally. Which would, in this case, would be terrible for Shaden. Because he doesn't want any more islands, any more mountains, no shocklands.
Okay, well, so if they do that, so my understanding of rules and backups is if they do make him switch the lands, they will back up everything. They won't. If they back up, he'll have the Blood Moon back in his hand and won't be required to cast it. So he could just, if he's forced to fetch a different land, he could not even cast the Blood Moon if he didn't want to. So yeah, this is messy, and it looks like we're just going to leave things the way they are.
That would be interesting. Yeah, no changes. Huh.
Yeah, so the judge is ruling that it's too far to back up. Information has been exchanged that wouldn't have been otherwise. We're just going to play on from here. And Nikachu's draw for the turn was Otawara, so he would have been able to deal with Blood Moon eventually if he chose to.
Yeah. Okay, so now he has to deploy a 2-drop main phase because there is no flash anymore. Yeah. Redraw.
Shaden checking out what exactly is going on here. Silver Grill Adept, 2/1 for 5 mana or discount of 3 if you have another Merfolk in your hand that you can show your opponent and you draw a card off of it.
And yeah, Chad, like if Nikachu felt the need, he could appeal, but I can guess that he's fine with the ruling.
All right, so we see some cards in Shaden's hand here. It looks like we have an Outburst and a Fury. Doesn't seem like a bad point to fire off a Violent Outburst, and we may actually see
Yeah.
that. It looks like, yep, there it is.
So from what I've seen, Nikachu will do his best to play around Fury. So I could absolutely imagine him deploying like 1-2 threats at a time at most.
Mhm.
He
Yeah,
plays
it's
around Fury carefully.
It's tough to play around Fury when your opponent is like if you're just kind of racing, but against a pair of 4/4 tramplers. Oh, and Chalice the Void comes off the top one turn late for Nikachu.
But
So
it
he-
might be just in time
Mhm.
to stop further rhinos from coming in and start racing,
Sure.
which
Yeah.
could be possible.
Yeah. Racing 2/4/4s or dealing with 2/4/4s is much easier than dealing with, 2 and then 4 and then 6 of them.
Yeah.
So
There is a Merfolk Trickster which can turn one off one combat, so that's something. So maybe then you can maybe Otowara another one, and you're trying to make some moves. So I think it's doable. Now he passes
Mhm.
because he can flash in Merfolk Trickster. Unfortunately, because Charlie's is on one and the mana has lined up this way, he cannot double spell this turn, which is painful because he could play a Lord. Okay, so double Trickster. Or double Trickster is actually pretty good.
all right. So Pikachu with his full life total, I guess one thing Merfolk does is it does not damage itself. Maybe there's a random dismember, but its lands aren't going to do itself any damage. So it's going to get full 20 to absorb Rhino hits here. And because Fury doesn't have Flash, double blocking isn't really safe against this deck anyway, is it?
Yeah, it's never truly safe, but it's probably a bet you have to take sometimes. Like you could, for example, Trickster one of them, so one of them don't attack, and then the other one gets traded by a double block. So that's okay-ish. Then you can Otawara the other one. The battlefield is clean, and there are no more rhinos coming back because you've got the chalice. So you could try to make some, Okay, we're Otawaring already. Okay, that's fair.
So that block was just for show there to see if there's a reaction. Survival Adept doesn't actually absorb any damage there as that Rhino's gone and 4 damage comes across. People in the chat, or one person in particular, complaining about the ruling. I
Yeah.
mean, I've played Tournament Magic for a long time. I believe this was the correct ruling. Obviously, the card was not resolved correctly. However, sometimes that happens. It's not ideal, but is the world we live in. Paper Magic is great. There are some things that don't always work exactly the way we would like them to. In this case, this is one of them, and it's all right. We just accept that and move on. So animation of Mutavault here. Nikishu's playing on racing. He's not planning on throwing blocks in front of this Rhino next turn.
Now the question is, why did Shaden not play anything, right? Because they've got 4 mana up. They could be anything from Nikachu's perspective. Could be Fire Ice. Could be Theft. No, they could play the Borrower from the Adventure to help them race. Could be a myriad of things.
Yeah, I imagine
But
there is a.
at the end of
Okay.
the day, you have to choose what to play around.
Okay, so here is end step Petty Theft to try and bounce Chalice. That does resolve. So the path is open here for Shaden to reload on 4/4s this turn.
Okay, Shardless Agent. Much better than Violent Outburst because it's actually a body that can block.
Sure. All right, Shaden finds another Crashing Footfalls. And all right, so this attack is, well, if this attack goes through, Nikachu will drop to 12, and the 4/4s will be lethal next turn. But as you're pointing out, that may not happen.
I think I would have attacked with my Rhino before deploying Shardless. So that Nikachu has less information about what the game state was going to be. And now he knows exactly how much damage will be coming through next turn,
All right, that is
which
a
he
good
wouldn't
point.
have otherwise.
Right. So because absorbing this 4 damage seems more significant now than it did
Exactly.
before
Yeah.
the board was crowded. So you're right about that. Still, that doesn't mean he has a clean way to deal with anything here. And that appears to have gone through. Okay, so Nikachu down to 12.
It's going to be really difficult to come back. Now Chalice does nothing, another Vial does nothing. I mean, he'll play it anyways, he might as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, so 2 Mutavaults. What he could really use is our Lords at this point. 2 Mutavaults can trade with 1 4/4, but that's not very exciting.
Yeah, it's not. You can tap one of them with Trickster.
Mm-hmm.
He plays Vial anyways. That's optimistic, but I guess. Now the
All right.
problem for Nikachu is that Shaden still has a draw step
Mhm.
and will keep having draw steps every turn. So like the battlefield is bad enough.
Mhm.
There are also
Right.
more cards flowing in.
So even the Charlotte's Agent is actually a legitimate attacker here, as there's not a 3 toughness creature in play for Nikachu. So Shaden looking pretty strong here. Looks like he's... Well, thought maybe he was going to draw off of the land, but no, in fact, he's tapping it for damage, it looks like.
And so he'll be hardcasting Fury. Yeah, that's the only
Mhm.
thing that makes sense. So I actually think it's not 4 color. I think it's just a rug because you wouldn't play, double Island, Blood
Mhm.
Moon, and double Painland because he also has got the blue green Painland in a 4 color deck. So I think it's just classic rug rhinos.
Mhm. All right, there are blocks. 6 damage coming through here. Now, it looks to me like Nikachu probably needs to take this hit, and then if he draws a Lord, I think he wins.
Oh right, because double Mutavault, double Trickster, right?
Yeah.
So a lot
With
of the
Shade at 1
unbelievable.
damage from the Fiery Islet makes a big difference here. So
Okay.
we'll see what
Uh,
Nikachu can pull off the top of the deck here, but there are some a decent number of winners here.
Oh, there is Force of Negation. That was.
That's not one of them.
Yeah, and also anything that like bounced Fury would do it. Like another Otawara if he plays any.
Well, that would
Oh no, that wouldn't. Okay,
yeah.
no. I miscounted. No, that
Right.
wouldn't.
So yeah, the Lord giving Island Walk and the Lord Anthem effect would have been enough. That
And
is
also, good point from chat. He could also have drawn Silver Gill Adept into a load. So
yes,
technically, there's like one more combination, kind of.
sure. Yeah, there was a redraw there with the vial. There's enough mana for all that. All right, so Shaden is going to figuring out how exactly he wants to orchestrate this turn. In pretty good shape here, and I'm sure he realizes that. But you don't want to take any chances. This tournament means something to these players. So uses Boseishu to pick off the Chalice of the Void, and then we're likely to see a fairly significant attack come in here.
Now, to be fair, I don't think that's really relevant because you're close. I mean, if you're not winning the game this combat as Rhinos, you will just win with that same board next turn. If you're not dead, I think. Like
Sure.
adding. But Nikachu after the blocks, won't be able to win on the crackback. So
Yeah, Boseiju on a Mutavault might have been more effective there in combat, but Shaden had that one. He had more than he needed there, and does even up the match.
and now that we have seen that it's not 4 color, I think
Mhm.
Nikachu is in a bit of better position because there are no leyline bindings, which was
Okay.
huge for 4 color because it could answer anything, right? Vial, any creature, With Rhinos is a bit more sketchy with the Rag version. Also, if they keep in the Blood Moons, I will still think this is mainly a liability.
Sure. I mean, well, we did see a trade there, and it's with the Hexcatcher. It is definitely going to be worse on the draw.
That's one thing, but also it was Nikachu's choice
Yes.
whether to counter it, because if he felt like Blood Moon wasn't doing enough, he would have just let it slide.
Yeah.
So
Actually,
you're
yeah.
giving opponent this choice on top of the fact that it's on average quite average.
Yeah, and actually a lot happened there. I mean, with the if the fetch line had been resolved correctly, the Bloodman would have been even less of a problem.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
all that being said, we are moving on to game 3. Oh, well, wait a moment while Nikachu pile shuffles. And
Yeah, I
then,
think
we keep
Nikachu being
going.
on the play is huge here.
Yes. No, I
Third one
agree.
vial. I think he plays like 2 chalices total, so it's quite unlikely that he has one, but if he does, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, as we saw, Shaden has answers to it. He did
Yeah,
get it
he
off the
does.
board twice last game. Although, the initial casting was rather late. Anyway, so we're looking at 7-1, maybe 6-1 to advance to the elimination rounds tomorrow. 4 rounds left today, including this one. And looking for, well, we've only got, there's a
Oh.
chalice, and I don't think there's a land.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
All right. Both players going to take a mulligan here. How many games have you won in your life, if you can recall, where you kept a hand with no land? Are there any?
And I won.
Yes.
There may have, so the only because I've always been playing blue decks, so that's
Okay.
already quite unlikely. But I think there may have been like maybe one, and that must have been like Grix's Death Shadow, and it was like triple Street Wraith or something, you know?
Sure. Okay. Okay.
But that may have happened like once, something.
Yeah. I've won one game in my life where I kept a no land that I can remember where I kept a no land hand. I was on 5 cards, and I just felt like I couldn't go any lower, so I kept on 5 and drew a land in the first turn and barely won the game.
Nice.
But yeah, so for Nikachu here with no land and Chalice, I mean Chalice is obviously a great card, but going first, being on the play, no land is. I mean, even if you have your best opening card, it's still pretty speculative to keep.
Yeah, and also those games can really come down to attrition. Like Merfolk plays creatures and interaction. Rhinos, yeah, plays interaction and threats. So those games could just come down to trading cards and resources. And if you just keep a sketchy hand on the back of the chalice, you'll just get run off by half random interaction, a Blood Moon or Brazen Borrower attacking your India.
All right, so the 6 looks better for Nikachu. Does have at least an island, a cavern, and the Chalice. Do you play Chalice on? Yeah, he does not. I was going to ask, do you play the Chalice immediately or not? And Nikachu passes.
That's a very good question, because I think the reason to hold it is that if Shaden suspends Rhinos, yeah, he will actually suspend them. And in the face of a chalice, he might not do that. So you want to entice them to overextend the Rhinos a bit.
Yeah, no, I like this a lot. It may just change Shaden.
Yeah,
There
if
you
that
go.
happens.
There you
Yeah.
go. So Crashing Footfalls in play. Chalice in hand for Nikachu, just waiting. It may also just change the way that Shaden chooses to develop choices he might make in the first 2 turns.
Those small things really add up, and Nikachu has been really, vigilant and making really good plays, percentage plays every single time. And this is another example of that, right? Holding on to this chalice to bait out exactly this situation, getting
Yeah.
rewarded.
And nothing wrong with Shaden's play here. It makes perfect sense given the situation. It's just that
Yeah.
Nikachu has the answer for it. Now, this is not a guarantee. I mean, as we saw, Shaden has Petty Theft. He has Boseichu to be able to deal with the Chalice in play. But what are the risks here for Nikachu holding this Chalice? If there's Force of Negation in Shaden's hand, he could draw one and counter it. Although I don't think that's a very likely card that you're going to be excited about having in this matchup anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Now, one more thing is that if you deploy your chalice early, then you give your opponent, like every turn, your opponent can ask themselves if they can and want to remove it.
Mhm.
While if you deploy it now, like on the penultimate turn, they've got this one opening to do that.
Right.
Right. So if they deploy it on turn 3 on the play, this is the moment for Shaden to get rid of it.
Mhm.
If they had played it already, Shaden could try to remove it now, for example. So it just restricts the options for the
Yes.
opponent.
Because it's right. Like if to illustrate, if there's a Shardless Agent and a Boseiju in hand, Shaden can't do both of those on turn 3 with the Chalice just showing up now.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So Chalice now into play for Nikachu.
And on that turn, instead of killing the master, he maybe would have Boseiju'd the chalice. So, yeah, waiting with it makes perfect sense.
I
Silver game.
even kind of like, although it's maybe not all that likely to be relevant, playing the Lord, playing the Master first. Like Shaden is not super likely to want to kill a Silver Girl Adept, but he did kill the Lord, so maybe Nikachu even slightly increases the chances that Shaden spends mana on his turn 2 by playing the Lord first.
Possible, yeah. So maybe this whole game is actually played out in his head.
Mm-hmm.
He knows exactly what's happening, baiting his opponent into making suboptimal plays.
Shaden with another Fire and Ice in hand. He's certainly drawn a lot of those in this match so far, and looks like we're going to see one here.
Oh, ice. Right, but it was ice
Mhm.
on Shaden's main phase?
No, this is Nikachu's upkeep.
Okay,
So Ice is going to tap
I
an
blinked
island.
and okay.
Yeah. And then Hexcatcher comes down. Obviously could counter the Fire Ice, but chooses to just let it resolve. Shaden draws a card, and then Nikachu doors are open here and attack to get the damage started.
Yeah, and I really like Nikachu's position here because it's already 4 power on the battlefield, Chalice on the battlefield, Hexcatcher is a counter spell on a stick, and there are 2 more lords in hand and a Sphalun. So I really like Nikachu's position now. Very
Okay.
tempo-y.
So what does Shaden need here to come back? Fury obviously would do a lot.
And mainly
ahead.
Fury mainly because it can't be countered by
Mhm.
Hexcatcher.
Right.
That's the
I
main
mean, and
reason.
Fury doesn't even put him ahead. It just keeps him from being. I mean, he wouldn't be behind anymore. But then there's the question of if you have the lands, do you wait till turn 5 or do you fire it off now? There are 2 creatures on the board. One of them's a Lord, so certainly argue to just cast it now.
Oh, there is Magus of the Moon in hand as well.
Interesting.
So really heavy on those moon effects.
Yeah.
But still pitches the Cascade rather than Magus. Oh my.
Okay. Well, there's only one island in play for Nikachu. So Magus, not irrelevant.
Yeah, but on the other side of the table, like rhinos have got forest, and that's it. Like out of
That's-
basics, right? So
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Still, I think,
catchy.
yeah, we're gonna see it.
Okay, so we're playing the cheese game. Can I cheese you out? I really don't want to see this game come down to that, but
Well,
it just might.
You didn't want to see a bunch of 2/2s and 2/1s trying to kill each other with. Well,
That was huge.
yeah.
Hexcatcher can be cast. Now Chalice is still on the battlefield, so this rhinos get cast and counted.
Mhm.
Now, this mana situation, the only cascader that can be cast is Violent Outburst, and it actually is in hand. This Stomping Ground should be untapped.
Right.
But even if Outburst is cast, there is the Chalice. So Shaden's doing nothing really.
No, he's not, and he's got 10 turns for this magazine to finish the game
Yeah.
off, which that's optimistic. Nikachu is at this point. Nikachu is much more likely to draw an island than Shaden is.
Yeah.
To
Also,
unlock
Nikachu has got multiple draws to even draw a Vial.
that. Mhm.
or Silver Girl Adept, which is castable. Hexcatcher is castable. Cursecatcher is castable. Now, actually, there is this Tide Shaper is castable. So, like, really plenty of cards are castable for Nikachu. So his odds are much better than Shaden's, I think.
Yeah, then maybe so. Shaden, however, has.
Easy.
Oh yeah, Drying Island. That's
Oh.
big there. So Shaden's best draw is probably, well, aside from maybe the island, his best draw is probably Fury. Once Nikachu gets a couple things on the board.
Yeah, that's true. So I think he will now deploy Sphalun because it's a 3/4,
Mhm.
which means if there is a Fury, it kills only one thing, and also it keeps. Really, he passes. Okay, so he will like flash in Trickster. But I'm not sure even if he wants to ambush. Or does he?
Well, so that's interesting. So Trickster on Magus, would that turn off the? I know. There's layers.
It
Was
would, yeah.
Yeah. So this actually allows Shaden to then use blue and green mana this turn.
So I think he actually let combat resolve and he does
Okay.
it in the end step.
I see. Okay.
Now it still is an opening for Shaden to do something end step.
Well, pass this through. All right.
Okay. Bash in. That's 4 damage. Oh, no.
Look at that Anurag Das at the controller station. Profile Trickster on the screen. Hey, if you all are enjoying the coverage, be sure to follow Anurag's channel. He puts a lot of work into bringing these events to you at home, wherever you are around the world. He's in Las Vegas this weekend. Shorter trip for him than sometimes, but still, effort is put into producing these events, and we all as a community benefit from the work he does.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, yeah, I think, yeah, Shaden really wanted like a cheese win, and now he's going to a cheese loss because of
Yeah.
his own Magus.
Yeah, I mean, because the Magus, because of the Chalice really more significant maybe than the Magus was not having answer to the Chalice, which would have allowed those Rhinos to resolve the ones that were suspended right away. But
Yeah, but the Magus was played when Chalice was already on the battlefield, right? So
Yeah.
he knew what he was getting into.
Yeah, no, he did. The Nikichu did. I mean, both players took a mulligan in that game. Nikichu did nothing wrong, and he did some things very right, and does take down the match and advance to 4-1.
Yep. So now we'll be taking a very short break and then we'll be back with a backup match. So stay tuned, everybody.
Welcome back to Underdog DOS coverage of the Magic 30 Championship Qualifier. We're playing Modern all day today. And we got a backup match coming right now. It's going to roll as soon as RX got it ready. And we've got Sol Malka versus Cody Broughton, and we are watching game 2.
Okay, so Rhinos mulliganing.
Yeah. A lot of rhinos. Well, so far in the one match I've done, it was on both tables.
Yeah,
this is
and also
yeah.
we've had them before, yeah.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, obviously it's one of the top decks of the format. And so no surprise that we see it doing well. If you had to choose between the two Cascade decks, which one do you like better?
Easily Living End. Easily. That's because actually Rhinos fell off quite a bit, and I think like now they're resurging, thanks to Leyline binding in part. But I much prefer Living End because it's just so much more powerful. Like actually, when you actually do your thing, this is almost a win on the spot. Like when you actually resolve that Living End, and
Right.
when you actually resolve the Rhinos, you still have to play the game, and it's far from a win. So if you're going through the trouble of warping your deck around certain conditions, I'd like to have a better payoff, and Living End certainly is one.
All right, so Sol Malka on the board here with Ragavan to lead off, which is obviously great. 4-color Rhinos with no 1 and 2 mana spells, unable to interact. Well, no, not so much the case. There are a multitude of answers. Fire Ice, which we saw. There's Dead Gone potentially. I guess there could be Fury.
Yeah, there is a Fury, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, do you want to Fury a single creature? And I'm not sure what the answer is.
I'm not either. I was hoping you would answer it for me because obviously Ragavan hitting you is not great.
So in this particular position, it's irrelevant because the Rhinos player has both Fire Ice and Leyline binding. So there is completely no reason to Fury. But supposing the Fury was the only potential answer, I mean, again, then the question is, what do you pitch? So let's say you've got like redundant Cascaders. I think I would let them hit me anyways because you play your Rhinos and then Ragavan never connects again. So it could just connect once. And what about it? Right?
Yeah.
And the opponent can't really capitalize on cards from your deck.
Yeah, and so I think that's important because there's just, what do you want to cast out of Cody's deck? I mean, there's a lot of blanks.
Yeah, and the blanks come from the fact that there is so much removal, which would be dead, right? And Cascade, like, sure, you could Cascade Cody's, play Cody's Cascade, but you will Cascade into what? Mishra's Bubble? I mean, okay,
Well,
you could Cascade into Tarmogoyf, I guess, but then
yeah,
you
you
pay
can
3 mana for a Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, that wouldn't be terrible. Okay, so the Fragment does get dispatched here, and then Armagoyf in play for Sol Malka, which has got, let's see, a couple points of power. I'm trying
So
to.
not much. However, the Goyf is actually a good way to roadblock all those tokens. And I think it's quite unfortunate that Cody used up Leyline binding on Ragavan, which could be killed with a multitude of ways, because now binding would be very useful against that big Tarmogoyf. I mean,
Alright,
or at least soon to be big Tarmogoyf.
The explosives come down here. Remember, this is game 2. Sol Malka up game 1. So, contrary to the other match where we saw Pikachu hold on to his Chalice for a couple turns, explosives comes down here for Sol Malka. I think you kind of have to run it out here because you don't want to run to a Violent Outburst, right?
Yeah, so the main reason here is you want to prevent getting hit once for 8 because it's just huge. So you're deploying it now, and if outburst happens, you pop it and you're happy.
Right.
And also importantly, outburst is an instant. Rhinos are sorcery, which adds 2 more types.
Yes. Okay, so here is Outburst. Here is Crashing Footfalls. And, well, Sol Malka maybe could lose half his life total in order to wait through combat to blow up the explosives, but I don't really expect that.
So there is no. So he could wait, but there is no real reason to wait.
Mhm.
Because if Cody wants to play more rhinos, he can always do it second main phase.
Yeah.
So if Sol popped on his turn, again, point is it doesn't change anything
Right.
when you pop it.
I mean,
There is a
if
blood
well, if
moon?
the way it could change is if Cody had Charlotte's agent. So if he attacked and Soul blew it up during combat, then Cody could rebuild immediately.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Oh, okay. So yeah, what I was thinking is that assuming that Sol pops them in combat anyways.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right that he could technically just take 8. But I'm really not sure if he wants to take 8.
No, I don't think so either. So we do see the forest
Ooh.
joining the island, and there is a blood moon effect in
Yeah.
hand.
And it's going
And
to be huge.
Soul does not have any basics.
Yeah. I mean, Blood Moon stealing games for modern for as long as I can remember. Yeah, tapping him out tactically almost. Like
Mhm.
you would attack anyways,
Right.
but it just makes them tap out. Now Blood Moon comes in, surely.
There it is. That card that's glared out of existence that just joined the board on Cody's side is in fact a blood moon.
Now I think it's even more unfortunate that Leyline Binding has not got rid of Tarmogoyf, but Ragavan, because again there is the Fire Ice, but how are you going to deal with that Tarmogoyf, which is getting bigger and bigger?
Right.
It's an actual threat. Now
All right.
Soul can even take Gigantha. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Unfortunately for Soul, not only does he not have any basics, he has Boseichu in play, which is not where you want it when you're facing down a blood moon either.
Oh, there is a Fury. Does Fury kill Tarmogoyf now?
Don't know.
I
There's
think it's
definitely-
Xaxis. Well,
There's land
it? No.
explosives, crashing footfalls.
instant land.
outburst.
Oh, it's out of range.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that the Blood Moon player will get cheesed again by their own Blood Moon. Oh, there is double bolt in triple bolt? Is that triple bolt?
I didn't see it.
There was 1, then I thought it's 2, and now I kind of think it's 3. Okay, I stop. And even if there is a binding drawn, it cannot be deployed. So, cheeky Blood Moon. Okay, Shardless, okay,
agent.
that's fine.
Well, this will certainly help defend, but if you're right about there being 3 lightning bolts, then Cody's only got 1 left to spare. Lucky for him, he cannot fetch or tap a Horizon Land for pain right now.
And that's actually pretty lucky because I don't think he would play around a triple bolt.
I wouldn't.
So, yeah, exactly.
So Soul can, I guess, just vaporize one of the rhinos. I mean, if he attacks and Cody double blocks, 2 bolts to take out 1 rhino is going to be a pretty big blowout anyway.
Yeah,
So he
5,
brings
5.
out
So,
Giganta. Yeah.
Soul can actually slow play those bolts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and there is another. So there is a Fury, there is a Blood Moon, and there is a Binding, I think. So just blanks all the way. I think Fury is going to have the best utility just as a creature.
Right. So do you attack with one of your creatures pre-combat?
Oh, just to bait out the block?
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, he does it. Yeah.
Now does Soul read this? And Soul's like, yeah, do I block? Do I care? He's at 16.
And he does block.
Okay, he does block. Okay, so Fury is going to take. This is pretty significant.
It's super significant now.
Yeah. So all right,
It's
Tarmogoyf is
huge.
out of here. Soul's hand is unlocked. Gigantha taps for the rainbow.
That's true. That's very big. Yeah. I mean, we'll see if that's yeah. It's triple bolt. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is. Here's an attack.
Or mana. I'm.
Oh, you're right.
it's
Right.
mana.
It could be mana. I forgot.
Yeah. Okay. Deal 2 damage. Triple
that's
bolt
it.
you. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh,
Cody Broden, you're gonna feel disappointed you lost this match, but buddy, no one's playing around this. There's no playing around it anyway.
He
There's
just shows all of them.
yeah.
Nice.
That's all right. Soul Malka advances to 4-1, just
Beautiful.
lighting Cody Broden on fire to advance through. That's rough. I mean, Cody Broden has every right to be a little disappointed by that outcome there, but uh, that's how it goes.
Yeah, and actually, I think our Blood Moon cheese count is actually -2 because twice they wanted to cheese out and twice they lost because of it. So we'll see how many more people get lose to their own Blood Moons. But damn, Blood Moon is so tempting, right? You've got double basic. They've got no basics.
Right.
Oh, let's play it.
And I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen Gigantha mana actually matter, but Soul didn't have black without tapping Gigantha
Yep,
for the Kolaghan's command.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That was super exciting. And
Yeah.
so, chat, we're taking a short break and we'll bring you another round after this.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? We are. Wait. Okay. Speak of the devil. So it looks like pairings for round 6 are literally just going up. I don't know why I even put this scene on. I'll very quickly, Joe and Skira, if you can hear me, I will pan over to you guys in just a second. But I want to give you guys a little sweet treat. The player that we will feature on the camera today in the next round for the primary actually made top 8 yesterday. So we're gonna figure out the logistics behind that. Just one second, Joe. Are you ready? Okay, cool. I'm gonna pan over to them. They're gonna take it from here. Good luck.
All right, we're back here. Joe is set, joined by Obscura, and we've got round 6 coming up. Sounds like a player is just taking heads up off everybody this weekend. And he's gonna be on camera this round with Breach. Okay.
Yeah, so it's actually a very interesting deck because it was like, I don't know, C tier for most people. And then like in 2 or 3 weeks, for everybody now, it's basically tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was so fast. And it's mainly because the deck was really underplayed, in my opinion, existed on the fringes. And then 3 excellent players, Ross Merriam, Jesse, and Cory Baumeister, picked it up, won everything they possibly could, and then everybody started respecting it.
Yep, and that's how it goes a lot of the time. Strategies can sit unfound for months or sometimes even years, and then the right player puts it together, popularizes it, and then everyone's like, "Hey, this has been here. Let's play it. It's awesome." So yeah, the players you mentioned, Jesse Robkin is the last name of Jesse, the third player you mentioned there, and yeah, all 3 of them have done impressive work with it. She's written about it, and I believe they have also in various websites. So, and we were talking during the break, so we don't know the answer to this. Maybe Onrock could figure it out. But so this player that's top 8 already locked up a slot in the top 32 tomorrow. Sakura and I don't know what this player is playing for right now. Potentially,
yeah, that's true.
Potentially, if they top 8 again, maybe there's only 31 players, so there's one less person in the field. Or maybe the invite passes down if they top. We don't know.
Yeah, that's
maybe
true. Because maybe they're just playing for the prizes and
yes.
I did not care about the second invite.
Right. I mean, if you qualify twice, you get whatever the prize is for top 32. Do you get 2 of them? Maybe.
That's a good question.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
And to be fair, it's possible that they don't know either, and they're just playing for the game and they're winning.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they're here likely because these events filled up basically right after the event was announced. This player, signed up for the events in advance, and now they're here, and they're like, well, I'm going to keep playing.
Yeah.
And here we go.
And we're actually watching Dredge again.
Yeah.
So the player we watched earlier,
Mhm.
undefeated.
Yeah, Omri G and Wouter. Wouter. Okay.
Yeah.
Wouter with Is It Breach? All right, Dredge,
Okay,
let's see what you
we
got.
got some information that if Wouter top 8s again, he will get a bye.
Okay, he will. That's very cool. So he would be effectively taking up 2 spaces in the top 32. So he will play against himself. They'll pair him against himself, and he will win in advanced top 16. That's really neat. And I think that's a fair reward if he is able to top 8 2 of these qualifiers.
And I recognize this player, but I'm not sure from where. Maybe because they seem to be European, looking at the t-shirt and the flag. I think I may have seen them at some Legacy European Tour events.
And the name as well. This is not an American sounding name. Wouter
Nurji, yeah.
Nurji, yeah.
Um,
Omri Gribov, we have their player's name filled in now.
Oh, it's a Dutch player. Yeah, so I surely saw him in Amsterdam then. Yeah, that would make sense.
People from all over the world coming to this Las Vegas celebration of Magic's 30-year history. That's pretty cool stuff.
Oh,
Pretty good times.
Let me tell you, airplane tickets from now, like center of Europe to Las Vegas, are not cheap.
I believe you. Yeah, it's yeah.
Like the entry to the event was like $700, I think, right? Just to take part in this celebration. So tickets are like 4 times as much. One way.
Really?
So
Yeah, I know the event was certainly not cheap. There were various badges, various levels. The most expensive one, I believe, was $700, the Black Lotus Pass. I saw something about that yesterday or the day before. And the entry to the individual events, these modern qualifiers, I believe was 150 US dollars. So certainly high on the dollar cost. However, it's hard to even measure what the prizes are worth. The beta draft, keep what you open. I mean, that could literally be tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, or it could be significantly less than that. It's just nobody knows.
and also like we talked about, sometimes your draft doesn't go well, competitive wise if you get a bunch of basics. But if you actually end up with like 10 beta basics, you're good. Like monetarily, you're fine. So
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
there is no bad outcome, honestly.
No, there really isn't. All right. Question from the chat. How many rounds are we watching today? There are 8.
Yes,
We
a
are 8
total. This
rounds.
is round 6.
Yeah. So we have this, including this one, we have 3 full rounds remaining. Players will cut the top 8, and then there will be no top 8 matches tonight. The 8 players will advance to play tomorrow morning in 2 single elimination rounds, and then the 8 that prevail from the 32 will be in the beta draft. All right, we're underway. That's not a bad Tome Scour, I guess. Tome Scour.
Now, the bad thing about the Stone Scour is that it flipped to Narcomoebas, which
Right.
means there are 2 fewer Narcomoebas in the deck to return future amalgams.
Sure. Also didn't flip it to Dredger, which is pretty
Yeah.
significant. So is it Breach? No, they do play Urza Saga, so there would be some tutor package of artifacts to grab. Whether there's actually main deck graveyard hate, I don't know if that's
I
a
doubt
guarantee
it.
or not. Yeah, there may not be.
Nowadays, the standard package is some Mishra's Bubbles, Mox Ambers, 1 Drum, and like 1 Ether Spellbomb.
Yeah.
And that's it. Sometimes people play Shadow Spear main deck, sometimes they play it sideboard, but you could play main deck sideboard hate, but you wouldn't probably in most cases. You'd play it in the sideboard. Now I can see from Walter's hand that they play Fable. So that's the freshest take on the deck by Cory Baumeister, which he played last week and won Modern Challenge with.
Interesting. I have not. I have
That's
not
the
commented on versions that have Fable in it, but I've also seen a lot of Jeskai versions. So we're obviously is it here, so there's not going to be any copies of Teferi.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Because you're not playing a white 3-drop, you're playing a red 3-drop.
Yes, no, it does.
Sorcery. So like similar spot
Yeah.
is being occupied on the curve.
All right, Grinding Station goes to hand off of Choice of Iteration, and Ragavan into play, not into play, as I believe we're only on turn 2. So not every day you see Iteration cast on turn 2.
Yeah,
Like,
and that was certainly done on purpose. That wasn't
Mhm.
just a misstep.
Right.
You would do it mostly in matchups where you do not have the time
Yes.
to try to dig for something relevant, to take advantage of card advantage that this card provides. You're just fine with it being anticipated because of the pace of the matchup.
Right. Okay, so here we go with Omri looking for. We do have a Dredger this time, so the first one of the game. And any hit here. 1, 2 lands. Just barely. All right, I'm out. All right, great. This is better than the first one. Now
Yeah.
he's doing well.
So now Wouter just has to win with his own combo, which is possible. You could even combo as soon as turn 3, but from this position, the soonest is turn 4. So the question is whether Omri will give him enough time, and he just might, because now you play Saga, you play Station, and in hand I can see 2 more Ambers and Breach. So yeah, I think Wouter wins next turn. Actually wins, and Omri has nothing on the battlefield, so there is no pressure.
Right. Yeah. So 2 Narcomoebas. All the prize amalgams in the world aren't going to do anything if they don't come into play until next turn. And
I mean, unless so he could just wild flip a ton of chills. So that's another way to do it, right?
okay, that's true. You're right. You're right. There are 3 left in the deck, assuming none have been drawn. Grinding Station. I mean, how many cards has Omri dredged so far? Maybe he just Wilder can just activate Grinding Station and deck him in a couple.
No,
we're
not
almost
that
there,
much.
right?
No.
Not so much.
Just my eye rough count would say there's like half more deck to go.
Yeah.
Ish.
All right. There's a Creeping Chill. Okay.
Yeah, but I like the way you're thinking about it. Just manual mill.
Down to 5. 2 more chills would do it. I don't see that happening, but we don't know. There's Ox in the graveyard. I mean, it could be a pretty big dredge.
And it has to be pretty big because otherwise he's dead.
Yeah.
Like for a fact, actually dead. So now this Ox has to hit the both two remaining chills
Now,
in
Omri
the top 15-ish.
Does Omri have? Oh no, he couldn't do that. Yeah, I was gonna ask if he had. He could still make a land drop this turn, but his hand gets discarded, so that's not gonna happen.
3. Okay.
one.
Oh,
Oh!
he did it. Come on. Wow.
Hey, these players are 5-0 for a reason. Omri Gribov, earlier when he was on camera, some players in chat were commenting that his dredges were very unfortunate. This one, the reverse, and he's up a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually the upside of, I mean, not that, but the upside of Breach compared to Murktide is that Water had actually an out. Right?
Yes.
He could have actually untapped and just won. He didn't care about the life total. He didn't care about the board situation. Just untap and win, right? While with any mid-range fair deck, you would have to actually grind through those Narcomoebas and Chills and Amalgams, and you probably just wouldn't be able to. So this deck, the looming threat of a kill, is something that Is It the Breach can present, actually.
Yeah. And he had obviously not maybe great odds of winning the game there, but decent chance. Like if half his deck was gone and he was going to dredge 15 there, I mean, he had to hit both of them, but that's certainly possible. So now we don't have privilege of the player's deck lists, but Water is going to have some Urza Saga target that hits the graveyard coming in from the board. What's the most likely one, do you think, that he's going to have?
Well, I think that it will be like a Soul Guide Lantern coming in, and probably at that, like maybe 2 copies max.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't expect much graveyard hate. You can just race in most cases. However, let me just pull up some most recent Breach lists. Just double check, but yeah, as far as I remembered, there aren't that many. However, those recent Breach lists played Invasive Surgery, which is a counter spell that counters sorceries. Against Dredge is actually relevant because 8 of the enablers are sorceries at 2 mana. So you're both tempo positive and you're just perfectly disrupting the game plan.
And that also has a delirium bonus, does it not? I don't know how likely that is to happen, but it's not impossible. So if Omri is hard casting Crippling Chill and Wilter has Invasive Surgery, well then you can get rid of all of them.
Yeah, and invasive, like delirium, like if a deck is good at creating delirium, it's this one. Like it has got enchantment types, artifacts, creatures, instant sorceries, like everything you might want.
So this is a Breach deck. Given that it qualified yesterday, it's possible this is the first match it's lost on the weekend.
Or at least game, because there is still the whole match might still be won.
Right, you're right. Obviously, he hasn't lost a match yet. Yeah.
That's but yeah, this could be the closest that Wouter has got to a loss. Now again, I still suspect some surgeries, if not surgeries, then spell pierces, which are still pretty good against the 2 mana enablers, right? You can go like turn 1 Ragavan, turn to I don't know, Ledger, hold up Spell Pierce, for example.
All right. Well, let's see. Players are getting ready. Game 2 is just about underway here. Playing for, I mean, 6-0 is big time. You're potentially can double draw in. So winning this match is very significant.
It's huge because you're winning this one match might make you not have to play the other two.
Yes.
That's a lot.
All right. Both players taking a mulligan. Both of these decks are probably going to be able to play fairly effectively, a card or two down, I would imagine.
I think
Especially
Dredge is much better, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a thing like 2 lands and 2 other cards could be enough sometimes. I managed to lose a game against Dredge when they mulled to 3 because they had like 2 lands and gaze.
I'm
So,
sure
you
you
know.
loved that.
Yeah, first gaze, ditch everything.
Yeah.
Gaze, flashback, ditch everything. And
that's all-
and they
yeah.
managed.
Yeah. This is a lot different from Dredge from Modern several years ago when Life from the Loams were running around. Now these decks
Yeah.
aren't green anymore. So the land counts don't build up, but still you can do a lot with a couple mana and your graveyard. So we'll see how these 6-card hands are going to end up looking.
Double Fable for Wouter. But there is also, I mean, there is Ragavan, so you can't really, or you don't really want to mulligan a Ragavan on the play.
Yeah.
I personally don't know how to feel about the Fable version. I just, well, what Teferi adds is interaction, right? So first of all, you can lock your opponent out of interacting with you, so that's huge. And also, it answers miscellaneous permanents, right? Like random ley lines or I don't know, Ensnaring Bridge, Chalice of the Void, stuff like that.
Yeah, the advantage that Teferi gives does not feel particularly relevant against Dredge.
Oh, absolutely.
So even in this pairing, it's probably beneficial to be playing just Izzet and have the Fables. So let's see if we're looking at Dredge keeping. I don't know if he went to 5 already or if he was just shuffling a long time on 6, but either way, he's going lower.
Yeah, so now he's either going to 5, okay, down to 4, okay.
Wow.
Now again, do not discount Dredge yet. Like this is like Tron or Bogles, like don't be too happy yet.
Was that a little bit creepy for anybody watching? Because we saw 4 fingers rise up to indicate the number of cards, but it was not Omri's hand. The hand just, I mean, we're close to Halloween. Maybe that was a ghost. Maybe Omri has a spectral friend that just, is standing by to pass information onto the booth. That's awesome if that's what's going on.
Which makes sense. He's a necromancer, right?
Exactly. All right. Nice job. Okay, so 4 cards. You talked about Otherworldly Journey being a nice card to find especially when you're low on cards. Also,
Otherworldly Gaze, actually.
Otherworldly Gaze, right?
Yeah. Okay, we've got the monkey, we've got the Werter. Now, I'm not sure what the Werter is for. Maybe for opposing Leyline of the Void. But at this point, it's a dead card, basically. And it's probably going to be a dead card this game. Now,
Otherworldly Gaze into a Narcomoeba to block there would have been really exciting.
Oh, God. Yeah. That would have been disgusting. So, okay, now Shock in. Okay, turn to Fable. Turn to Fable is good.
Yeah.
I have to admit that you can't do it that much in any other format, but in this format, turn to Fable, that's good.
Yeah, this is excellent. I've been playing so much Pioneer, and I mean, we don't have turn 2 Fables in Pioneer. Not very often. It's pretty rare. And here, yeah, this is no problem. And are we using a forest as our?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an odd choice, but okay.
I mean, this is especially odd in that you would assume it's a treasure token, if anything, because it adds mana.
Right.
So I would certainly assume it's a treasure, not a goblin.
Okay, so here we have Dark Blast being discarded, and so the Dark Blast could have killed the Ragavan. Instead, it's discarded as part of is Thrilling Discovery. Is that the name of the red-white card? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but so Dark Blast doesn't take, and 2 Ragavan, 2 Narcomoves are boy. This hit everything. Yeah, an Amalgam too.
Yeah, so there was this one attack from Ragavan got in, and that's probably that's the end of it.
Yeah, looks like it. So
And has it got the job done? I mean, kinda, not really. I mean, it ramped up to Fable, but is Fable that good?
it's not exciting. I mean, it's obviously going to allow Walter to clean up his hand, which doesn't seem great right now.
Yeah, so that's the good thing. But he has to go for the combo, which
Yeah.
again, at least there is this out, so that's a good thing. But yeah, this is the power of Dredge. Like, if Dredge is not interacted with through a very narrow subset of answers,
Mhm.
it's going to dominate.
Okay, nice set of cards here off the expressive iteration. Reach to hand, Bobble probably into play, and Saga goes down, but there's already a Saga in hand, so making some real progress here for this turn. The turn started with the hand being pretty useless, and now it looks good.
Now, hopefully for Wouter, like Omri still has to kill him. So Ragavan can like chump Amalgam once. Narcomoebas can easily get through. So it's not over yet.
No.
Wouter has got probably like 2-ish turns, I would say.
Mhm. Yeah. Deciding what land to play here. Gonna bobble first to check what the draw is going to be before committing the land drop. Like that.
Saga is generally good, but way too late. Now, to be fair, I'm not even sure if Saga turn 1 on the play is fast enough, because Omri is going off on the second turn almost always.
Mhm.
Unless
Still,
he breaks, like
Yeah.
he has today.
All right, so 2 Narcomoebas block the Fable token. Clear that out of the way.
I think that's good for Wout, actually, because those Narcomoebas are not coming back.
Mhm.
They've got flying, so some evasion, and almost halves Omri's clock,
Right.
because it
It
was
does
5, now it's 3. So
It does put more cards in the graveyard for Ox,
that's true.
but
That is a fair consideration. Yeah.
all right. So I believe this is gonna be upkeep Dark Blast. Looks like
Yeah.
you
That's
got
good.
Ragavan, which is nice. Not just for getting off the board. It's not much of a threat anymore, but also means that whenever Mox is found, it's not going to tap for mana right away.
Yeah, I think this is actually the best Ragavan deck right now. Like the fact that it ramps you, like the treasures make you ramp you, which means you can deploy your combo more easily. Because, for example, you can both deploy your combo pieces and interact. On top of that, you're ramping into like Fable, like 3 Fairy, and you've got Mox Amber. So it does so much.
Well, this is an excellent turn here for the Dredge deck. Really loading up here, and then with Dark Blast dredging, if it hits another dredger, and it does, I'm impressed. This dredge deck is scarier than I anticipated it being.
Yeah, it is indeed very scary. Yeah, I agree.
All right, so I think I called out that he was dredging Dark Blast initially there. That turned out to be wrong. There must have been a sync we didn't, because it looked like 15 cards there. Silver Smote, another Crippling Chill, and yeah, this is some real pressure now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be GG very soon. Those chills are especially annoying because you're playing to the board, but there is this 12 damage looming, and it's also life gain for Dredge. So even putting pressure on it could be just not effective.
Right. This definitely seems like a matchup where, and I feel like this is not uncommon, where the Breach deck is probably has to win through the combo. It's not going to be able to. It's Ledger Shredder plus Ragavan. It's not going to break through Dredge's creatures.
Yep, I'm not even sure if a top decked station wins, but I think it narrowly does. If from this position next turn without top deck's station, I think he
Mhm.
might still win. Now Saga can make a token. Saga can make a token. Kiki can copy the token, so that saves a bit of damage. I'm not sure how many chills have been played.
I'm not sure. My suspicion is 2, but I'm not sure. But the reflection is summoning 6, so I don't think it.
Oh, it's summoning sick. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
so
Okay.
it's not going to be able to do. Okay, well, we're not even making a token. We're doing something else. We're breaching now, maybe.
Oh, are we? Oh, just to cast the iteration. Oh, that's desperation. Yeah, keeping the 0. I assume a 0 or Ragavan. Okay, we can do both. Good.
All right, Springleaf Drum, not bad, just because it's
Yeah.
potential mana. It turns the reflection into a mana source this turn, but I don't think we found what we needed.
Yeah. Absolutely terrible.
Can we survive another
No.
turn? We cannot. And Omer Gribov with Dredge, uh, looking pretty sharp and advances to
6 and
6-0.
no.
Yeah, and that might be enough. He might be into tomorrow. Wow.
Now, to be fair, if I were in his position, I'm not sure I would risk double drawing. You would have to
Sure.
do some math, but
Right.
like the last thing you want to do is now double draw and be out.
I agree with you there. Finishing ninth in this event is going to be a drag, and if you did it to yourself, it's even worse. But yeah, seems to be on top of things. I mean, you can't ask for more than this: 6-0 in an 8-round event where the prizes are very heavily skewed towards top 8. Well, I guess towards the eventual top 8. But yeah, good work.
So let me just double check if we have any backups. Yeah. Okay, awesome. So we'll take just a very short break, chat, and we'll be back with a backup match.
All right, Scar and I are back here on Honorog's coverage of the Magic 30 Championship qualifier. We're playing Modern. We're in round 6, and we're going to go to our backup match round 6. We're going to watch the replay at advanced speed and see how things time out as far as how the rest of the round finishes up.
Yeah, we do not know what those players are playing yet. I think the player on the right is on Hammer because I saw Seacrom Coast and Spell Pierce. And that's the only combination that really makes sense.
All right.
And on the left, we have Jund, but not just a normal Jund, and not even Saga Jund. Potentially also, but the key highlight is Soul of Windgrace.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a new addition from Dominaria United, and it works great with Red and 6.
Yeah,
I've seen people call it Omnath of Jund.
Let's get Soul of Windgrace on screen if we can there, Honorog. This is a card that's a whole bunch of abilities, all involving discarding lands from your hand. Yeah, this card can really build a battlefield. Also, I was really impressed. So when this card comes into play or attacks, you can get a land from the graveyard put into play. I didn't initially realize that you could also do it from your opponent's graveyard, which is just filthy sometimes.
That's true. In Modern, usually it will be just the opponent's fetch land, and sometimes you won't even do that because, for example, against Hammer, they've got blue-white fetch lands, which would do nothing for your deck, literally.
Right. Yeah, maybe you can grab a Saga though. That'd be exciting.
Oh, opponent Saga, yep.
All right, so you're right about it being Hammer. We see Ornithopter on the play early for Nathan Ramsey versus John Barton. The players 3 and 2, so not off to glorious starts today, but certainly playing at the string, hoping to have a good finish.
Yeah, John is testing our abilities to recognize magic cards, but I guess that's a Jund Triumph, Stomping Ground, and Blackleaf Cliffs.
Now, I got you covered. Those are all lands.
Nice.
All right. Okay, so this is a Hammer.
And that was a Thoughtseize.
Okay.
And that's, oh my god, their entire deck is like alt.
Oh, yep, this is going to be...
I'm
And there's a
going to
Spell
puke.
Pierce. Wow, there's a lot of interaction here. What
And there's
more?
another bolt.
Holy
Wow.
cow. All right, so that was multiple...
And Pure Steel
bolt-
Paladin. Oh, not Pure Steel. Okay. Really? They're not taking the Pure Steel? I mean, I guess Stoneforge fights another Hammer, but yeah.
Well, there's no way either player anticipated how complicated that turn was going to be. As the Hammer came down at instant speed, bolts in response to Thoughtseize, bolts, and we end up with, well, nothing on the board.
Yep. And there is like a Soul of Windgrace, a Forest, and a Tarmogoyf in John's hand, I think.
Oh, that's
Okay, so-
pretty good stuff. Steel Shaper's gift here for Colossus Hammer. So Nathan is ready to load up a creature in the future, but doesn't appear to have much right now. And this is the way John wants it. Change resources and then just have some mid-sized creature that just takes over the game.
Yeah, so Nathan has got Pure Steel Paladin, so next turn he can play Paladin, play Hammer, draw, hopefully draw into like a 0-drop, and then double equip with the Hammer. Okay, so Soul of Windgrace trigger. There is no way I would have known this is this card.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what's that? Oh, Stoneforge Mystic. Okay, so that's a third Hammer. Now, if you immediately equip, then you're really safe from any damage-based removal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so he immediately equips.
All right, so Soul of Windgrace's abilities are it can get, I believe it can get indestructible as if you discard with black mana. I think we can gain life. Are you aware of all 3 abilities on this card?
I'll just Google them. So Soul of Wind. Yeah, so there is no way I can tell you. Because I'm not a Jund player. I'm like basically the exact opposite.
All right, so
Color-wise.
here it is in the
So-
chat. You can gain life,
Oh,
you can rummage, or you can give it indestructible.
and tap
So,
it, which could
yeah.
be relevant, yeah.
Yeah. So lots of interaction, but cannot deal with the opponent's creatures.
So I,
Or
I like the fact that it actually converts those useless Ren lands, because
Mhm.
sometimes you get like really flooded on those lands. Because okay, your Ren picks them up, so it ensures land drops, but it doesn't mean you're not going to draw lands as well. So
Mhm.
sometimes you actually draw lands and pick up lands, and this can actually convert it.
All right, so there's a Tarmogoyf, chump blocking, Crystal Paladin, second hammer, load up the You're still don't move the third equipment, does not, leaves it there. Good job. And Nathan Ramsey, all right. I mean, there's a lethal threat, and I mean, how often is your small creature 11-12?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 11-12 is a huge creature, and I do believe that Fatal Push is a bit underplayed right now. Now, to
Okay.
be fair, it's probably not because of Fatal Push itself, but because of the lack of any shell that could play Fatal Push.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is no real reason to be black for those fair decks. So it's not because of Fatal Push, it's because there is no, no shell to play it in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, Giant would be one of them, but Giant isn't the most popular archetype in Modern right now.
No. All right, here's a Fable, which brings with it another chump blocker, and 2 mana untapped. The indestructible mode on Soul of Ungrace costs 3. So
You
yeah,
can't also keep chumping, right? That's not a winning strategy.
no. So
Okay,
here
so
goes
you're
the
attacking for like 30 now.
yes, you
Literally.
are.
So yeah.
John might just have to absorb the smaller hit here for 11, I think. And that looks like what the plan is going to be. So give up the Fable token, take 11, and then go on from there.
Okay, Sentinel. Ooh. Sentinel re-equip is brutal.
That was dangerous though. Nathan almost got his paladin killed.
Yep.
It looked like he was considering moving both equipment, but the combat damage would stay on there. He realizes it and leaves it where it is.
Also,
So
it doesn't even really make sense because your opponent cannot pay 11,
right.
and they can't also pay 22, so it doesn't really change anything.
Yes.
And this way you've got spread out damage.
Right. 3 lethal attackers. In fact, if John activates Soul of Ungrace a couple times to gain life, there are still 3 lethal attackers.
Yeah.
So,
So like, even if it weren't for the marked damage, I still wouldn't have re-equipped.
Mhm.
I would have kept it like this. No,
Right.
each equipment on each creature. Kolaghan's command.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
He
excellent.
actually ripped Kolaghan's command.
That doesn't solve all the problems, though. In fact, I'm not sure it solves any of. I mean, it makes it less bad. I think you probably kill the paladin and the equipment that's on the paladin. Maybe. Let's see.
Yeah, that was my first thought as well. Yeah.
Instead, it's going to be kill the Colossus Hammer that's on the Esper Sentinel and return
Rebuy
Tarmogoyf.
Tarmogoyf?
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Okay.
I can live with that.
I guess. And then attack in with one of the guys? No? Because, like, what's the long-term strategy? This is my question. Because if you kill the Paladin and Paladin's Hammer, at least there are no re-equips.
Right.
So you can try to draw into, like, Fatal Push, Liliana Miners, right?
Mhm.
And now you can't. Now you're still
Right.
in the champ blocking mode. So just staying alive, but that's it. Okay, Nathan, another paladin.
Okay, whatever the creature at the bottom is should be dead now, because that got blocked by a Tarmogoyf. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it was other creatures. Either way, John has an awful lot to deal with here, and I don't see how he can deal with any of it.
Yeah, I fully agree.
And he agrees also. So Nathan Ramsey picks up game 1. And now this was when we started this recording, the players were currently playing game 2. So I don't know what the plan is. We'll wait for Honorog to let us know on how we're going to view the rest of this match.
Now, when you're registering Jund,
Mhm.
I really believe that you have to feel bad when you're losing to a creature deck when you're playing Jund.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, certainly that's what you're supposed to be able to deal with. Maybe just the Hooligan's Command obviously was nice, but more effective sideboard cards would have been required there, or some kind of sweep or engineering explosive, something. I don't know what exactly, but yeah, clearly when you're thinking, we're normally we're talking about dealing with creature decks, we're talking about 2/3s and 5/4s, not 11/12s and 22/22s. So
That's true. Yeah.
the math kind of changes, and Lightning Bolt is not very effective at that point. He also had to expend an awful lot of resources on turn 3 just to hold back Nathan's explosive draw. But okay, we're back into action here.
It's also worth mentioning that in that game, we had this exchange with Double Bolt Thoughtseize,
Mhm.
and Hammer still won.
Yes,
So
that's very
that
true.
is pretty impressive.
Yeah. All right. So on the board here for John with a Ragavan. Ragavan not at its best against Hammer when they have, something like a dozen creatures they can block with it on the first turn of the game.
Yeah, and the theory behind it has really changed over time because initially people said side out Ragavan because it just dies to a Memnite or Sentinel.
Mhm.
But then it changed, and now the logic is okay, then it trades. Then it got just a removal. That's fine.
Mhm.
And so now people keep Ragavans in very, very often because at the end of the day, you're still trading a card for a card.
Right.
And if not, then you're really pulling ahead.
Yes, that's
So the
very true.
floor is okay, and the
Mhm.
ceiling is really high.
Yeah. All right. So we have Ornithopter and I'm not sure what the other card is. Might be a Prosto Paladin.
No idea.
Yeah. I mean, it can't be a Stoneforge Mystic. And
Yeah, it's not Sanctifier on Vec either. Invisible Stalker. I mean, unironically, it looks like one.
all right. Spell Pierce gets revealed or exiled to Ragavan.
No way it's an Invisible Stalker. But if it is, then
that
I'm
would be-
in love with that deck list. And again, and you're playing John, and you're like, come on, really? Really, Invisible Stalker?
All right. Hand looks like 2-land Stoneforge Mystic and a Colossus Hammer for John to make choices. Choice is Stoneforge.
I just want the shade to change so I can see this is Invisible Stalker. Come on, one time. What's that?
Honorog, if you're there on site, standing nearby, and you can hear us, perhaps you can.
Oh,
put
that's
your hand-
surgical. What? John sided in surgical. I mean, not only do they have surgical in general in their deck in 2022, they actually sided it in against Hammer. I mean,
Wow.
well, it has to be at least questionable.
Well, I guess it worked there. Well, we'll
I
see.
get the point,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Because you're playing against like a semi combo deck, so you strip one piece, get rid of all of them.
Yeah, but we knocked out Stoneforge. If we knocked out Colossus Hammer, that would be more exciting. Knocking out Stoneforge Mystic is fine. I guess it prevents us from getting pancaked by living weapons, but all right, here's an attack for 2 by something.
Yeah, now we're okay. Now this stalker is truly invisible.
I guess it might not have been 2. It might have been. I guess, I don't know. I'm flummoxed by what this what the identity of this card is.
I mean, now again, it feels very thematical that we can't see it, and so I kind of feel tempted to keep it that way.
Incomoth Nexus gets exiled, so no free cards for John Barton, but he does have a Tarmogoyf.
Yep.
So whatever the the card that's cloaked right now probably won't be attacking through Tarmogoyf.
Unless it's invisible
Unless,
stalker.
yeah, well, if it does, then it'll reveal its identity. There it
Yeah, let's
goes.
go.
It
Let's-
is. Okay.
Nice. Let's go. Attack you for 1. No, you don't block. Oh my god. Now, can you imagine? No, I mean, this is like the best bad beat story you could give as Jund.
Losing to
You go
Invisible
pick
Stalker against
friends.
Hammer. Yeah, I'm on board with that. Well, obviously, John is willing to risk it because Fury comes in and does not kill the Invisible Stalker.
And actually,
Yeah,
if
he's looking pretty good.
if you attach a hammer, it's still one shot.
Right. All right. So Nathan Ramsey will go on to game number 3, where he can be on the play.
Now, to be fair, even though it didn't work out, I think it's still the best plan against Jund. It's just that any other pieces didn't really line up this game.
Yeah.
Because there was no hammer action, no paladin
Mhm.
action.
Yeah, there wasn't much action at all. There was, however, surgical extraction. So
Yeah.
I don't know if Nathan does anything differently, taking that into account. Probably not.
Yeah, but again, I would be really because like you cannot really destroy a hammer effectively. You can discard it, but that's narrow.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm really not a huge fan of that surgical. On the other hand, however, maybe he has enough to side out that it's better than the second best card
Mhm.
that's available. So maybe
Sure.
that's the logic.
It certainly happens from time to time. All right, players getting ready. John Barton presenting, Nathan Ramsey presenting. Let's get it going. Nathan on the play for game 3, if he chooses, which I would imagine he does. Was pretty stunned in the Nerd Rage coverage last week in the top 4. Steven Dykman chose to go second in game 3 of the top 4 and did win the game. But
So how often do you see people choosing to be on the draw?
so uncommonly that I feel like it's worth pointing out that it actually happened last week. Yeah, I mean, basically almost never.
So the last time I think it was relevant was in Modern, like 2 years ago, in specifically Grixis Death Shadow Mirror.
Well, this was a Grixis Death Shadow deck that chose to go second. It wasn't a
Nice.
mirror, but yeah.
Or against John sometimes. They also,
Mhm.
I think, chose to go second. So, oh, and sometimes Lantern Control. I remember some people like did the math, and it turned out that sometimes it's better to be on the draw, and they knew when. For various reasons, I can't give you. Of course, the Grixis Shadow case is pretty simple. You actually want to have one more card
Right.
because the games come down to it. So that was the easy case.
Yeah.
No nuance there.
Chat points out also 8-Rack is a deck that
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
primarily is considered to play on the draw or smallpox type decks. All right. Cigar's Aid, turn 1 here, turn 2 Saga, and then I guess is likely Invisible Stalker again. Can't be a Paladin. It's not a Stoneforge Mystic.
Yeah, it is Invisible Stalker. I can see the coat. I mean, to be fair, the coat is the only thing that you could see. So, yeah.
All right, Thoughters reveals Marsh Flats, Seachrome, Esper Sentinel, and Springleaf Drum, which I agree is not very much. However, Urza Saga on the board is of significant relevance to the pacing of the game. Yeah.
And for two reasons. First of all, it creates a threat, which is something to be taken into account. And also, when it finds a hammer, it can be immediately equipped because of Sigarda's aid.
This is a very good force of vigor.
Ooh, wah. That's a painful force of vigor.
That must have been okay. So it was upkeep, and then Nathan drew a card, but with many fewer resources than he was planning on having when he started his third turn here.
And he already didn't have much.
Yes.
Like he had that saga going, but that was the only thing going. Now even that's off the table, literally. And again, Invisible Stalker alone isn't going to do it. The same way, Bogles can't win
Mhm.
without equipment on Bogles.
All right, Tarmogoyf in here. There's the Springleaf Drum that we knew about. Stalkers across for 1, but this Tarmogoyf's going to hit 4 times as hard. All right, question from the chat. We haven't addressed this in a little while. What is this event? What's going on? This is the Magic 30 Championship Qualifier. There are 4 qualifiers, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. I don't know what just happened. We're back on us now instead of on the game. But anyway, there are 4 qualifiers. There were 2 on Friday. There are 2 today. They're modern 8 rounds. The top 8 of each meet Sunday morning. So that's 32 players, 2 rounds of single elimination. It's just to 8 players, and those 8 players get to play in a Keep What You Open Rochester beta draft. That is the primo highlight event in my mind of the Magic 30 celebration in Las Vegas. I don't know how you feel, Sakura. Maybe you're a commander aficionado and you feel like the commander pods are more exciting, but for me, the beta draft is really what's kind of wild about this event.
I can't tell you how many games of Commander I've played, but that's because it's very few.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of Commander, and I've had maybe like 1 deck ever, which I played, twice or 3 times or something. So I'm certainly not about that, and I'm certainly about the beta basics. And I've said it plenty of times, but if you pay attention to the photo I've got when the camera is on us, I'm throwing beta islands in the air, and that's because again I'm a huge fan of those. So if I participated, I might just intentionally just take the basics and happily go home.
Well, you can intentionally take the lands and make out very well, depending on which ones are opened. Whether it's dual lands or basics, we'll see. All right, Soul of Wind Grace on board again. This time, looks like it's kind of dominating as opposed to the last time it showed up when it did nothing. And yeah, John Barton, after that Force of Vigor, really slowed down Nathan Ramsey's development. We have another Urza Saga going now, but he is very much behind.
Yeah. So Saga is great, but if you don't have the time to utilize it, it doesn't really matter. And yeah, Junt might just be able to convert the pressure into a win. Okay, Path to Exile. Okay.
All right, Path takes out Tarmogoyf. That's doesn't fully stop the incoming damage though. So we've got Soul of Wind Grace with a infect counter on it. The token in the bottom, that's the Fable token, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And then we have
Richard, I'm not sure we're covering. Certainly I'm not covering because it's 2 a.m. for me now. So I will be off at 5 a.m. my time. I'm not covering anything else.
all right, Nathan down to 1. The construct there blocked the Soul of Wind Grace, but it's not going to be enough, and John Barton will finish this off and advance to 4 and 2. So, thank you all for being with us here on Honorog's channel. Hope you're enjoying things. If you are, remember to follow the channel, get notified of future events. He's always throwing together these coverage of random events across the country, it feels like, over the last few months. And I'm sure he appreciates all of our support.
Yeah. So don't feel shy. Drop a follow. It really helps us out.
And I believe that is the conclusion of round number 6.
Hello. Oh God, I can hear myself. I hate when this happens. Which means I can't hear Joe and I can't hear Skira for now, but that's okay. Thank you everybody for being patient as we get for the next round. I found out exactly what was the cause for why that ad break was so long. There was a literal 20-minute time extension for one of the matches. So, you know, what's really cool though is that I didn't realize how much like visibility the judges have and what kind of software they have for like, you know, looking at what matches are left over and how that sort of stuff happens. But continuing into the next round, Nikachu, you're still X1, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you have a potential winning in?
I don't know. It sounds like
Nice.
it might be tight on those X1 and 1s, and I still, it might be possible.
Okay.
I see those standings.
Okay, so standings are going to start to be, I think at the beginning of the next round, they should post the standings first. And so now people will need to know if they can like double draw. Like there are a couple 6-0s. We saw Omri, for example, was 6-0. God, competing with these like loudspeakers is like quite the challenge.
No one could double draw yesterday. The 6-0s, the way the breakers works in the pairings.
I think no one could double draw yesterday for the prime.
What screwed over Spike yesterday?
Oh,
That's why he couldn't do it at 6-0.
you're right. No, but I feel like the 6-0 for the event that we were in, what did double draw into the top? Not Spike. So yeah, so that's why. So Spike's event couldn't double draw, but the other event, the second event, I think one of the players did double draw. I don't know if they actually made it in though. But I asked the other 6-0 what they were interested in doing, and they said the Rakdos scam player from our very first or second feature match is also 6-0. So it's kind of cool that we get to see at least one of the decks that is doing really well. There's a Murktide player at 501. Dredge is also at 6-0. The Affinity deck that you'd been scouting is 4-1-1. Yeah. So it was really close, but like they played against the Murktide player, and it was just like subtlety into counterspell, like, you know, the.
Does chat got any preference of decks they want to see?
Oh, chat doesn't get the luxury of choosing what match. Yeah, I know. I wish.
RIP chat. RIP. Get those F's in chat. Jesus.
I wish I could, but that is so hard to do because I don't have full access that I can't. I'm not going to promise things that I.
As long as they're winning. As long as they're winning.
Yeah, I can give you winning records. I just can't give you preferred archetypes. So we'll see. You got an RCQ win today with Merfolk? Okay, let's go.
Nikachu will be happy about that.
Yeah. We do have 2 more rounds left, round 7, round 8. Somebody asked a really good question in chat earlier that Joe alerted me to, which was, what time does coverage start tomorrow? So I'm going to point blank say, I have no idea. And the reason I have no idea is because they never posted details about Sunday. They posted like the structure, but they never posted who's playing, when people are playing and where people are playing. As far as I know, the beta draft will happen on the world stage is what I was told. I need to double check on that, but staff is so busy right now with the hundreds of events that are going on that I'm not really gonna like poke my face in and be like, hey, this is more important than whatever you're working on, because quite frankly, it's not, right? That being said though,
It's going to be done before Worlds, right? World starts at 4, I believe. That's when they're projecting on the shooting Worlds. Starts at 4 over there, so I'm guessing.
4 p.m.?
Yeah, 4 p.m. So I guess the morning will be the draft sort of stuff, or the playoff, then the draft, and then from that, when that finishes, it will be the.
Wait, Worlds is going to start at 4 p.m. tomorrow.
Someone told me, yeah.
If Worlds is starting at 4 p.m., then they must have something for the
Before it.
before it, right? Because starting the draft at 4 p.m. on West Coast time, I mean, starting Worlds at 4 p.m. West Coast time does not make any sense unless you have prior content. So maybe what's going to end up happening is Wizards will take care of the Magic 30 Championship entirely, which includes the top 32 and the 2 rounds of single elimination, modern, and then also the top 8 beta draft. And that would be awesome if they took care of everything, because they would give you a much higher quality experience. Nah. Well, I mean, I'm still happy to do this because this is like my bread and butter. Like this is the system that I know how it works and things like that. So there's a Brothers War preview panel tomorrow morning. Okay.
Boring.
Okay. Yeah. Yo, Grumpy, Nikachu is right here, and right now I need to know: are you following Nikachu on every single social possible? This is an important question.
Are they following on Instagram? That's hardcore.
Oh, yeah. Nikachu's asking, are you following on Instagram? Because that's the true commitment right there.
DM you on Instagram. Can they DM you on Instagram?
Yeah, they can.
Right,
And I
you
don't
got-
get
you-
the
Hey.
because I don't go on Instagram.
You got 1 minute to DM on Instagram, and then I'll try and convince Nikachu to follow you back. You got 58 seconds.
All right, fist bump to Grumpy because Grumpy follows you on Instagram. So there you go.
Yeah,
That's that.
Just a while ago, I found out, a ton of messages I didn't reply to like for years, and then I went and replied to everybody, and they all sort of laughed because it's like giving them a response
On
2,
Instagram?
3 years later.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, now that makes me want to check my messages, but I don't use Instagram for anything when I should.
But I don't use Instagram either. I posted some stuff, and I'm like, oh, I'm done with it.
Okay.
Social media today.
Yeah. When does tomorrow start? I wish I could give you a question, Wismil. I don't know, but that doesn't mean that I won't try to find out the answer to the question for you. So, okay, round 7 pairings are about to go up. So we're gonna take care of that. Let me ask Joe how he's doing. Joe, Skira, are you there? All right, can I cut to you two? Okay, all right, we're going to cut to Joe and Skira. They're going to take over from here while I go set up things for round 7. So I'll see you two in just a little bit. Bye-bye.
All right, we're back, and you heard it from the man himself. Coverage tomorrow may start at some time, but exciting stuff either way. Brothers War preview panel, World Championship top 4, and the beta draft. If you had to rank those 3, Sakura, what order would you put them in as what you're most interested in seeing?
Okay, so again, so we've got beta draft, and what's the other 2?
The World's top 4 and the Brothers War preview panel.
I think the preview panel first, honestly, because I've seen a few cards here and there, like on Twitter and stuff,
Right.
and they are really exciting. Like the fixed, the commands, the fixed skull clamp, some new, removal spells.
I have not seen the fixed skull clamp. I just saw a few minutes ago someone messaged me the new cradle extraction artifact.
Okay, so wait. Okay, yeah. So let me tell you what that cranial plating,
Go ahead.
skull clamp does, and you'll tell me what you think. Okay.
Okay.
It costs 2 mana, not 1. Okay. So it's 2 mana. The equipped creature gets +2/+0, so you can't like self-kill, right? When equipped creature dies, you draw, so that stays. And you equip for either to generic or a single black.
Okay.
So it's very fixed.
Right.
Because it costs 2 mana and it doesn't allow you to self-kill.
Right.
But if your deck is built in such a way that you can sacrifice stuff, it could get nasty.
And you only draw
But we'll
1 card now instead of 2, right?
And you yeah.
Okay.
So, but I really like that they're just kind of trying to explore this space, right?
Okay. That doesn't seem unfair by not even close.
Yeah, absolutely. But the extraction artifact is also very, very strong, I think.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. 2 mana artifact, pay 2 and sacrifice it. Name a card, strip it out of your opponent's hand and deck. And if they have copies in their hand, I think they get to draw cards for them. So that's 2 mana and 2 to sacrifice. 2 mana to cast, 2 to sacrifice. That's interesting. I don't know that there's an effect like that exists as a permanent. They're all spells. Not that necessarily makes a difference. 4 mana total. I guess you can do it on turn 3 instead of turn 4. That's maybe matters. Yeah, I don't know. Those cards generally aren't that great, but you can't.
I think what's worth pointing out is that it doesn't sacrifice itself; it exiles itself. It means you can keep rebuying it with card minus.
Okay.
So that's something that could be relevant.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't actually notice that, but all right. Okay, so round number 7 here. Getting ready to start. We've got Is It Breach versus Merfolk, 2 players we've seen earlier in the day. And this might be a more interactive matchup than some of the ones we've seen.
And I'm really excited to see Breach again. I'm a huge fan of the deck, and I will be rooting for Breach. So personally, I might be rooting for Nikachu, but as for the deck, I'm rooting for Breach.
And you talked about this shirt. This is a shirt? This is a Dutch shirt because there's another player over the left shoulder of Walter that's wearing the same shirt the next table over.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the shirt, but the flag on the right
I
sleeve
see.
is
Yeah.
the Netherlands.
Mhm.
So that I know. And then I double checked, I googled it, and it seems to confirm that this player is actually from the Netherlands.
Okay. All right. So it's 5-1. I know Arag was talking a bit about that yesterday. Maybe in one of the events, double draw wasn't good enough. So if double draw wasn't good enough, then that probably means blue or win and draw isn't good enough here. But win twice is definitely good enough for either of these players to make the cut to play tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. So they're going very, very strong, but from this position, they can't really lose anymore. So if you are a fan of both players, unfortunately, one of them will be out.
And both these players played against Omri, I believe.
That is true. And Omri won against both.
Omri won both of them, yeah, because Omri is 6-0 now. So that's interesting stuff. Yeah, you like so this. I wonder if that comes up in conversation as you're getting ready to play. It's like one of the players, oh, I can't believe I lost to Dredge, and the other one's like, oh, I lost to the same guy, and then they're just like, oh, darn that guy. Something like that. I'm imagining conversation. We don't have microphones in the players, but it's probably accurate to what they're actually feeling right now.
Yeah, it's just like classic, magic chit chat.
Yeah.
I think the classic types of chit chat is what are you playing, how are you doing, and what did you lose to?
Yeah.
Nobody asks you what you won against.
No, that's true. No, they don't. That's a longer conversation. All right, so we're picking up opening hands here. And are we satisfied?
I can see Breach, Ragavan, Iteration, Mox Amber. I mean, gas hand, really.
Yeah, well, iteration's out of here as that was a mulligan to 6. And draws the second grinding station. Well, that stinks.
Yeah.
But nothing you can do about that. And Nikachu with Mutavault into Ether Vial. Good start.
So it's kind of akin to when you play like Splinter Twin. So like the twin itself wasn't like you didn't want to draw it until you're actually comboing, right?
Yeah.
So a second twin is like, well, but that's the risk you take deck building wise.
Mhm.
And it's the same here. So
Yeah.
the first station is okay-ish, but the second one is just redundant. But this is why Ledger is great. Ledger Shredder,
Yes.
just you can ditch it.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe these lists is pretty common to play only 3 copies of grinding station, right? So it is actually unfortunate for extras there, but a shredder would be awesome. There's a Mox that's turned on already because of the Ragavan.
Yeah, so this could hold up, for example, a removal spell. There isn't any, but it could.
Mhm.
And there is an Emery, so is that a dismember?
It is.
Oh, that's huge. That's good.
Yeah, so we talked about last round Hammer having a good amount of creatures that can block Ragavan. Merfolk has some number also with Vial on 1, but Nikachu's not even going to worry about it. Just dismembers the Ragavan. And not only does that kill the Ragavan, it also cuts up mana, arguably 2 mana, because Wilder might have been hoping for Hammer to be, the Mox to be turned on and for a treasure. And instead, he has neither.
Actually, it's even more mana because the fact that there isn't this treasure also means that the Emery isn't discounted.
Yeah.
Which it would have been. So it's kind of like 3 mana.
That's pretty good for 1 card.
I mean, yeah. So if you're counting like that, then it's a huge difference. Yeah. Oh, there was a breach drawn? No? No, okay. I think I miss.
No, there is a breach in hand, I
missaw.
believe. No, I think you're right.
Okay. Oh, so if there is one, then we could be seeing some quick combo action because Emery, I doubt it can be interacted with because Nikachu plays like 2 dismembers total in the deck. So now Amber gives mana, so there could be some combo action very soon. Now Nikachu is also missing a land drop. That's worth mentioning.
Yes, it is.
So despite having Vial, he will be single spelling most of the game. As of now.
Yeah, and the Hex Catcher can make it difficult for Wooter to get things going with the combo, maybe, but it would cost Nikachu his whole board
Yeah.
if Wooter keeps developing mana here, which actually he doesn't have any more land in hand either.
However, in the worst case, Wouter can just keep playing Mishra's Bauble with Emery.
Mm-hmm.
So just having two cards a turn.
Well, Pikachu is just fooling and does find a land. It's actually a good one. It's a cavern. Silver Gold Adept comes in. So now he's up and rolling, fully capable here. Wooter draws a land as well.
So theoretically, he's got 4 mana. So he could play, Breach Station. He can lead on the station, for example, see if it resolves. And when that resolves, he can breach this turn or next turn. Because if you begin with breach and then you get nothing going on, you've wasted a breach. And you don't care about wasting a station because you can replay with Emery. So you can just bait play station. And if it sticks, you've got it like prepared for future turns.
Yeah. All right. So here is a station.
Yeah.
If this resolves, we'll probably see Mishra's Bauble from the graveyard. If it didn't, it would probably just be recast with Emery. So here we go. Oh wow. Okay, we're just gonna go for it all.
I think. Oh, yeah.
This seems risky to me because now don't we just get punked by a Hex Catcher?
So this might be a bit premature, but on the other hand, he just. So the thing is that the biggest waste here is the fact that he's wasting an actual breach.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that awful though, because this turn he can still, Emery, get Mishra's Bauble, and get two draws a turn.
Sure.
And Nikachu wasted a creature on it, so it's not that terrible.
Yeah,
It's not great, of course, but
yeah, right.
But the alternative is that Wouter would just literally win now. So I think he's okay with okay, I'm not winning this game now. I'm drawing 2 cards a turn though.
Right. Okay, so we're underway. So Nikachu's creatures are unopposed for the moment. And Wouter is actually at 12, which seems like it dropped fairly quickly. So a couple swings in might be enough, but clearly he's not going to die this turn.
This is why I like the Breach deck, because you can present such turns. Like this was almost like Splinter Twin, but faster. That was turn 3. That was literally turn 3.
Yeah.
Right? Through a removal spell on Ragavan, right? He just says you have to have an interaction spell, otherwise you're just dead. Right?
I might have misspoken. I said that, obviously he's not threatening lethal here. This is a considerable attack here. If the
that's fair, yeah.
Well, it is not going to be enough, and the Mutavault does not go in, but it is, yeah. It's definitely going to be threatening lethal next turn.
And Wouter drew. There is a land. Oh, double land. Okay, yeah. He just actually scopes. Just dead to. So this is why Vodalian Hexcatcher was such a big addition to the deck, right? Because you've got a Lord that fits into the aggressive plan, which also gives you interaction, but it itself doesn't have to be sacrificed to get that interaction.
Yeah, that's huge.
You can cash anything in.
Okay, so up a game, feeling good, and yeah, Hexcatcher. So Hexcatcher obviously is the interaction for game 1. What other interaction we're going to see? Force of Negations probably.
So this is kind of sketchy because you want Force of Negation against the combo itself, but it doesn't really help against removal, and it doesn't really work against all the very good creatures like Ledger, like Ragavan, like Emery. So Fawns are probably in, but mostly because you've got something to be sided out, like actively you want to side it out. But yeah, this Izzet Breach deck leans heavily on both creatures and non-creatures. So Fawns will stop half, and you might just run into the wrong half problem. Or rather, misalignment of answers to threats.
Yeah, and that's what makes this Breach deck hard to play against. It's not, I would say, an overpowered deck. It's just a deck that presents multiple different angles, and it's hard to cover everything.
It absolutely does. Absolutely. So some people will say that that they don't like this deck because it does just so many different things. So it's not really that consistent in what it does. But in practice, you as a breach player can sometimes choose which avenue you go based on what your opponent has answers to. So if your opponent is like very removal heavy, okay, you go for construct tokens and extract the removal on those constructs, right? Maybe they play counter magic, so you begin with the Ragavan and go under, right? Maybe if your opponent is heavy on combat, you just ignore it and go for the combo yourself.
Right.
So, yeah.
And I heard you. I believe it was before I came on. I heard when you guys were when you and Harry were talking this morning covering Nikachu that he does not have graveyard hate, right? Didn't I?
Yeah, 0.
Right. So that's another way of attacking this breach deck is with graveyard hate. And so we know that Nikachu doesn't have that. Now, it doesn't mean that Walter knows that Nikachu doesn't have any. He mostly doesn't know that. But so Underworld Breach is going to be live even for just a value breach, even if it doesn't win the game. We saw last week a breach with Mishra's Bauble that just drew 6 cards.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that Breach as a value card is in general underplayed in Magic. So in Pioneer, it's underplayed. I mean, underplayed because there is like Delve spells. So you'd rather just play Treasure Cruise than play around with Breach. So that's fair enough. But I think it's certainly underplayed in Modern just as a value card. 1 or 2 off in your entire deck.
Right. Well, it's I believe Breach got banned in Pioneer after the Pro Tour in 2020.
Maybe it's still bad. Yeah. Okay. So maybe what was I thinking about? Or maybe yeah. Well, let me double check. It is possible.
I know because I played Lotus Field at the Regional Pro Tour in Phoenix with Underworld Breach, and then the card got banned in the aftermath of that event. I believe was what happened. That got banned, and then one of the key cards in the inverter deck also got banned, I think.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm still standing by my statement about it being underplayed in Modern.
Yes.
So I'm absolutely still standing by that. And it's also banned in Legacy, so it's of course not played there. But I think just people don't play it enough as a fair card. I think there is much more to be squeezed out of it.
I mean, that's certainly possible. Obviously, in ultra late games where any deck that has Lightning Bolt could go to town with a huge graveyard, any deck with Mishra's Bauble could convert into a bunch of cards drawn. So I suppose it could be experimented with, just even as a singleton that you want to draw late and take advantage of. That's not something that I have seen, but I'd be open to the idea that it's possible.
There have been some like prowess shells, like blue red or mono red prowess.
You're right. I have seen that with prowess with red. Yeah.
Yeah, and you just triple station, that triple breach, triple station
Whoa!
saga.
The problem with triple is like a full house is redundant. You can't even use it. You can't even use the second set of 3. So that's that's too bad.
Oh, that was awful.
All right, so down the game here. Now Walter was the player that qualified yesterday, right?
Yes. Yeah. So even if he loses, he's in anyways.
Yeah. So for you, those of you just joining us, yeah, Walter qualified yesterday in one of these events, and so today is playing to earn a bye in the top 32. The way that we understand it is obviously the top 8 of each event gets to play tomorrow morning, or well, not necessarily morning, whenever it is tomorrow. If Walter accounts for 2 of the spots in the event, and he would effectively get paired against himself and then just get a bye into the top 16. So that's more on the line here for him than for Nikachu than for him, but still, obviously, Is It Breach doing very well in his hands this weekend.
Oh, there is another double station hand. So there is it's multi 5. Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay.
And there's actually a Teferi in hand. So we talked earlier about the differences between Sky Breach and Is It Breach, and this actually is It Breach. We've managed to go, I think, our 3rd match covering him without seeing the Teferi drawn. So it must have just come from the sideboard.
And to be fair, I am absolutely a fan of naming this deck still blue-red, because the fact that you splash, 2 copies of a card doesn't make it Jeskai up, suddenly.
Right.
So I think it will be, yeah. I'm a huge fan of being, very practical with the names, but not technical with the names, if that makes sense. So technically it's blue, white, red, but practically it's blue, red.
Yeah, I love that. And we have seen, we've seen him play. We saw him playing against Dredge, where obviously Teferi was, of no value whatsoever, so we just didn't even see it. All right, developing here. Okay, we're on a mold of 5. Probably the best catch-up card is Expressive Iteration in the deck, and he does have one, so that's good. Grinding Station, not so good on its own, though.
Yeah, Grinding Station on turn 2 is a way to set up for potential turn 3 in general. And if you have nothing else to do, you might as well just deploy it, let it stand there, and just wait until it's actually relevant. Because for now, yeah, it's of course not relevant. Okay, so now Nikachu will turn probably like Sacred Foundry into an island.
Yeah. So Water will lose his white mana, so hopefully he didn't have intentions on it being important in this game. Pikachu's like, a blue dice for you, sir, to represent your Sacred Foundry making blue mana from now on. All right. Does this find a force? Nikachu does have force negation in hand, knows his opponent rolled a 5. Do you do this or do you save it for a combo piece?
Well, I think I fawn mainly because I can see that the opponent has mulliganed.
Yeah.
So this is like, well, let me just punish you for...
Mhm.
And also mulliganed and played Station, which does nothing.
Right.
So it's almost as if they double or tripled mulliganed at that point, because they actually mulled to 5. So this is one of the reasons why I feel compelled to just snipe it off. Just don't get them, don't allow them to get the ball rolling. Okay, and Nikachu is getting in for some chip damage.
Yeah, not the most threatening attack here. Coming across the Mutavault on turn 3 and missing a land drop again, although we've seen him miss land drops and not seem to worry about it too much.
Yeah, but the aggression has to start somewhere. So this is that start. So now they will find like a tapped Hallowed Fountain, I guess.
We will see. That's would make sense, and there it is, and you are correct. Vial untapped on 2, so Wooter can probably surmise that Nikochu does not have a Lord in hand. You can probably...
Kind of, because that's something I would have said like yesterday. But having watched Nikachu play, I've completely changed the perspective.
Okay.
Nikachu sandbags all those lords, waits for the
Interesting.
best time to actually deploy them.
All
And
right.
now, having seen that, he could easily have a handful of them.
I could definitely understand holding Hexcatcher back in your hand. Something like Lord of Atlantis, though, I would be tempted to deploy. But okay, I heard, yeah, you guys were talking about that earlier before I came on, that Nikachu was very modulating the pace of the game and not trying to rush things. And here's Teferi for Water.
Also, remember that if you do play a Lord in the combat, you tap the Vial, so you cannot now Vial in Hexcatcher.
Yeah.
And so he'd rather, I assume, hold up Hexcatcher. There's another fawn. I mean, double fawning gets into this kind of weird territory of maybe too much, but on the other hand, Wouter has got only 1 card in hand. So maybe you can.
Yeah, and you do have the Vial, so whatever the... Okay, it's going to be forced. Ragavan is the last card.
Okay, it's an okay card.
And you were right. It's a master.
Yeah.
And it's into play. And Nikachu waited on that. This member blows up Ragavan, and Wilder has nothing. Doesn't mean he's dead. This deck can breach and win out of nowhere, but
like
that's
iteration
probably,
into stuff, but yeah, this
yeah.
is GG probably.
There's a breach. Okay.
But the phone exiles. So
Yeah.
this is just
Yeah. Hey. Training station, sacrifice itself. Let's see a miracle.
Saga, Bobble, Bolt.
Well, so the best thing to hit there would have been maybe Emery would have been good. Well, I know I guess that costs 3. We can't even.
Well, he can take his time a bit because like this is the key turn,
Right.
one way or the other. But yeah, I would put my money on Nikachu now,
Yes.
certainly.
Right.
Kind of unfortunate series of draws for Wouter, it seems like.
Mm-hmm. All right. So what are our options here? We could.
And nothing is exciting,
Right.
but you could bolt Master of the Pearl Trident. How many cards have you got? Because remember that if you escape the bolt comes back
Yeah.
to the graveyard. So you could bolt and still cast the bobble. Yeah, but yeah, he can see
Yeah.
that
He's
now.
not even. Yeah. Okay. So that's gonna do it. Nikachu will advance to 6-1 and
Nice.
maintain his prospects of trying to join Wouter in tomorrow's top 32 elimination bracket. Just a little bit short there for that breach. Enough to get us excited there at the end. But the lack of a Mox, the lack of a legend, the lack of just mana to continue on means that Wouter will fall there. So that's got to be a little discouraging. He, qualified yesterday, may have been undefeated or at least without a loss, and then I believe was maybe 4-0 today, and then has dropped a couple now.
He was 5-0 and
Just
then
okay.
lost 2 in a row. Yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, congrats to Nikachu, 6-1 with Merfolk. I
Mhm.
mean,
Well, that's
if anybody, then
sure.
Nikachu.
Right, but if anybody is the key part there. I don't know that Merfolk is considered at the peak of the tier list of current modern, but maybe things will be updated after this weekend.
Yeah, there will be. Yeah, no, maybe if Merfolk finally will get to that coveted tier 3. We'll see.
All right, so we'll hang out here for a moment and find out if we're moving to a backup match here or if we're taking a
No,
break.
we're actually taking a short break now.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you guys after the break.
All right. You may have been wondering where I was. Sorry, Joe. I know I like you had a thought, but I'm going to put a pin on it. I'll be right back to it. You may have been wondering where I was. I was trying to figure out what the schedule is for tomorrow, and in addition, what the tournament looks like going into the final round. So, I have Will Hall EXP, who's just been here the entire weekend. Will, actually, what I'm going to do is this mic we're going to have to share.
Hold it. Okay, cool. Just get really close to me. It's
yesterday, I know we were shooting the shit when you were talking about like my roommate seeing me naked, but literally, I shit you not, he walked in on me in the bathroom while I was pooping. Anyways, sorry. This is a joke from yesterday. If you were here, you know it's his fault. It's his fault. Okay, so we have a couple of things.
A joke.
We have a couple of things to talk about. First things first, okay? Somebody asked earlier what time tomorrow starts. It starts, I believe, there's a player meeting at 10:30 a.m. West Coast time, and the event is supposed to start at 11. Now, from what I can understand, is there are 2 rounds of single elim modern. The single elim modern, Wizards is not going to cover that. However, from what I can gather, the beta draft will be taken care of on the main stage. So, and that makes more sense with the 4 p.m. start time for Worlds.
Are you allowed to stream those 2 rounds though?
I am allowed to stream it. However, I'm not sure. I have to figure out like what the plan is for tomorrow. So, that is the question, to see like, stream the 2 rounds or not, or just like, take a day off kind of deal. But I think I'd like to. The problem is that it would be like all the way over on the other side, and I might not even have time to set up, assuming the venue hall opens at.
They're all going to play over there. The top 38, 32 are playing over there.
They might even play in like the freaking command zone. Jared just like pointed like they're playing over there, and he pointed he pointed like in like, hold on. He pointed in that direction, right? So like behind the thing, you can't see it right now because the hall is starting to shut down after 7 p.m. But that's where the main stage is, and that's where Jared pointed. So I don't really know what the dealio is, but if it is over there, I have next to no idea as to. Oops, what did I do? Did I just break this?
I don't know. Well, this is a professional stream, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Hello, I'm back. I have next to no idea how I would even stream there because, well, it's the fucking Worlds area. I can't just bring my potato camera ass over there and be like, hey, it's me. So
I would definitely try that though. I feel like you got enough clout to do that and get away with it.
I could, and honestly, like the more important thing is like Jared wanted to connect me with whoever's like running production over there. That would be a pretty good connect. So
that'd be a good fucking connection to get. Swear word needed.
Twitter says World starts at 10:20, not 4, so the draft could not be on stage at 11. Okay, that is actually very important. Because I also feel like they're going to stagger Worlds, right? They're not going to run. They're going to play all the matches like individually.
Yeah, imagine, it makes sense that they do. Well, it's only 1 match, 2 match, 3 matches, right?
Right.
Top 4.
Because it's top 4. Yeah. So that is super interesting.
Also, I'm not sure if you're allowed to know this, but I'm pretty sure the top 4 are trying to get a split. I don't know if they announced that or they're allowed to announce that.
Oh, they would never announce that.
Or if this is a spoiler that we're not allowed to say out loud.
But the top 4 is like, top 4 is like of any tournament. Generally, financially, it makes sense to split top 4.
Yeah, but I say that every round is like an extra 50 grand.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, if we just split, it's more, whatever.
Everybody gets 50K for splitting top 4.
Would you split, chat?
Do we?
Would you split? Or would you try and win 150 grand by yourself?
Or would you play it like a single match of Magic worth like 25, 50K? Yeah. That's a good question. Do we know who top 4'd?
Yes, it just got posted. So it's Jim. I know Jim Davis made 5th, marginally. So weirdly, the way it works in Worlds is there's no IDs allowed, right?
You want to share?
So what?
You want to share?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I know I'm old.
No IDs allowed. Then.
No IDs allowed. And basically, he played against his teammate who was already locked for top 4.
Ely?
Yeah, no, it wasn't Ely. It was the other one. I can't pronounce his name. It's on Twitter. Maybe it's on.
DePraz?
It's on Twitter. Let me find it.
Okay.
But basically, they couldn't ID, and because I was asking about this, I was like, so why couldn't the other guy just play badly? So Jim ended up winning.
Yeah.
But the way Wizards do it is in your team Discords or whatever, they almost put a Wizards employee in there, so they can see who's your team. So it does. If you start throwing the game to someone weirdly, they can go, oh, and you probably get done for cheating or conspiracy or something like that.
But couldn't like the person concede?
You're not allowed. It's against
Wow.
the rules. Against the rules to concede.
Okay.
All right, let me find. But yeah, we've got. I know Nathan top forward.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's
That
that.
he does not lose
Okay,
ever.
nice. Nathan top forward. How
I
about?
think he needed to win his match and then 2 matches to go his way, and it all aligned. So all 3 things happened. He managed the top 4.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm looking at this. More importantly, me and Siggy just posted a picture.
You got a picture with Mike Sigrid? Shit.
Me and Siggy like this, mate. We're like this.
Really?
Yeah, Siggy, I know I'm on the other side of the world. I don't get to hang out with you all so much, but you know, I know people.
Okay.
I'm cool. I'm cool.
Old man got some moves. Nice.
Oh, whoa! Can I get some S in chat? I don't know. Right, this is the top 4. So, Ely did manage to make top 4. That's the one I couldn't pronounce. Jacob Tooth, top.
Okay.
Carl Sarap,
Yeah.
and then Nathan and Jim, literally on tiebreakers.
Wow. Even Takahashi didn't make it back in. Oh, that's unfortunate, but still. Dang, that is crazy. Yo, all right, wait. Nathan Stoyer probably just gonna win fucking Worlds, isn't he? At this rate?
Back-to-back mocks and worlds in a year, like that's pretty good going.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Most.
Oh my God.
I just like ruin things, you know.
It's like.
I just want things to look nice once. That's
It-
all I want.
That's why I'm here. I look nice, right, chat? Shine a light on you all. This weird British
Male
accent.
model. But yeah, I also have another treat for you.
Okay, so yeah, this is actually why we're talking about, right?
Right.
This is the. What-
Shit, this does not look good at
This
all.
is the standings, basically, which you can't see now on screen. So we're trying to work out if a X11 can make it in, because this is going to be the round where people are going to start doing, IDs to get into top 8. Because it doesn't matter if you're first or 8th, you just need to make the top 8, right? There is no top 8 playoff. So as soon as you make top 8, you get the invite for tomorrow. You basically got to win 2 more matches, and then you're in for a beta draft, which is obviously probably the highlight of your Magic career.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, realistically, you're only going to do that once. So we're trying to work out. Obviously, we've got Nikachu just to our right, who we've been following all day.
Yeah.
He is currently X1, but his tiebreakers are really, really good.
Yeah, let me actually see if I can find what the tiebreaker.
I think he's got the second best tiebreakers for going into this round at 15 points. Now he goes to 18 points.
Oh, damn, his tiebreakers are insane.
Yeah,
You're
there's only
right.
one person above him. But then there is the top 3 players. There's 3 18-pointers, so one of them got paired down the last round and had to play against a 16-pointer.
Right.
If that 16-pointer wins, obviously they're going to be in really good contention to ID. But if they lost, then that makes the other. Oh, was it? Is that Corey? So another 18-pointer
If Corey
goes to
Eubank
20.
loses, then
Goes to 21. They're locked. Then we imagine that this is ID. Well, depending on these 2. So one of these, and then I genuinely think Nikachu can ID in, but it's that game. Do you want to do it and try and balls yourself out of it, or do you want to give yourself the best shot you can?
It's so funny because there are 3 18-pointers, right? 2 of them have really good breakers, 69% and 66%. The other one in 3rd place has really bad breakers.
Yeah.
IMO, I don't think 61% is good enough to X11 into top 8.
And if they lose that, their tiebreaker's a shot. Like I know they're still at 18 points if they lose this, but their tiebreaker's a shot. They've been paired down. They lost to someone got paired down. They'll get those. That 61 will drop to 50 something. So
Is that true? Because then they're
yeah. So if that one, bear in mind they've got really bad breakers as well. The 16-pointer.
yeah.
So if they lost to that, they stay at 18. The 16-pointer goes above them on 19. That 18 now has to compete with. So Nikachu, he's
Yeah.
got higher breakers than him. In fact, everybody's got higher breakers.
Okay.
That's on 15 points. So all these people, half that's now 18.
Dude, there's drama in the standings.
It's
okay.
gonna be. That's what I mean. We're not entirely sure if IDs can happen because there's gonna be a lot of 18 points. How many 15 points are there?
21.
21. So 10 of them are now going to be 18 points, right? And we've already locked in the
Yeah.
top 2, potentially 3. So we're fighting for 5. So out of
Or
those
rather,
10,
5th through 21st
and back
is
to
X1.
So if you work with it that way, there's 3 already locked potentially, and there's going to be 20 people playing.
Okay.
So that's 5 more slots. Oh, that's 10 more slots. Let's go. So 10 now. So those 20 that played now, there'll be 10 of them will be won this round. So then those 10 will play. So 5 of them. So it is a winning. I think working on that mathematics, I think Nikachu has to play. I think they have to 20 to 10 to 5 people get in if the top 3 currently are going to be locked in.
This is why I don't do breaker math, because this shit is extremely fucking complicated. Like, I don't know what the fuck he said, but he said Nikachu has to play, so that's my takeaway, and that's my forehead, too.
I can call up Frank Carston. There's another name I know. You know what I mean? I call up Frank and ask Frank the math.
Yeah, Frank would definitely know.
If you can all hear that, that's them waffling about some sort of Commando event.
Yeah, Imager's not really loading, and I want to upload the standings so I can. What the?
Why are you looking at feet pictures?
Why are you not looking at feet pictures?
I am looking at feet pictures.
That is true.
So there's a thing on my stream which I got Nikachu to say, or someone on my stream got Nikachu to say it.
Yeah.
So he used to say boobs are out and feet are in, and now I've got that as like a little hotkey button that I press. And it's literally Nikachu saying it, and like I wind him about all the time. Anyway.
One of my follow notifications is Mengu, like saying that Miracles is the best deck in the format or something, and it's perfect.
How old is that? What, 2014?
Like 5 years now at this point, yeah. Yeah, but
What would you be if you were here at Magic 30 chat? What would you be playing this weekend? What modern deck would you play? Like, would you come with? I've seen a lot of creativity.
I would have played Breach, honestly, because I think that deck. I mean, I wouldn't win with Breach, but I definitely I would play it. So, you know, it's just it's like the kind of deck that I think is very powerful. Like we saw when Wouter was playing that, like he had like a turn 3 kill. Fortunately, Nikachu, or however you want to look at it, Nikachu had the Vidalcan Hex Catcher to like, you know, completely for the blowout. But like that deck is absurd. I think it's pretty absurd. Yeah.
What have we got? We got 5 color. We've got
5
High
colors
Mantra,
too?
Sentry
Okay.
Breach. I
Grumpy
play
with the
fish.
fish, yeah.
Loads of fish plays in there. Nikachu must be happy. He's not looking at chat right now. He's probably talking to some fans. But
Yeah.
it's the problem of fame, you see.
Yeah, tell me about it. Me, so famous. Yeah.
Honestly, you've been battering people off all weekend. The amount of people come and speak to you and you're like, I'm working. Can you take a ticket?
I feel like
Take a ticket.
I feel like a total asshole because I'm just like, okay, we have a 30-second conversation, and I'd love to keep talking more, but then I'm like, well, I have to get back to work, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll catch up with you later, and it's just like, we still have 3 minutes left in the round, dude.
It's fine. We can like.
I feel like we've been talking forever.
We could do a lot in 3 minutes, couldn't we, chat? Giggity.
Dude,
We've
this
got someone.
image-
Someone's infect. Love you long time. Oh, yeah, I know. How are you doing, Dumbledore? What are you looking at?
I'm trying to upload this freaking photo to Imager, but it's just not working.
You're
so-
trying to upload feet pictures to Instagram, is all I heard. Like, make sure you follow. That's another one, chat. Have you? Oh, we got a nice little.
Oh, Doom, what up? Thank you for the raid, man.
Hello, Mr. Wake. Mr. Wake wants some of my tokens. I'm not going to say what they are on your stream, but I made some tokens that are on Twitter. Feel free to go look at them. And Mr. Wake wants a couple of them for his Rhino. I imagine for his Rhino tokens, I'm guessing.
Okay. All right. Yo, let's go. What's up? Doom, what do you call, like, so Spike calls his chat watchers spikelings. Do you have like a word for your viewers? Like, I don't know.
G.
I don't.
I have one for mine.
What is-
I call them the chosen ones.
The chosen ones?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I have like a big Star Wars theme on mine. So.
Okay. That's why you knew so much about the Star Wars rides in Disney.
I have my whole chest is tattooed with Star Wars. Just so you're aware of that. I know you haven't seen me naked yet, but like, tonight after a few drinks, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. What's up?
We're learning so much about my body.
yeah. And for free too. No, but like, wait, Star Wars. Why? Like, you grew up on Star Wars or what?
I just love Star Wars, man.
Okay.
Like, except for the newer ones. The newer ones are terrible, but.
Really?
Have you watched them?
I mean, yeah.
Episode 8 is the worst thing ever made, and Ryan Johnson should never make a film to do Star Wars ever again in the rest of his life. But there you go, chat. There's a talking subject for you.
Yeah, I know.
Anyone that likes episode 8, I'm going to ban you.
Oh shit.
I don't have the power to do it, but I'm going to do it.
Oh no, we'll make it happen. Don't worry.
It's so bad.
I think we just like divided the TV shows. Oh, that's a really good question. So you like Mandalorian?
Mandalorian's disgusting. I haven't seen Andor yet.
Wait, disgusting like.
As in like good,
Oh,
really
okay,
good,
okay,
like really
okay.
good disgusting.
Woo! All right.
Mandalorian is really, really good. I'm saying that I like things like Rogue One is probably one of the best films ever made to do with Star Wars,
Rogue
and that's
One,
just
is
the one.
that the one with Game of Thrones character Khaleesi?
No,
What am I thinking?
that's Solo. You're thinking Solo.
What?
Yeah, it's Solo. But you're thinking of Solo. It's called Solo.
Solo. That's what it.
Yeah.
Your accent,
I said it like 7 times.
He kept saying it. I was just like, you called me what? My mother who? Like, okay, no, you're right. That's Solo. Wait, Rogue One was. I remember Rogue One. Oh, that shit was.
That was really good, right?
Good.
Where Vader rocks up at the end.
At the
Spoilers.
I was just about to say the same thing. Okay, yeah.
Have you seen the Obi-Wan TV series though?
All right, so, the bad, not good said, episode 8 deserves more love. and is the best Star Wars. And
Whoa,
one of our mods has got Order 66 by Will. How about that?
Yeah,
So,
take that.
Yeah. And now it looks like Aquanaut's trying to. Yeah. Wait, what? Episode 8 was.
Episode 8, right? I'll give you the whole plot of episode 8. Basically, they got in a ship and it started running out of fuel, and the Empire decided to crawl behind them really, really slowly instead of like jumping forward 100 meters in hyperspace and then blowing them out of the sky. And the whole plot is they're going to wait for them to run out of fuel so they can shoot them down. And then they got stupid characters that do stupid things, and there's a casino planet that doesn't need to be in it for half an hour. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible, that made episode 9 not as good as it could have been. 9 was like trying to unfuck episode 8 while making episode 9, and it was like meh, back and forth. And
What about episode 7?
episode 7 was a good setup film. Like it made a lot of like, you know, early storylines. You'd be like, oh cool, we'll see how this goes, yeah, yada yada yada. And then when you have like Rey, this random ass person just rocks up and beats Luke Skywalker. Like if you know the lore about Luke Skywalker, he's like no, he's literally like a god. He's so he's
so that must have like really like.
Well, he just turns
have you
up
read, like the books and stuff too.
Yeah. I'm like balls deep. Like I own a lot of lightsabers.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
This guy's been to Disney like 12 times, by the way.
And the rest. Like I've been to Orlando like 12 times, and every time I go, it's a fight. But it's enough about me. What color lightsaber would you have in chat? I can tell you what different colors of lightsabers mean about you as well.
I'm gonna guess what your color is.
It's an
green.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just
Royal Marines are where we wear green berets. It's easy to green. And if you have a green lightsaber, it means that you use the Force more than you rely on your saber skills.
Okay. Yeah.
Red, all right, Sith. Obviously, red's really easy.
Purple, red. Okay.
Purple.
Okay.
We got a Mace Windu fan in the chat. Everyone wants to be different. White.
What about gold? Anybody?
So white
gold
crystals.
Is not a thing, right?
You can get different coloured ones depending on like how they corrupt them. So the idea is you get like a kyber crystal, and then depending on your personality, you end up corrupting it. Blah, blah, and that's why they go red. They bleed them. I could talk about Star Wars a lot, by the way, chat.
Hey Lee, what's up? How you doing?
Come say hi to chat. Show me your hat.
You want that? Here.
Come here. Sit down there. My knee's killing me.
Yeah. I told you to get it. You want a chair? You really should get a chair.
I got a chair.
Yeah. All right. Chairs are a good idea. Definitely a good idea.
Bag out the way.
So for anyone who doesn't already know, Lee is like one of the goated legacy content creators as well. And honestly, your cosplay yesterday was pretty sweet too. So we're gonna have to pass that back and forth because my other mic died.
Of course.
But yeah, how's your day been?
Mate, not a good day for Tron. I play Prison Tron, as you know. I play a lot of colorless decks.
Yeah.
And a lot of Blood Moons flying around. Now, Blood Moon doesn't wreck my deck, but it slows it down. And then I have things like Ratchet Bomb all as dust. But then if I'm Ratcheting Bombing for 3, I'm blowing up all my ensnaring bridges. It's
Okay.
been an awkward day. And then my round 1 opponent was unbelievable. The guy's just like, he's playing blue-red prowess, I guess.
Yeah.
And he's like, Lava Dart. I'm like, okay. This is like turn 2. And he has a Swiss Spear in play. And then he goes, triple mutagenic growth. And I was like, I'm so fucked. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm just like, how do I beat this?
What the heck? That's
Yep.
oh my god. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
More importantly, you should ask Lee if today's a really special occasion in his life at all.
What's the special occasion?
Today happens to be maybe my wife's birthday.
Oh shit!
And what are you doing today? You're
Happy birthday!
I'm playing 8 rounds of Modern, yes.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, Monty.
Jump on.
What's up?
dude? How's it going? Good. You wanna say hi?
You want to say hi? Yeah.
From one stream to another.
Yeah. How was your dude? Oh.
Good.
Wait.
I can't stay. I just need to talk to you for like, whatever. Just message me.
No.
We'll
I will
rotate,
get up,
we'll
I will
rotate.
get up, and this guy can. sit.
Careful.
Thank you.
There we go.
Road mic.
Yeah, I was going to say, stop him. All right, let's go, Will. How you going, folks? Yeah.
That's it. We've finally taken over this stream.
This is
Now we get some
hilarious.
Good content.
So we have the aggressive infect / hammer kind of player
against a Tron player.
against the Tron player. I love it. How's everyone going?
There's no F's in chat for Tron. What the hell's going on here?
No F's in chat? Yeah.
We were talking about Star Wars and what kind of lightsabers people have. What lightsaber would you definitely have like a red one because you're evil.
I love red. Yeah, I'd play a red one. But my favorite color is blue. So I kind of like blue as well. It's a very calming color.
Get Mr. Lee Star Wars. I'm already over it.
Get
Your
Mr.
Star
Lee-
Wars views. Are you a Star Wars fan?
I do like Star Wars. I like Star
Which
Wars.
is your favorite Star Wars?
I like Rogue One.
Well, we were just saying how that's a really good. I think that's probably the best made Star Wars film, but awkwardly it's not part of the saga.
The original,
But
yep.
it's really really good. I really like that.
Mhm.
What have you seen the Obi-Wan Kenobi series?
I have. Yeah, I like that one.
I feel like it started really slow, but like the last like episode and a half just made up for it all. Like, I'm a huge Anakin fan, and I love that whole archetype.
If we're talking TV shows, I really, really love Mandalorian. I think the way Mandalorian did it, and then Boba Fett, all that stuff, it was really...
Boba Fett started off as Boba Fett, then ended as the Mandalorian.
Right, the other way around.
Spoilers. I haven't watched Andor yet. It's actually on my iPad, ready to go. I was going to watch it on the flight over, but then, you know, I could have watched it while I was stuck at customs. That's what I should have done for 9 hours.
Binge watching all the shows.
Well, hey, what's up, peeps? What's up?
How's it going, everyone?
Love you all, chat. People don't get to see my face anymore. They just see Pro Tour coverage on my stream.
Right. Oh, you found a niche.
I've got older, chat. I've got older and grayer, okay? And I'm sunburnt as well because I was in the sun for 40 minutes yesterday and my fair English skin cannot cope with it. So I'm like stupidly sunburnt, but here we are.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, you found a niche. You found people wanted to see, you know, coverage and footage, and I love it. You got the thing going, right?
It's all for a good cause. We got that Game of Thrones fan, big Game of Thrones fan. The first Game of Thrones.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm on the bandwagon where it ended poorly. They should have dragged the last 6 episodes into 2 seasons, in my opinion. But that's, you know, it is.
Yep.
The new season, you watched House of Dragons.
I've seen 2 episodes. Yep.
I was saying this yesterday, but I had to phrase it very well.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the biggest crush on the girl that plays the Targaryen one, the Australian girl.
Oh yeah,
but I only think she's hot when she's over 18. Just everyone's aware, okay?
Aware,
Before you all start coming at me, I am fully consenting to over 18 hot Targaryens.
Yeah, hot Targaryens. I mean,
in my area.
You got those like movies or TV shows where they're like, hey, I'm just a college girl in this movie, and they're obviously 25.
That's the wrong site you're thinking of. The shit stuck in a washer as well. Like, oh, I'm stuck.
Oh, stepbrother.
Yes.
Help me. No, but they always like cast actors that are older, that they're in high school, and it's kind of like, you know what I mean?
This is premium Magic content, just so everyone's aware. What does that say? The Emperor Palpatine was actually the greatest hero in all the galaxy because he's prepared to defend against the invasion of Yukon, which only Palpatine could foresee. With the Old Republic was helpless defeat and only. Hold on, but like he wasn't around in the Old Republic, right? The Old Republic set like what 400 or 4,000 years? It's like some crazy. If you ever played the MMO, Star Wars: The Old Republic, it is so good.
I heard it was good. Yeah. A lot of people. I was really poor. I didn't have a good enough computer to play that.
Well, that's why you play Tron, right? You can't afford a good deck. I understand.
It's fine. Just literally play legacy content. I love it. I live in Seattle, man.
Hold on, chat. We're still waiting for the round to be paired, so there must be something wrong or a time extension, etc. We'll make some good content. Hold on. I have a bag full of boosters. Let's open a booster on.
Let's do it. Let's crack it, man. Let's crack it.
And if anyone can call the name out of the rare that we open, like the
guess the rare.
They can have it.
They can have the rare. All right, folks. What set are we cracking? Is it Legends Italian boosters?
I went 5 and 3. I didn't get any of that crap.
Oh, mate.
What do you want, chat? I've got a collector's booster for Domino United, or
show the camera.
Or a mystery. Which one do you want?
I mean, I think mystery's kind of hard to guess, right?
Well, that makes it even more fun.
Dan? No. Collector? Let's do the collector booster. Yeah. That's probably easier. What is it? Dominara United.
There's like 7 rares in this, right?
Oh, mystery.
Whoa, there's a couple of mysteries. Chat, you've got 10 seconds. I feel like we've got 3 mysteries, 3 collectors.
Slip Jazzy.
All right, we'll do this. We'll do this.
All right, we'll do mystery. Everyone.
Which one are we gonna do?
All right, we'll do collector.
Collector? All right, we'll do collector. All right. So, start putting your big guesses in. I would also guess Shieldred.
Yeah, everyone start.
Just high roll it, right?
Yeah, type it in. Write all your guesses. Yes, technically someone said Tabernacle.
Are they in this?
Well, they're the collector boosters.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
Oh wow, someone's
that would be
so
good. Alright, cool. Can I do this? I don't know what that is, but it looks rubbish.
Are they at the back or front? Is that a rare or uncommon?
That's
uncommon.
A common.
Okay.
Some other crap. Crap.
Oh, that's a nice island.
Island.
I like that island. It's pretty nice. We're getting into uncommons.
That's a rare. It's a 5-color.
Joda. The one that legendary is Joda. Yeah.
It's probably some commander crap.
No one said Joda. Ate the Challenger. These are all rares, man. Oh no, they're not. That's uncommon. This is Hazron Shaper of Sands. Did anyone say Shaper of Sands? Oh, bad Khan.
Fucking Khan.
What a coincidence that he.
And some big dragon thing.
Defiler. Oh, that's the green Defiler, which is amazing and limited. And a bird.
Did anyone say any of them cards?
Did anyone say bad Khan or green Defiler? Green Defiler's good.
Thing is, my friend RK Post actually drew this at this Khan.
Oh yeah.
This is RK Post. Like the art's not bad considering it's Khan, but still Scrootron.
Magic's art is great these days.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
The one thing that drew me to the game, actually, I was playing a pre-release. It was 20-year anniversary, a free sealed event, and my friend's like, "Oh, come join, come play." I'm like, "Okay," and we got our packs, and I was just like, "Hey, I'm just gonna look at all these artworks." And then round one, I brought my box to the table, and then my friend was like, "High roll," and I was like, "I haven't built the deck." So we spent the whole round just like building a mono red deck. This is first time Magic.
And then you end up with Tron. I would have just played that deck end. Right, we'll do the mystery one as well, because why not? What else am I going to do?
One more round.
Or chat, right? What we could do is we could open this, or literally the next person to walk behind us, we could give them this pack.
Will loves giving stuff away.
I do love giving stuff away. That's kind of my thing.
Yeah.
The next person that walks behind us, which is probably looks like it's about to be a judge, but we could give it away or we could open it. Give. Everyone wants to give. There's a guy walking past right now. Excuse me. Would you like this pack? Chat wants you to have this pack.
Hey, Mapson. Yo, what up, man?
What's up, chat? Thanks for the pack.
Oh, everyone, we gave it to Mapson.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Open it. Michael Mapson, everyone. Michael Mapson.
Don't worry about that. It's fine.
Okay. What we get?
We got the artist.
And the paint artist and I don't know where they. And the paint artist and a siege elemental.
Siege Elemental.
No, that's good, but
Inside job. Chat code.
good luck in wherever you're playing in.
All right, we got the last round, folks. You gonna take over the mic?
Oh yeah, I'll hold this
Thank you, friend.
while he's coming back. Go and play. I'll pretend I know what I'm doing for a little bit. Alright, chat. You with me? Because everyone's ran off and just left me here, so it's full on them, right? I do have a bag full of packs I could give away more, though. If anyone's ever watched Nikuchu's stream, he has a brother, and he never shows his face, and he's right there. Like, I could move the camera, but his disguise is just perfect. No one knows who it is. Rigged? My ears. Oh, have I moved it too close to my mouth? This venue, has he showed you all how big this venue is? Dude, don't let him on camera. Yeah, we're keeping the mystery alive. I'm not getting him on camera. What's up? How we doing, dude? How are we all today, chat? The players are currently sitting down, getting their pairings. I'm sure there'll be a random streamer flying my way soon. I haven't seen him. I honestly don't know where he is. It's fine. But this is going to be the round we're going to find out who's going to ID, who's going to play. It looks like Nikuchu's coming back to be on the feature match. If he decides, have you looked at your breakers?
Yeah, they're very good. So it depends on my opponent if they want to draw it.
Do you think you can? Nikuchu thinks he can ID. Without seeing your breakers last round, I saw them 2 rounds ago. Have you got a picture of it? Can I see it? What's up? So Nikuchu's going to show me the standings this round. All right, standings this round. So, no, this is last round, right? You got 18 points now. This is 2 rounds ago. You can't go off that one. Can't get the streamers these days, chat. Can't get the streamers. All right, this is it. So, okay, so you've got 120 per 1 pointer. They're in 2 19 pointers. ID. Ooh. Okay, so Nikuchu is the top of the 18 pointers. So you're getting paired against, what's your opponent's name? Carlos. Oh, jeez. Okay.
I am not. But I'm pretty sure I have a big tiebreak lead over everybody else, so
So they're currently talking through it, chat. They're going to have a look at each standings. They're going to talk. This is the round 4 winning ins chat. Remember, it doesn't matter where you come in the top 8, as long as you get in the top 8, that's all that matters. Because tomorrow they'll have basically there's been 4 tournaments all weekend. This is the 3rd one. There's one more currently playing a couple hours behind everybody else. But the top 8 of each tournament get to play in a 32-player single elim tomorrow morning. And the top 8 of that tournament all get to do the beta draft, which is obviously the idea this whole weekend, right? Being able to do a beta draft is pretty sick. Okay, it looks like the man himself is coming. We've been you're a little late. We're talking. They're talking to see if they can ID or not. These are the breakers. I'm not saying it out loud currently because of the 2 players in front of me. But it looks. So you playing? So they're playing. Right, I'm going to move so Emma can set everything up. Here's the mic.
Oh.
So, this is a winning in chat, so everyone's aware.
I have good news. I'll talk about it after. Sorry, I was away for a while, but I was. Huh. We operated it. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break while I set things up, and then we'll be back in a little bit, okay?
All right, we're back. I don't know how we could possibly say anything to summarize the last 45 minutes of coverage from Anurag and Will Hall. Needless to say, you just had to be along for the ride. But Skura and I are back for round number 8. This is the last round of the Swiss moving day. Someone's moving on to play tomorrow to hopefully make it into the top 8 draft. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, so it's either going to be Nikachu, who we've been following the whole day, 6-1 with Murphle, quite an achievement already, versus Carlos, who we are not really sure what he's on.
Yeah, we'll find out. But he's clearly a capable player, 6-1 in this event. A lot on the line here. This is I mean, point where you might be a little jittery playing this. I mean, this is kind of a one of a kind event. This is different than playing in a qualifier or just a store event that has prizes, store credit or cash prizes or whatever it is. This is a unique, potentially like once in a lifetime opportunity if you can make it through to the top 8 draft tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you don't get to draft beta. Like you just don't.
Yeah, you don't even get to see beta. So And plus Rochester draft too, as if that makes it's no significance whatsoever, but it's kind of a cool thing. You get to draft on, well, it seems like the logistics are somewhat unclear, but probably you get to draft on the World Championships main stage with, professional coverage maybe. I mean, this is not something that you can replicate, almost anywhere else. So good luck to these players. Hopefully, we have a good match here, and we'll see what Carlos is playing and how this all is going to finish up.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you get to Rochester draft beta, like this goes straight onto your resume.
Yeah,
Like
it does, and
mean-
certainly, it's something where, I mean, it's cool. Like if you have non-Magic playing, people in your family or friends or whatever your associations, if they're like, oh, do you have anything I can look at? You're like, yes, I do. I have this super exciting clip of myself drafting on a stage with thousands of people watching for thousands of dollars in cards.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm not really sure of the value of the cards, but if I were to qualify, I would immediately open, a site like Card Market and sort by value.
Yeah.
Because you never know. Like
Right.
some random unplayable dragon costs, €1,000 or something.
Yeah, that easily could be the case. So while the players are shuffling up, it looks like Carlos is taking a mulligan. Let's just look up a few random cards. Let's see what's
Like
reasonable
Circle of
price.
Protection Red, for example. I'm not sure. How much is a Circle of Protection Red from beta?
Let's find out.
Yeah, let's.
All right, here we go. Let me get this going.
We can also compare the European prices to the States prices because they sometimes differ. Okay, so I've got Circle of Protection Red beta up.
I screwed mine up. All right, okay. Hit it with us. What is that?
It's €15, relatively cheap-ish, I would say.
Yeah, not super exciting.
Okay, I mean, thematically, we should check Lord of Atlantis, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so guess. Give me
Lord
your
of
best
Atlantis.
guess.
Lord of Atlantis beta.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go 280.
It's actually over €400.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not known for my ability to price cards, obviously.
And I really wanted to buy myself Counterspell from beta, and I opted against because the price is, and again, guess.
Okay, so for Lord of Atlantis was 400. Counterspell's got to be more than that. I'll go 650.
It's actually 500.
Okay.
Still,
Yeah.
it's 500
Right.
a piece.
Yeah, and these are not the primo cards. These are things that you just might end up with in the pack.
Yep. And again, and don't even check Birds of Paradise or Lightning.
Of course, but someone might open one, so we should check. Just as a matter of being thorough.
I mean, to be fair, if you opened beta Birds of Paradise, I'm not sure if I even wanted to play with it. Just put it in a frame on my wall and just look at it every day. But if I did open it, I would be €1,700 wealthier.
Wow.
€1,700.
Yeah.
And that's actually, it depends on the condition because you're opening fresh from the pack, right?
Right. Pristine.
At which point, it's more like almost 3K.
Sure, because these are all going to be gradable, cards that are near perfect. I mean, sometimes quality varies on how they come out of the pack, but they're likely good. All right, let's get to this game. These players are playing for top 8. It looked like they're playing for top 8 of this event, which is top 32 of the overall structure.
And again, Rhinos.
Yeah, Rhinos again. Niku's got some experience having played this matchup twice in covered matches today. Carlos, I believe, Malta 5, which is not a lot.
Yeah.
And we'll see how things get going here. So a couple turns to develop here. Niku doesn't have a whole lot to worry about obviously till at least turn 3, maybe turn 5.
I'm really surprised how those innocuous Merfolk draws actually convert into winning positions.
Yeah, so am I. I'm glad you said that because yeah, it just I mean this deck seems. I think if we're evaluating the power level of the modern format, Merfolk would not rate very high.
I mean, to be fair, it looks like a start from limited.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you
And
an extra mana and extra toughness on Silver Goal Adept, and yeah, it fits right in.
and and he's playing this certainly unironically, and he's 6-1 unironically. So how's that possible? No idea.
Yeah,
And
well,
this is for all the people who don't know if their pet deck is playable, if they should change the deck. I'll just play whatever you like. It's going to be fine.
yeah, this is proof of concept. You can play the deck that you built your relationship, your fame with, and who cares about the metagame or whatever's going on. You build it well, you play it well, and
Exactly.
you can get through maybe.
Yeah, and no, maybe you got Yorion banned. Don't sell your Ren and 6s immediately. Rebuild it a bit and play on. Don't worry. I don't know, add a Karuga or something. Just
Did you say add a Karuga?
oh, you haven't heard?
No, I've seen Karuga popping up all over the place in Pioneer over the last week or two.
That's actually a thing now in Modern.
It's in Modern too. Okay.
It is a thing. Yeah, people play Karuga because in Modern you can easily cheat the restriction.
Yeah.
Thanks to cards like, I mean, the cards that Rhinos play even, right? So like Fire Ice, Dead Gone, Brazen Borrower, Stomp, Yeah, it doesn't work with actual Ren. Yeah, I know. That was like a very kind of far-fetched mental shortcut.
No, but I wonder if we trace back in the last few weeks, because it's obviously been pretty recent. Did Karuga blow up in Pioneer first and get copied into Modern, or was it the reverse? Someone started playing it in Modern, and then Pioneer players were like, oh, maybe we'll try Karuga.
So
I don't know.
Karuga popped up immediately after Yorion ban, like days after. So the question is, when was the Pioneer thing? But it was immediately after the Yorion ban.
Sure. I mean, Leyline binding and stuff. There's all kinds of ways to cheat on mana interaction as far as qualifying for it. Yeah, that's super cool. All right, so we got Nikachu developing a little bit here. There's gonna be some question from Carlos on text of a card or interaction, but anyway, the holder of the Batman sleeves is gonna fetch here and see if find a Batarang or Robin to come in and save the day, because things are not starting off well here.
And the proportion and frequency of non-islands on the Nikachu side every time is just shocking. Like every time we take a look, there is barely an island.
Well,
I mean, he's actually, yeah.
He's just created an island, it looks like. So yeah, if you can't draw one, you can make one.
Yeah.
Temporarily, and well, that's that's a nice pickup for Carlos there. It gets him a little bit back in the game, makes up a little bit for these mulligans. Drawing Force Negation, though, that's not real good. That's not a good card in this matchup.
And also on a mulligan, you don't really want to pitch your cards if you can help it. But yeah, there is nothing really to Force of Negation.
Crashing Footfall is counting down, I suppose, if Pikachu had Force Negation himself, but I believe I don't know that that's a main deck card. We'll see.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not, because we've seen Nikachu's deck list. It's on Twitter.
Yeah, okay.
There isn't any main deck. There are 4 in the sideboard, though. Oh, binding, yeah. So this is actually what we've talked about. I told you that the rug version is much easier to play against than the 4-color, and I stand by that, because here you've got binding, which can tag anything.
Yep. Right. Well, suspending Crashing Footfalls is not the ideal start, but we're there. Carlos has made it through 4 turns, and it's looming. It's on its way in. And with an empty board and a couple of Mutavaults, 2 4/4 Tramplers is sizable.
Yep, and we will be doing this weird little dance of, tap your rhino, maybe double block your rhino, or try to race you, because again, rhinos are at 12. So this is the very similar pattern that we see, that the rhinos players really are playing liberally with the life total, and then it comes back to bite them every single time. And
Alright,
this might be the song again.
Yeah, decisions made. Lord of Atlantis comes in. Univault animates, comes across for 3. Okay, down to 9. And more importantly, perhaps, no blocking as long as that Lord of Atlantis is alive.
Yeah, so next turn there could be another load coming down, Mutavault again.
All right, Carlos draws a Shardless Agent. That's good, but
Yeah, so it is good for putting pressure, but he might be pressured out himself.
right.
Because it doesn't matter. I mean, Carlos right now could have even 1,000,000 power. It's irrelevant because this 1,000,000 power can't block.
Okay, so double the number of rhinos here. 2 of them are going to attack. Nikachu will drop down to 12. I thought. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. They came into play. The first pair came into play on his upkeep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, so okay. So of course, when I said 1,000,000 power, I meant it purely as a hyperbole for being, in a blocking position. But of course, if Nikachu doesn't close the game now, Carlos will have 1 combat step.
Right.
So, however, it's still 18, right?
It
That's
is
4 times
18.
4.
Yeah. A Violent Outburst, though, could add to that. Mutavault comes across, so just for 3.
So as long as that's not lethal, Nikachu will have another combat step. He didn't really take full advantage of this combat step, though. Just nudge him for 2.
Right. The Fairy is an interesting draw here for Carlos because even forcing Nikachu to recast the Lord of Atlantis might disrupt things a little bit.
Yeah, it will certainly slow down the clock with Nikachu's mana base and general mana situation, but I think Teferi will get subtletied. So Teferi, subtlety, and then there will be like Trickster to tap down one of the rhinos, untap, kill you. That's what I envision here. A land, okay, player on spell piece, I guess. I think there is a subtlety. Yeah, there is, okay.
Okay, so that is going to throw the Teferi off the stack. And as long as this Lord of Atlantis survives, there is lethal damage on the board now with the 2 Mutavaults. Yeah, because it's not an island anymore because that creature died. Okay.
Yeah, and he stops, yeah, exactly. As I said, stops him, Trickster one of them.
Yeah. The remaining attack is 14, which Nikachu can absorb even without blocking. Carlos doing the math, counting things up. He agrees that he's dead. Okay.
This Trickster tap was also relevant because Nikachu doesn't want to die to some random fire or stomp, which could happen.
Sure. Okay, so up a game.
And again, the start was like, turn 1 nothing, turn 2 Silvergill Adept, which is again a 2/1. And then he got fired, like 2 creatures got killed. And he won that game.
He did.
How is that even possible? I mean, when I play Modern, it just seems way more difficult. But when he does it, it's like, well, 2/1 creature, enough.
I mean, I have nothing to say. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, it was just some nonsense, a Lord and a couple Mutavaults, and that was enough. And Carlos, Carlos was not fast out of the gates on a mull to 5. Did put out 18 power worth of creatures and toughness on turn 5, but that is, that's fairly slow, and there's just too much damage that bled through by that point. So we'll see.
I think. Yeah, what this deck does best is just turn the corner, and this unblockability has been super relevant.
It
Like,
has.
super relevant.
And we saw earlier that Nikichu is going to gain here by having Chalice of the Voids now post board. And that doesn't make it any easier for Carlos.
Yeah, yeah. And again, the unblockability is key because he doesn't care about Carlos's clock because he can always race it, while Nikachu can always block the rhinos. I mean, the different degrees of profitability, because those blocks won't always be good actually, because rhinos are quite chunky, but he can block. While Carlos is just shrugging and hoping for the best.
Yeah. So we maybe we'll see some more removal to kind of trim down the board state, or potentially there's also when you're attacking with Island Walk and depending on that to connect, because like you're saying, Carlos, those creatures are bigger. If the whatever creature is giving the Island Walk gets killed during the beginning side of combat, and Nikichu might be just chump attacking with his board. So there is some risk involved. We'll see if Carlos can manage this a little better. See if this deck can give him the resources to work with. Starting with 7 cards is a good start. Players shuffle up here and get ready. This is round number 8. Thank you for being with us on Honorog's channel, the Onzid MTG Broadcasting Network, whatever we want to call it, at the MTG 30th Anniversary Championship Qualifier number 3. Modern on tap for us, all modern all day long both days this weekend until we get to the beta draft tomorrow. So yeah, if you're picking favorites and you want to let us know who you're rooting for, if you think Carlos is going to win, why don't you go ahead and follow Honorog's channel, and if you think Nikichu's going to win, go ahead and follow Honorog's channel, and we'll count up the votes later.
They do not play out the top 8 today.
No, they don't play on the top 8 at all. It's just the 8 players from this and the 3 other qualifiers makes 32 players total. They play single elimination tomorrow, 2 rounds to get to the beta draft. So those are going to be very stressful matches as well. I guess really right now, these players are effectively playing 3 rounds, 1 now and then 2 tomorrow to make it to the beta draft.
Although we got confirmation that the prizes depend on your standings. So the prizes,
Okay.
but we will only take a look at the standings after this round. So there are no playoffs basically.
Right. Yeah, I suppose that's true. There are going to be, prizes associated with how you finish the event, but I'm sure right now these players are just thinking about beta. Not going to care about getting prize ball tickets or collector boosters or whatever's being handed out. I don't even know.
Yep.
Although now that we're talking about it, I actually remember reading maybe whenever this was announced, reading through the prize support, and there actually are a lot of like old school packs and stuff being handed out as prizes for the event. It's not just prize ball tickets. It's actually like cool collector stuff, Italian Legends packs and things along those lines.
Nice. I'm personally a huge sucker for old frames. So if you can give me some old product, I'll take it. And also, Brothers War bring back old frames.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you've seen the old frame expressive iteration. Woof, that's beautiful.
No, I haven't. I did just see. I was between rounds when we had a break. I was looking at what got spoiled today, and I saw that Mishra's Bauble is in the. I don't even know what they're called. The artifacts that are being, not there. I don't believe they're being printed into standard. They're just being reprinted as like bonus collector's items in the set. The whole heap of them, and Mishra's Bauble is one of them.
There is also Relic of Progenitors in old frame and Nile Spellbomb in old frame.
All the goodies for the graveyards. All right, looking at 6-card hands for both players at the moment, I believe. Carlos, can we at least keep 6 this time? Looks like there's lands present and an Omnath.
What I really want to see is a Blood Moon.
So I was just thinking that we didn't see Blood Moon. We did see Blood Moon earlier with Merfolk versus Rhinos. We're gonna see it again with 4 colors. I mean,
I assume there is no way, but
right?
I
Yeah.
also assume there was no way previously, and I was wrong. So
Yeah. All right, both players on 6. Let's go. No suspend on turn 1. That's arguably a good thing for Carlos, as he doesn't actually want to draw Crashing Footfalls.
So the last thought about old frames is that I fully believe it's criminal we do not have old frame engineered explosives. I mean, I was utterly disappointed it didn't get printed into the old frame, and I hope they finally realize that this is the artifact that we need.
Are they
But
still
we'll see.
are there still spoilers to go as far as those cards go? Maybe it's in the set.
I think, I mean, at
They-
some point they will have to like engineered explosives old like this is one of the most played artifacts in modern.
Yeah.
So so that's what I'm waiting for.
Right, and everything that's more played than it already has all kinds of crazy artworks and reprintings, like Ether Vial
Yeah.
and whatever else. All right, Basic Island, Fury in hand for Carlos, so certainly got some late game tools.
Power, I assume it's ice, because you don't want to really fire this, one drop, which is again literally a limit. I mean, you wouldn't even play it in limited, to be honest. So that doesn't really apply.
This certainly disrupts these Merfolk decks. Aside from Ether Vial, they are mostly piles and piles of 2-drops. So
Yeah.
this actually is pretty. This is more like a time walk than just tapping a land here for Carlos. 2 on this.
And if this event has taught me anything, is that the Nikachu will win this game, and I will have no idea how.
Second Mutavault. He's certainly he's actually had more trouble assembling blue mana than colorless sources in the games we've watched.
Yeah, that's very true. Like I made this comment last game, that Nikachu's side of the board really lacks actual islands. Maybe he's just been very lucky to draw all the Mutavaults every time.
All right, there's a pass there for Nikachu. Carlos maybe considering Leyline Binding and draws Violent Outburst. That would have been ideal to have in hand last turn, but so it goes. Actually doesn't have the 4th land either for the Omnaths. So at least he has a play, but this is going to get a little awkward.
Well, Nikachu puts so little pressure that there is no rush really. Like, attacking for 1 is just barely relevant. I mean, barely relevant for now, because as we know, they can play, add like a load or 2, and will completely turn the tide.
What are we playing here? Okay. Leyline Binding.
I mean, Leyline Binding on Tide Shaper has to be the least impressive play today.
Is the Triumph for Carlos I don't disagree with that. Is Carlos's Triumph Rogren? Does he not have green mana?
No, this is the Abzan one, I think. Dantha?
Okay.
Oh no, it is Rogren. Okay.
Okay, so that yeah.
Oh, so no, it is in Dantha. Okay. So it's the Abzan one then.
Okay, so he does have green. Okay, I just wanted to make sure there, because that's certainly not wanting to deploy the Violent Outburst there. And now, so this is the end step. Is Nikachu playing the Hex Cacher? Waiting for a reaction from Carlos. What do you think? You deploy Outburst here, or do you hold it?
Well, The problem is that if you don't play it now, you like Nikachu will have all the opportunities in the world to counter it later.
Mhm.
And also knowing Nikachu, he won't play into a Fury too much.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think I like casting it here.
I agree. I also like casting it here. So much. Oh, I think personally I would have probably cast it last turn, but I think casting it here is essential, and Carlos does do that.
Well, yeah. So we're not even discussing the ley line on Tide Shaper play.
Yeah.
This was certainly something.
All right. So here is another Hex Catcher. So Carlos may have been trying to play around Hex Catcher, and Niksho had him covered either way. Unfortunately for Carlos. So now, Carlos really needs to draw a land. If you draw a land last turn, that would have been nice. And here's a third. Wow.
Oh my. So this
you-
is exactly what I was talking about, right?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, seemingly out of nowhere, the clock is like it's probably like a turn to clock.
Yeah. I mean, Carlos at 9. If Niku draws a land and can animate all these Munivaults, this is really bad news. And Carlos, even if he is able to play land Omnath here, that's not going to do much.
He's got double Fury, so he can
Yeah.
do stuff. But there is also triple Mutavault, which can't be touched.
Mm-hmm.
So Nikachu could play another Lord on his turn, and if he has another land, animate double Mutavault, attack for 6.
Whatever happens here, Carlos needs to be on the board, and he's currently not. And it doesn't look like he's going to be this turn.
Okay, so he distributes the damage, I assume, like something like 2/2.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I mean that's a fine play. That removes the immediate danger, but nothing on the board.
Yeah, if he could play now, like another Outburst, it would be
Yes.
okay.
That would be tremendous. If Nikachu animates all the Mutavaults and attacks here, then Outburst would be just absolutely destroy Nikachu's board. However, all he seems to have is, I think he's got Leyline Binding, Fury, and Omnath.
Yeah, exactly. So even if he draws a land, then Omnath doesn't gain life yet. Oh, there is a judge call?
Yeah, I
it
think
seems?
Carlos looked down at his feet. I don't know if he just dropped a card or found something. I'm not sure, but so Carlos realized something was improper and is going to tell the judge as to how it should be resolved. There might be a card on the floor.
And that's actually very important what that card is. And we do not know. That's a blue card? Okay, so Nikachu, considering his options, he has another island, so he could play. Okay, so played Tide Shaper, kicked. Ooh, and can target the Abzan Triumph, turning off the white and the black and the green.
Yeah, that's certainly a
Wow.
nuisance. That would if it is Leyline Binding, that would force out the binding on top of the.
And then we would
Or-
again have binding on Tide
Well,
Shaper.
Is this even 1, 2? This doesn't even work. You can't even float mana because once the Tide Shaper does its thing, the Leyline will cost
Oh.
4.
Yeah, he loses the types. Yeah. I mean, maybe for the better. So that Carlos doesn't feel tempted to play binding on.
Okay. Fiscal Dispute. Pikachu was about to throw that in the graveyard, and now he's going to think about it. I absolutely love this interaction where the Leyline Binding changes. You can't float mana into it because you lose the discount. That's so cool.
So this game seems to be in Nikachu's hands, but it could slip away.
All right, chat pointing out that it comes into play in trigger, so actually you can do that. You could not with Bloodman, but you can with the.
Oh, right. The trigger's on the
Tide
stack.
Shaper,
Right, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so let's go dispute paid for. No damage comes across. Selects the mountain.
Oh, because okay, cast them off of red because of the violent outburst
Mm-hmm.
and fire ice.
But
And
then
now
here's,
Leyline binding on another.
right.
Oh no.
Here's the binding in response to the target. So that will
I mean,
work. If Carlos draws a land here, he still maybe in it, or an outburst or a shardless. I mean, he needs to be on the. Nothing. I mean, you've been calling it. Nikachu keeps winning, and it's his opponents just keep running into themselves.
okay, so we've got Lord of Atlantis buffing the Mutavaults. That's 6. That's not lethal.
Crushing footfalls, not exciting.
Yeah. And again, you've got the Fury, but it doesn't matter because there are those Mutavaults.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like Nikachu found a way to play around Fury. He just and I said that he deploys a single creature at a time, and only flashes another one in, or uses Mutavaults, and this way he leverages that. He never gets blown out by Fury, having played against Fury multiple times.
Right. No, you definitely called that one. Here it is, and that's it. Mutavaults end it, and Nikuchu takes down another Rhinos player. I think he went 2-1 against it in the matches that at least that I saw, and has it wrapped up. Congratulations to him,
Wow.
7-1.
7-1, literally 7-1. That's well, I mean, huge congratulations. And again, if anybody, that would be Nikachu who can achieve such a feat.
Yeah, no, I mean, when we talked about this before, I mean, play a deck that you're familiar with, know it well, have a sideboard that makes sense, and don't make too many mistakes, and you have a shot. And clearly, 7-1 with a deck that's not going to show up on tier rankings for the format. Impressive work.
Okay, so this was the last round. So thanks
yeah.
for
Do we have
joining
another
us.
match? Do we have another match? We've had
No,
Oh, we don't.
no,
Okay.
we do not. We
Okay.
do not. But it's been great. Modern
Yeah.
is great. Games have been very intensive, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it didn't. Screw it. It's been fun working with you for the last 4 hours. You put in yeoman's work today. It's a long day for you.
I mean, yeah, it's 4 a.m. here. Literally 4 a.m. So going to head out to bed.
Yeah, I would
rest a
imagine
bit.
so. So for everybody watching, yeah, follow Honorarch's channel. I hope you're enjoying the content. And all right, that's it for us. We're out of here. We're gonna transition down to Honorarch, so he's gonna wrap things up. Talk to whoever he's got on hand. So stick around. He's going right down to the table.
Yep. Cheers. Bye bye.
Yo, guys, Joe, Harry, and Skura, very well done today on coverage here, looking through the rounds. Honestly, this is like a pseudo GP Nikachu, if you will, because we got to see a lot of fish today. I think the best line that I read in chat was in that last game where Nikachu started flooding out, is the flood only helps the fish swim. That's sweet. That is a sweet line. Honestly, it's been great. We've seen a lot of Magic yesterday and today. And I'm going to briefly discuss the top 32 situation. I don't know too much about what it is, but it is still being figured out. The current plan, I believe, Wizards is focusing on Worlds. That is their priority. Nikachu, by the way, is on the way for just to talk about the matches and things like that. Finishing at 7-1 is great. And pending logistic checkups, there is a chance that I can give just like live video coverage of the beta draft. and even the beta gameplay and things like that. That would be super, super, super sweet. But
Give me the lapel mic. Where's my lapel mic?
my the battery died on the.
Oh,
on the, on the
we
lap.
gotta share one, huh?
So now we're sharing one. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. How do you feel?
It's good.
Good job.
It's nice to be winning with Merfolk in paper again. Oh, they think they always count Merfolk out, but you know what? Merfolk is doing really well right now. We used to be on like page 3 of MTG Goldfish. Now we're on page 1. We can actually see they're like the top 20 of the top 20, or I don't know, whatever list you can see by the default on the website. We're there at like 2% or something. So yes.
Yeah, I look forward to maybe like, I don't know, you're more, it just goes without saying, all of the content here, you're more than welcome to chop up, talk about, make it into YouTube stuff, because I know you're doing, you're going to do a great job at that. But that's awesome. So tomorrow then, you've got 2 rounds.
Two wins away at a chance of opening a Black Lotus, and certainly this will be probably my only chance of ever opening a beta booster, because I'm not spending, what is a beta booster these
It's
days?
probably like thousands of dollars
Forget
per pack.
it.
Yeah.
No, and I don't even spend $5 to buy a regular booster, so forget the $1 billion boosters.
Yeah. So then, right now, like, do you know any other decks right now in the top 32? What the?
No, the problem is I keep talking to you guys after the rest. I haven't been scouting at all. Yeah, that was a big blunder on my part. But I didn't realize that this is like the stream is around like the bottom area. I have no usually at a tournament.
Yeah.
You can easily see where the top tables are. I have no idea. It's all just random numbers.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there'll be a lot of homework to be done. There's still 3 other events worth of scouting somehow that people are going to have to do. Because again, tomorrow's event is top 32. There were 4 qualifier events this weekend, 2 yesterday, 2 today, and the top 8 of each of those events advances to tomorrow's top 32 single elimination round, followed by a top 8 beta draft. So that's pretty sweet. I mean, honestly, good stuff. You know, it's really funny because a lot of the players that you played against today, that you beat, and some of the players that we had on stream as well, are in the very, very top 8 cut. Your breakers were insane. Like,
I played against the toughest of the toughest, I guess, in some capacity, and the decks were tough. And you know, there's so many people out there that say, you know, Fury is broken, it's busted, it's killing all the creature-based decks. And I've not told a single person that I'm complaining about Fury. I have not complained about Fury almost once since it's been printed, because Merfolk has many ways of playing around Fury. You can either flash in Lords with Aether Vial, flash in Lords, or we can now flash in Hexcatcher. And I think and we have Subtlety to also interact with it. And I think the key strategy that I used in all these matches that you saw me against the Crashing Footfall deck is don't commit too many creatures to the board unless you're prepared for them to die off. Because I had that one Tide Shaper in play. Just attack for 2, attack for 2. They don't want to spend the Fury on one creature.
Oh yeah. I know Joe and Skier were talking about how the Leyline binding came on the Tide Shaper, and that must have been great for you.
Oh yeah, you don't want them to get an advantage anywhere. So yeah, force them to use their resources as poorly as possible. Anyway, I think I made the best of my situation with my opponent choked at 3 mana. They had a lot of interaction, but they played 2 Furies. If I let those 2 Furies eat up 2 more cards, probably I'm not here right now. We'd have to go to game 3.
Yeah, that's actually so insane. I think like watching you play throughout the day, what I've learned is your specific play style. You're very patient.
You gotta be patient. I've been patient since the beginning. If you jam out Merfolk like an aggro deck, you're just gonna die. And even more now than ever before. Fury will punish you.
Yeah.
Punish you like crazy.
Yeah, holding up utility creatures and things like that. Yeah. Very good job. Anyways, I have one last question for you, which is tonight, what are your plans? I mean, what's your mental going into tomorrow? How are you going to prepare for, 2 back-to-back win-and-ins?
My preparation is hoping I can sleep through this gigantic, stupid band that is right outside my hotel window. So I'm at the Golden Gate. And honestly, I have nothing against anything. They have like nice hospitality. They have a really comfortable bed. But it's right next to this street. What is it called? Fremont Street?
Fremont
Street. And they got a band that plays until like 2 a.m. in the morning. I can feel my room shake in the noise. But I am so tired. I've been on vacation for over 2 weeks that I've slept through the band easily. And now I gotta sleep through it one more time, and I just hope I get enough rest so I can play clean Magic tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, besides your really good play, maybe the band is secretly your lucky charm, because you went 7-1 today.
Somehow
through that band.
The frequencies are fixing the brain.
Anyways, congratulations.
Thank you
well
so
done.
much.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
And Everybody else, yeah, again, I'm going to try my best to be here for the beta draft tomorrow. I'm going to try, to get some, because this is, let's be honest, right? Beta, iconic in Magic's history. It is what you want to see. We want to see like a Lotus or like Moxin or like even an Underground. Like the last time we had a beta draft was like 5 years ago almost, and there were some banger cards that were open there. And it's beta draft, 8 players, 3 per pack, so 24 packs of beta will be open, right?
Oh, there is a bit of preparation I'll do tonight. I gotta find out what are the most expensive random rares and uncommons in beta.
Joe and Scary.
I am only rare drafting. I'm money drafting. I am a terrible limited player. I'm the worst limited player in this entire room. I'm not ashamed to just grab the money. We're grabbing money if I make top 8.
Well, no, Skira was talking about how certain cards, like Beta Counterspell, was worth hundreds of dollars. You can't say no to that. That in and of itself is part of your prize pool.
Beta Lightning Bolt, basic lands. Basic lands cost, I don't know, between $50 and $100 or something. I don't know. I know they're not cheap. There's gonna be a point where people take the basic lands over a random card because that's worthless.
Yeah. All right, anyways, we're going to wrap it up here tonight. I got some cleaning up to do. I got to figure out logistics. I got to talk to the right people to make the right things happen. So that's going to be it for me. Again, very much so thank you to Harry MTG, at Islands in Front, a.k.a. Skira, and Joe at Oarsman79. Joe, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. It's either at Oarsman or at Oarsman79. I should know this stuff, but, whatever. Joe Lissette, there you go. Yeah. Friends, we'll try to see you tomorrow. If you don't follow me on Twitter, that's a mistake, because that's where I will probably update everybody with what's going to happen. So twitter.com/@unzmtg, whatever. I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed, guys. See ya.